trade WCW.
What in the is he doing here? Monday Night Raw, Monday Nitro. He is broken.
Austin 316 says I just whipped your ass.
Brett screwed Brett.
The new world order, brother. Let's get this. We are at war.
So, WCW Monday Nitro number 215, also November 1st, 1999. Bret Hart confronts the Outsiders. He's pissed at them. He does not need their help to win his matches, tells them to stay out of his business. And it took me several minutes to realize that they had helped him beat Goldberg last week.
Yeah.
Right.
Nice of them to have a video recap.
I think like an hour in, they finally recapped it, but it took me a long time to figure it out. So Bret comes out for a promo. So he watched the video. Goldberg got screwed last week. Says this belt belongs to Goldberg. He tosses it down. Sid interrupts. He points out that at Halloween Havoc, Goldberg had won via ref stoppage, and the ref had stopped the match at his discretion, not Sid. Sid never quit. Sid said he heard Goldberg quit, and he will show proof later. Spoiler!
We didn't see that.
He never showed the proof.
I just realized that right now.
Yes.
My favorite is Sid is ranting, and he says, at Halloween Havoc, the ref stopped the match at his own discretion. Then he pauses and says, big word, discretion. We're on our way.
He was bragging.
We are on our way.
By the way, doesn't the ref always stop a match at his own discretion? That's why he's the ref.
Kind of true, yeah. So he lays Bret and his crutches out.
Screw your crippled ass.
Yes. The Outsiders saunter out. Sid is not sure whose side they are on, but they hand him the belt. He celebrates with it. I guess he's the U.S. champion again now.
No.
No? All right.
Bret is.
Okay.
They just gave him the belt.
Just gave him the belt.
Yeah.
So the announcers are going over the brackets. And as Bryan has warned us for weeks now, Medusa, who lost last week in the first round, is now back in the first round. What's the explanation? What's the cause for putting her back in the tournament? Powers that be wanted to give her another chance.
Well,
Who got bumped?
far be it. I don't know. They never showed us the other side of the bracket.
They
Yeah.
showed it here.
So
But a week ago, they said they had 32 men, so someone got bumped.
But I think they only showed 16.
yeah, they didn't show the other side of the bracket.
It was-
So we'll never know who
It was
person
32 men and 16 were mystery men.
Maybe it was John Cena because he didn't qualify.
I'm just going to throw this out there: the Barbarian,
Oh, come on.
because she beat Ming last week.
Okay, so
Or Ming beat her last week.
far be it from me to defend Russo, but I'm going to explain this Evan Courageous thing, okay? This all stems from the first week when they wanted Medusa to do an evening gown match, and she didn't want to do it.
Correct.
So the first week of the tournament, they punish her by putting her in with Meng.
Right.
Meng kills her. When the match is over, Evan Courageous comes out and gallantly carries her to the back. So this was her next punishment. Now the man that is into her and vice versa, he's got to kick her ass in this tournament. That's the storyline.
This is punishment?
Well, it didn't end up being that way.
I see.
That's their idea.
This has to be in the world title tournament. Why?
It doesn't. We'll get into that. Fear not.
Saturn arrives on a motorcycle with a woman. It's Tori. The Revolution are much better at kidnapping than DX. Tori
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
tries to flee.
Okay, stop right there. Tori tries to flee off of a motorcycle. Are you telling me when they got on the motorcycle, they didn't stop once until they got to the arena?
No.
They never
Are
hit
you
a red
kidding me?
light?
From
There was-
last week till right now.
There was not a pedestrian.
What the hell
crossing
kind
the
of
road?
wheelman are you, Craig? You get a bottle, you piss in the bottle, you don't stop till you get where you're going.
Why are you looking at me?
I don't know.
Okay.
Regardless, Asia runs her down, brings her back. Shane warns her things could get kinky.
I'm glad you figured that out because I couldn't hear a word anybody was saying in this segment.
That's the best I could do.
More to come.
First round tournament match, Vampiro versus...
Before that, they replayed the bizarre Macho Man segment last week where Macho Man came out and alerted us that he was going to name a new successor. He was going to pass the torch, and he didn't. This week, they replay that, and he still didn't, and he wasn't on the show. Why was this replayed?
Because he wasn't there.
I don't know. So it's Vampiro versus Berlin. They wrestle for a minute. The Misfits run down in their Nitro
I
debut.
love and hate this Nitro.
It's not boring.
It's so fucking ridiculous. It's horrible, but it's funny. The fuck are the Misfits doing here?
Don't know.
Oh, the clowns are gone.
Bring in another
Get
band.
the fucking Misfits.
Find another band that wears makeup.
Yeah. Oh, okay, here we go.
Guess Kiss wasn't available.
Couldn't afford them.
That's true.
So
They killed the ratings.
that's, they did get. Well,
They did
Kiss
a
ever on the
horrible
show?
rating.
Yes,
Ki-
that's right.
Kiss wasn't the show. I take it back.
Yeah, they played a concert, did a terrible number.
They got edited off the network. Anyway,
These Misfits will outdraw that Kiss.
we'll show Gene.
45 years later.
So, Misfits come out. The ref gets bumped. The bodyguard attacks Vampiro. The Misfits low bridge the bodyguard. Vampiro hits the bodyguard with a chair. Gets kicked coming in. The Misfits. This is all one match.
Yeah.
The Misfits trip Berlin, and then will hold his leg down for the pin.
4 men are holding down the foot of Berlin.
Yeah.
And the fucking ref can't see it.
No.
And it wasn't Patrick.
No. So Vampiro wins. All this happened in 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Berlin.
I can't believe it went that long.
The loser gets to cut a promo. He says, "Screw USA."
Yeah. From now on, he says.
From now on.
Screw the USA.
He's been very patriotic until now.
I was like, yeah, you didn't hate him before. Now you're talking. They got rid of the translator.
Nash and Hall have a meeting backstage.
Oh, my God. Allow me to do some of these Nash segments. Nash explains to Hall, you got a match tonight. But I can't go down to the ring with you. I don't have the proper paperwork. But hey, I got an idea. I'll be a promoter instead. So apparently he has the paperwork to be a promoter, but not a manager. He's got a plan. Please stand by.
He says, "I'll be a promoter like the guy up north with the padded shoulders." Hall asks, "Are you smoking again? You need some of these."
Again, I never stopped.
Passes him some eye drops and says, "You're baked." And Nash ponders the eye drops for about 3 seconds, and then raises his head and says, "Convenient you have this." That was funny.
It gets better, Vinny.
When Nash is funny, he's very funny.
I will give him that.
Yeah.
When he's not funny, he's painfully unfunny. But when he is funny, he's actually really funny.
Let me write this down.
Shane Douglas has Tori Wilson in a cage.
I was howling during this segment.
Let me say this
There's
again.
a fucking cage.
This is something that normal people do all the time at sporting events.
Yes.
Shane Douglas and his wacky gang of revolutions has Tori Wilson in a shark cage.
Yes. Now, if you watch the Tory on WWE on the other channel, or the Nitro Girls, for example, or Kimberly on this show, there's a lot of bad women actors on Nitro and Raw. Tori Wilson is not one of them. From the day that she showed up, she was pretty fucking good. But they lock her in this goddamn cage, and she has to shake the bars and scream, "You're gonna be sorry!" Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. She's in a fucking cage.
Did you catch Shane?
She's trapped
Did you
In a
catch-
cage.
Did you catch Shane Douglas asking her, "Is this how Billy likes it?"
Well, he promised it would be kinky.
Yeah. So Revolution comes out for a promo. They do not bring the cage. They leave the cage backstage. They outright say, "We put knives in the filthy animals' tires," so they're going to be late. One of them, I think it was Shane, but it doesn't matter. One of them actually said, quote, "We have Tori Wilson locked in a shark cage."
Yes.
Like it's nothing.
Well,
Like, I stopped by the store for a gallon of milk. It's the exact same delivery.
Honesty is the best policy. You know that one, Rob? Okay.
Thank you. So Saturn challenges Eddie. Says, "We'll take the key of the shark cage hanging on a pole."
Excuse me, a pole?
A key on a pole match.
You're telling me there's a pole match?
Yeah. Saturn then says, "If you win, we'll let Terry go."
Tori
go. "If I win," he actually said this, "I scale her."
Yes.
Now,
You mean like scaffolding, or?
I thought because a shark cage is making a fish reference.
I thought it was a
Sure.
fish reference.
Even though sharks don't have scales.
Sure, yeah.
All right.
Like, did no one clear this with him before?
I mean, he's not a marine biologist.
That's
I
for sure.
scale her, he says. So Dean cuts a promo on Benoit.
Oh my God. Dean cuts a promo. Dean Malenko
Yes.
cuts a promo referencing his own penis.
Yeah.
It
I
gets
got-
zero reaction from the crowd. They do not think that this is cool.
No.
It's Dean Malenko talking about his own cock. Mm-hmm. He calls Benoit a puss. He vows to cripple his ass tonight. Benoit comes out. He announces tonight it is himself versus Dean Malenko in a cage match. If you watch these shows after you listen to us, please observe Dean Malenko's reaction to Chris Benoit announcing it's a cage match as he looks up at the ceiling and he looks back at Benoit and then he dramatically looks up at the ceiling again. It was amazing.
So yes, Dean says to Benoit, I got your friendship right here, points at his Johnson, and think back to your high school parties and all your high school friends, and eventually, maybe before high school, junior high, the parents would show up to pick everybody up. Think of the lamest dad among your group of friends.
That's absolutely right, Vinny.
That's exactly what Dean Malenko was here.
That was a great analogy. That's exactly what this was.
Trying to act cool and failing so badly.
But like, even if the most geeky dad showed up and said something like that, you'd at least have some people groaning that it was so bad.
Yes.
This crowd was dead silent.
This crowd was just shamed to be there. We see the back of Kevin Nash's head as the makeup artist is discussing his big Irish nose they're putting on and the cleft chin. And we hear Nash say, looks like a winner, Pally. Filthy animals arrive. So their gimmick is they're basically a DX knockoff. But it's Conan. Kidman's always wearing the same jeans and wife beater every week. But Conan and Ray look like they're dressed for a rap video. And he walks in a nice sweater. Ready to lead a lecture in history class or something. A security guard with a hell of a mullet stops him, says, sorry, I can't let you in without passes. They're such non-stars that they can't even get into Nitro just on facial recognition.
See how Kidman's dressed?
Fair. So they beat up the security guard. Mike Tenay interviews Kimberly. They're standing front and center. Kimberly's in what for her I guess would be street clothes. They're surrounded by the Nitro girls who are all in their gear. And Tenay asks about DDP's condition after David Flair hit him with a crowbar repeatedly.
D Flair.
D Flair fan. So she says Paige has a chipped collarbone. Cracked.
What?
Yeah.
A chipped collarbone?
She said.
The fuck?
He's got a cracked sternum and cracked ribs. I don't know when he'll be back. And she gathers the Nitro girls and announces it's time to walk away. And then she walks away.
Yeah. I have more important business to take care of right now. Dancing will have to be put on the back burner.
In a first-round tournament match to determine the next WCW Heavyweight Champion of the World, the Cat wrestled Lash LaRue.
Okay, I got a serious question here, all right? No offense to the guy. What was with Vince Russo and Lash LaRue?
It's a great question.
Russo shows up, and all of a sudden, Lash LaRue is somebody. Of all the guys on the roster, Lash LaRue?
He's got those sideburns.
Yeah.
Dude.
It looks like an L.
I literally looked up.
Well, one of them does.
I looked down, I wrote these words. Lash,
Like a J.
one of those random guys that Russo loved. I looked back up, and the match was over.
Yes.
Lash had submitted Shat somehow. Some sort of hold.
The Cat, who was wearing his magic dancing shoes to start now, he appeared to blow out his knee running the corners. And he went down, and Lash put him in something like an Indian deathlock, and Cat tapped out immediately.
This is the worst tournament ever.
I know this.
This is the one that makes you say that?
No, just overall the tournament. Like, this is the one that I just snapped.
I know this has been said many times, but this is a true statement. They blew every spot they tried.
Well, there was only three.
One.
That's what I'm saying. It was literally every spot.
It ain't like
one.
Avalanche versus Big Wood, where they got some time.
The spot was run to the corner.
Yes.
Take a corner.
They blew it.
This was the only legitimate finish in the entire first round of the tournament,
Oh, my God.
where one person beat the other person on purpose without run-ins.
Fuck me. God, it's horrible.
Mike Tenay interviews Bret. Bret Hart, for the second and then the third time in his career, refers to Sid as a big, stupid dummy.
I love it.
It's so perfect.
I love it.
Why did they didn't feud for a year so we can set it every week? The Nitro girls have a huddle.
Oh, my God. Okay, so if you weren't listening, Kimberly had to step away from the Nitro girls. She has more important business to deal with now. okay? Kimberly. The Nitro Girls, they're all standing there together, and they say, we can do this. Apparently there was concern that without Kimberly, they could not dance. Mm-hmm. I'm mocking this. It's so dumb.
I should hope so.
And then, moments later, they all start arguing about who is in charge of the Nitro Girls. Okay.
They lasted 30 seconds without Kim's supervision.
Yes. I know that, like, one of the things that people like about Vince Russo fans, is that he gave everybody a story. Dude.
That's the problem.
The fucking Nitro Girls didn't need a fucking story. They just had to go out there and dance. Now, they're feuding with each other.
No. They
don't know what they're doing.
Only AC Jazz.
On this show, Craig.
And Spice. You know AC Jazz's dad was electrocuted? Did you know that? And that is a callback.
Oh, I love Craig.
So disgusted.
All right. The next segment's even weirder. I watched this 6 hours ago, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. The filthy animals are making some voyeur porn. They are peeping.
This so would not fly in 2018. This is the funniest segment I've ever seen in my life.
Billy Kidman has a camcorder. Now, for you youngsters, this is a device that we had in the late 90s to record video files, sometimes on actual videotape, I think. It's much larger than any phone you've ever seen or any tablet you've ever seen. This was necessary to record video and audio in the late 90s. So he's sticking this giant thing into Lex Luger's locker room door.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to believe Lex and Liz can't see it.
No, it's not only that. He sticks it in the door and he loudly says, "Hey guys, she's about to take her clothes off."
Yeah. So we get the video. It is not Liz taking her clothes off. It's Lex flexing. Liz being worried about the tournament brackets. He tells her there's nothing to worry about. Then he sees the brackets. He flips out, tells her to take care of it. He goes off on a tirade about how it's her job to take care of this kind of thing. Asks her what she's going to do. And says, "Well, Liz." And there's a pause. And it starts repeating. This is where I don't know if this is supposed to happen or not.
It wasn't. They were supposed to cut when he says, "What are we going to do about it?"
Yeah. But he says, "Well, Liz." Well, Liz. Well, Liz. Well. They both start laughing. Liz picks up a can of soda.
Yes.
She drinks and smiles and looks right into Billy Kidman's voyeur cam. Then they cut to a camera in the hallway where we now see a production guy on the floor letting them know the segment is over as Billy Kidman is filming him with the camera.
Unbelievable.
So my first reaction was
to start crying and reach for tissues. That's what my reaction was.
An incomprehensibly incompetent segment. I can't.
That's what this was. Vinny, let me tell you something.
The nugget in my brain that says Vince Russo always wants us to question what's going on.
No. Later in the show, there is a segment with Luger and Sting, where Luger tries to convince Sting to fight for the tag titles. You remember this?
I do.
Okay. If you watch the segment, it is absolutely silent for a moment, and then the audio starts, okay? Mm-hmm. Because live, you hear a guy go, "Action!"
Sure.
So the WWE Network, they turned the volume down when he yelled "action," okay? Apparently, either they thought this was fucking the most hilarious thing they'd ever seen, or they didn't even realize what was happening when they watched it, because they left all of this in. Luger is cracking up Liz. She starts laughing, and then they go to the fucking guy, and the announcers see all of this.
Yes.
And they have to just say, "Huh."
The funny thing is, they had to ramble on whatever for a long time.
Yes.
So if anything, this may have ended early. Maybe
Yeah.
this will see more shots of the guy in the hallway. So yeah, welcome to Nitro 1999, everybody.
And by the way, on top of all of that, the audio and video were not synced up.
No. Well, for the most part, I could at least attribute that to maybe Kim had a shitty camera. Because we were looking at his camera as he was recording. And Brian's not buying this.
No.
Well,
Vinny.
at the end of the show, they did have the thing where the disclaimer came up, this has been saved from the best we could,
There were legit technical problems
Yes.
later in the show.
Yeah, but live, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Scott Steiner highlight video. And then Larry Zbyszko goes to interview Scott in what can only assume is the Steiner household.
Does anybody remember when Larry Zbyszko was on Figure 4 Daily many years ago?
Oh, yeah.
And all of the crazy crackpot theories he had about everything?
I do.
All he has to do is ask Scott Steiner a couple of questions, like...
About his injuries.
Tell me about your back injury. Tell me about the surgery. But it's Larry Zbyszko, so he has to begin a question by saying... Not that I believe every doctor's diagnosis, but what did the doctor tell you? I was like, fuck, dude. Just ask the fucking questions. Scott's all humble.
I like that this is in Scott's house, and they had at least 3 cameras just to do this stupid little back and forth sit-down interview.
He's much smaller, looks all pilled up. Said he had to avoid surgery, wanted to avoid surgery, but the pain kept coming back. Finally had to undergo it. 3 ruptured discs.
Gosh.
Yeah, he's can do nothing for 21 days, he says. Try to walk. Lay on my back a lot. And then he will go into extensive rehab. And 8 to 10 weeks later, doctor will hopefully give him good news. He prays he can come back. But to be honest, he says, I don't feel very good right now. And that was it. He's crossing his fingers. This was so real.
Yeah.
And
it was Scott Rick Steiner.
Keep in mind, he comes back.
Yeah.
And it ain't that long.
No.
Because he's killing Tank Abbott here in a while.
I am assuming that this was, and we'll see how it goes, and maybe I've forgotten this, but I am assuming they're trying to mimic the Bagwell thing, where he got sympathy for all the injuries he had, and then comes back and just snaps and kills people in
It's the exact same storyline.
That's my point.
Wow.
I don't know. I could be wrong. I know he turns out he's wrestling again, and he's mean. That part I remember.
Yeah.
The Nitro girls are doing their dance. In the middle of the dance, AC, Jazz, and Spice begin to brawl, and then to the back!
Oh my god, the to the backs on this show.
There's one
unbelievable.
Later. We'll get to it. But
oh yeah.
The to the back Hall of Fame has a new entrant. Tenay interviews Buff. Buff promises the powers won't knock him to the bottom of the Titanic. He says, Buff 2, Riders 0, or something. I don't know what he's talking about. We see the back of Kevin Nash's head in a wig. He says, burn the bridge. I'm blowing it up. Ha ha ha! See you out there, pally. The Nitro Girls brawl backstage. Now, in addition to not having every character in the show needing to have something going on and needing to go back to it in 5 segments, don't have people who are not trained to be fake combatants try to do a fake brawl.
This was beyond horrible. It was so bad, this fight that AC, Jazz, and Spice had. I could not believe my eyes. I mean, I could.
All right, this fucking thing.
Okay. Dude. First off, it's Buff Bagwell versus Stevie Ray.
Sure is.
And before the match, it is announced that the powers that be have signed this to be a strap match.
Stevie makes the announcement.
Yes.
Stevie comes out with a strap and says, I'm just here. It's nothing personal. I got to do my business. This is now a strap match.
Yeah.
Buff blames this on the writers in the back. The match goes 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
It went that long?
I timed it.
Wow.
Buff, as soon as Buff takes over, Creative Control, which is the Bald Harris twins, they attack for the disqualification.
Well, Vinny.
They tried to attack.
They
missed.
The apparent disqualification.
I stand corrected. They're disqualified due to failed interference. Buff runs away to avoid a disqualification in a strap match. I don't even know how that happened.
Yeah, how do you get unstrapped?
He's strapped to the guy. What happened?
I don't know.
At this point, I wrote -1 star. Then...
What?
Then...
Being generous.
The ring announcer is saying, due to interference, and they cut to the back in the middle of the announcement.
Yes.
And then I wrote -2 stars. That
They
pissed me off so bad.
They went to the back and did not tell us who won a match in a world title tournament.
I'm sitting...
This is not just some shit match on Nitro.
No.
Well,
The
yes, it
world
is.
title. I mean, it is. The world title's on the fucking line. You can't allow them to make the announcement before you go to the back. Are you kidding me?
There were probably people at home filling in their brackets.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
And had nothing to write there. I'm sitting this afternoon in my house. It's me alone. I was watching Nitro on my computer. It's very quiet. And when they go to the back in the middle of this announcement, I shout, "What?" My cats jump up. They have been peacefully sleeping. Like, this show's so bad, it makes me make a spectacle when I'm alone. And what was so important? What was so critical that we had to go to the back?
Actually, this makes storyline sense. It was Jeff Jarrett.
At the end, it does. Jarrett denies attacking Liz last week or the week before or whatever. He demands an apology from Lex Luger for this accusation. That's it. Brian, you want to talk about Kevin Nash?
Well, this wasn't the best one, but he comes out as Vince McMahon costume.
He comes out as undead Vince McMahon.
Nobody knows.
The fake skin's peeling off. I think because of his beard, it couldn't all stay on.
Nobody had any idea. You know what he looked like? He looked like a cross between Sid and Diesel.
That's fair.
A little bit.
Yeah.
That's what he looked like.
Looked like Fred Gwynn of the Munsters.
Kinda, yeah.
Remember when
Herman.
At the end of Monster Brawl when he comes out all in the zombie makeup?
Yes.
That's what he looked like.
The fans chant asshole. He says, don't call me that. You're that.
No, they didn't. He made it up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they weren't chanting that.
Oh, that's cool.
He reacted to chants that were not there and tried to start them with minimal success.
So it's hilariously awful. He calls out Hall. Hall cuts a promo. I'm ready for the match. And then they just went away. What?
Some of Kevin Nash's lines as Vince were, I can push him as a babyface until the fans regurgitate him. Well, accurate. He then introduces his biggest star, the toughest SOB in wrestling, the trouser snake, Scott Hall.
Yep. This one was more of a miss.
Somewhere in
Not
here,
gonna lie.
his wig fell off. Hall.
Yeah, he didn't have the common decency to tuck his ponytail into the back of his sports jacket.
Yeah.
So he literally looked like he was wearing a Davy Crockett hat.
Yes. Hall says he cannot afford to burn another bridge up north. He says he's on strike 3 here. Basically, if he gets drunk again, they're going to fire him. But he says, shoot with me, he says. Who picks out your clothes? Do you shop at Jacques Penney? That made me laugh. Like I say, when they're funny, they're actually funny. And then they had a crotch chop for the boys in New York. Lex Luger and Elizabeth met with Ming.
So awesome. I love Ming.
I love Lex, actually. This Lex Luger character he's so douchey and so pretentious and so full of himself and so completely so disrespectable. Unrespectable. They stooge off Jarrett, who hadn't actually done anything. They say, Jarrett insulted you. He shattered the Island Boy myth. He's so offensive, they say. He's even passing out bananas. And they pass a banana to Meng, and Meng is so outraged he eats the entire banana, peel and all. Just swallows it whole.
I have a better Ming interview for you.
Today, Scott Hudson, I thank you, gentlemen. Coming up a week from tomorrow night, Halloween Havoc, spectacular card. I say a showcase event. Indeed, it is that. You can be part of it. Call your local cable company right now regarding availability. Ming, come on in, the big man from Tonga. Come on. A week from tomorrow night, you and Wrath. Now, here's a man that perhaps is equal to you. The fact that he is 6'7", 6'8", and weighs well over 300 pounds should be a great contest. Wait a minute. We are in America, please. You can speak English. You've been here long enough. We all know that. Now you're speaking Japanese. As friends, let's talk English. Now that's French. Bonjour. Please, Wrath is a big man. He's right now sizing you up because it's his biggest match to date here in World Championship Wrestling, Ming. Wait a minute. Am I going to get any English out of you here tonight or not? You understand, adios? Adios. Thank you very much, Ming. Wrath, 1 week from tomorrow.
He's the best. He's the best.
How did Gene keep a straight face to that?
Because he's a Hall of Famer. That's how.
Professional.
Mike today interviews Kurt Hennig. Hennig vows that not only is he going to avoid a pin and avoid retirement, he's going to win this tournament and win that title. First round tournament match, Kurt Hennig versus Disco Inferno.
Finally. This was awesome. Larry the Axe Hennig's in the front row. Everybody knows the Axe. Hennig beats the shit out of Disco Inferno. He chops the shit out of him. He clubbers him all over the place. The Axe holds Disco. Hennig chops him. And then fans are chanting for Larry, so Hennig holds Disco and Larry punches him out. Fans boo like crazy when the Disco Inferno takes over. And then Tony Mamaluke comes out. Disco just stops wrestling.
When you say stops wrestling, Disco has Kurt behind him, is grabbing his head. He's about to hit his chartbuster.
He's about to win.
His finish and win in advance in this tournament.
The world title's on the line.
Where the winner gets the World Heavyweight Championship.
Yep.
But Tony Mamaluke is here.
He just walks out of the ring. Mm-hmm. Fans booed like crazy. Kurt Hennig wins via countout. Mm-hmm. He does not yet have to retire. I loved the match until the shitty finish.
It's actually shocking because they were in Minnesota. If they were looking for a time to do it, this would be it.
If they want heat.
Eddie promises to run rings around Saturn and bring Tori home.
Get it?
Yeah.
I didn't actually until right now. When I read it. Rings, yeah. Norman
Nothing
Smiley.
gets by you.
No. I pay maybe 25% attention to these shows. Norman Smiley has baseball catcher's gear on. Kevin Nash, after his promo, still has the makeup on and is still imitating Vince. I'm getting into character. Get it? Ha ha ha. All right. Barbarian versus Meng versus Norman Smiley. First thought, this would have been so much better without Norman and the weapons. I just let Barbarian.
What in the fuck was this match? Meng versus Barbarian versus Norman Smiley?
Yeah.
And then, I get the joke. Norman is a coward who's scared of everything, and he's out there in a catcher's outfit. Mm-hmm. Okay? Ha-ha. Can this be 1 minute? No.
No.
This fucking match goes on and on and on. The classic, let's make sure it's funny, then we'll keep going until it's not funny. Then we'll keep going longer until you're sick of it, and then we'll keep going even further. Just goes on fucking forever. And finally, Norman gets stretchered out, gets halfway up the ramp. I guess he notices that somehow Meng and Barbarian were down. I don't even know what happened.
He could see the big screen. I could see that, but we couldn't tell what was on the big screen, and there was nothing to see. It was
no. What the hell happened? Meng and Barbarian. All of a sudden, Barbarian's on his back, and Meng's giving him head.
Excuse me.
Well,
am I wrong?
No. Meng's face was buried in Barbarian's crotch.
I'm guessing they bonked heads. Meng hit the ropes and then fell down onto the crotch of Barbarian.
So the gimmick is they both have unbreakable heads, and the finish is they bonked heads and knocked each other out.
Yeah.
That's the best guess. Norman sees this. He runs back. He pins Barbarian. Meng just lies there with his face in the Barbarian's crotch. To the back!
Oh, fuck. To the back for Jarrett. He's going out to get his apology.
Jarrett or Hacksaw?
Oh, it was Jarrett first. He's going to get his apology. Then they go to Duggan.
Okay, got it. There were times here where my notes were all cattywampus. So now Hacksaw Duggan in a suit, pleads for an opportunity. Creative Control laughs at him. Russo buries him, but promises to think about giving him an opportunity.
Duggan was so good here. He goes, I've been wrestling for 20 years. I have more fan support than a lot of the young kids out there doing drop kicks. Last year I got cancer. By the grace of God, they took out my kidney. I know I have the heart, the fan support, and the desire to really do something here for this company. Vince Russo says, I don't care if you have 1, 2, 3, or 4 kidneys. What does it have to do with ratings? All I care about is ratings. I'll think about it. Duggan has to walk off. This was the week, by the way, that Russo was on WCW Live and said, I will never show my face on WCW television. Ha! See how long it takes.
Kevin Nash jokes that if Sid gets screwed, it won't be because he screwed Sid. It'll be because Sid screwed Sid.
Okay, tell me what happens here, Vinny, because all I wrote down is Luger is being all weird backstage with Meng.
You're not wrong.
What happened?
He meets with Meng, says that was a hell of a bump you took. Jarrett's going to do an interview later. Make sure you pay attention. Jarrett did an interview right now. He demands an apology from Luger. He says, this is not the WWF. We do not abuse women. So Lex comes out. He actually does apologize. Jarrett notes, again, I do not get physical with women anymore.
That's funny, because Luger just comes out and says, you know what? You're right. I don't know who hit Liz with the guitar. And it could be anybody. Mm-hmm. So, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's almost a quote.
So, unlike wrestling.
Yeah, well, there was a plot here.
There was a plot.
And Jarrett fell into Lex Luger's trap, if you can imagine such a thing. Lex says,
I can't.
I don't know who hit Liz, but I heard a rumor. It could have been Meng. This makes Jarrett angry for reasons I don't know.
That giant ape?
That giant ape. It took him a day and a half to take down 50-year-old Medusa, he says. And they cut back to Lex, who, in character, is trying not to laugh. Because he knows Jarrett has just taken the bait. And you got to picture the Nitro ramp, right? It's not like the current Raw where when they come on a stage, they come up from like around the corner. There's the guy on stage, and behind him is just darkness. And from out of the shadows, from out of the void, comes a charging, spitting, snarling, angry Meng, running as fast as he can. He blows by Lex. Jarrett flees the ring, but he still calls Meng a slapnuts and a big wuss.
I'd forgotten about slapnuts.
He leaves.
Get ready.
It's going to be a lot of it. So Liz and Lex hit the ring. Liz says, Meng, you really know how to come to the aid of a woman. Then she maces him, and Lex beats him up with a tire iron, which apparently is all over the backstage area of Nitro these days. Everyone's got one.
You can't get them in your cars, you know.
or rental cars, yeah. The Animals are getting ready for their match backstage. Kimmon says he really misses Tori, if you know what I mean. He's 1% cooler than Dean.
I hate to be crude, but she was fucking kidnapped.
Yes.
And he's concerned that he has not been able to fuck her for a week.
Yes.
That's literally what he said in this promo.
Yeah.
She's been fucking kidnapped. She's in a shark cage right now.
Somewhere.
That's the first thing you're thinking about here?
Yes. His side piece is gone. So the Outsiders try to meet with Sid. They knock on his door. He won't answer. Nash in his Vince voice says something about Pally. He knocks on the door. And then they freeze. And like 6 seconds go by. And it fades to black. That was funny.
Yeah.
He made fun of the awkward pause.
Yes.
Lex wants to team with Sting and chase the tag titles. Sting has zero interest in being the World Tag Team Champions.
I'm not sure why Sting was there this week.
That's actually a fair question.
This is where the guy yelled action, by the way.
This is the action segment, yes. So eventually, Lex badgers Sting until Sting, to get Lex off his back, says, whatever, Lex. He gets up and he walks out. So now it's fine. Fine, Sting says. I will contend for the World Tag Team Championship. Could you have buried these belts anymore? Eddie Guerrero versus Saturn in a key to a shark cage on a pole match.
Yes.
As the ring announcer said, quote, the winner gets to decide Tori Wilson's future.
Yep. Her future.
Her future.
She'll be in that shark cage until she's dead if they don't win this match.
So the winner's like, okay, well, she could be a cocktail waitress for about 3 years. And then... No.
What are you talking about?
Well, I guess
they have this shitty match, everybody. The key is low enough that Eddie could just grab it, but he has to pretend like he's too short.
He couldn't grab it. He was trying to reel and couldn't make it.
No, he reaches up, and it's like, if he reached 1 inch further, he would have got that stupid key. Come on.
Took him 10 attempts to shitty the pole. He had to jump
the
for
pole
it
gimmick was... Here's the thing. The storyline was when he tried to climb the pole, he couldn't because the heels had greased the pole. Okay? The problem is... Why would you fucking grease the pole if you were the heel? You can't fucking climb either.
I don't know.
Doesn't even make any sense. Finally just jumped off, got the key, and they won.
I like
that was a payoff to this feud, by the way.
So the Animals and the Revolution are all out there. At one point, Eddie goes up top. Shane goes and knocks him off. The Animals are right there. They don't do a goddamn thing. Later, Saturn he's on the top rope. Instead of grabbing the key, he just climbs back down. I have no idea what's happening. Eddie pushes Saturn into the cage. Tori, from inside the cage, reaches through with some kind of strap and starts choking Saturn.
Where was that?
Somewhere in her costume.
Okay.
I don't know, purse. I don't know.
Sure.
So Shane Douglas, who earlier had been right where Saturn is and climbed up and knocked Eddie off the top rope, now he's trapped on the other side of the cage and can't get around. And he's grabbing the cage. What are you doing? Let him go! And then Eddie goes up, and he can't reach the thing, and he slides down the pole a few times, and he jumps and grabs it.
All right, we got to keep moving here, dude. We're an hour and 20 minutes into this fucking show.
Tori hits the ring and hugs all her men.
Okay, so Hall and Nash are backstage with Sid. And Sid is sitting down, and he's fuming. And Hall and Nash are on the couch, and they're trying to explain something to Sid.
You gotta trust me.
And I wrote down exactly what Sid said. I still don't understand it, but I'm trying to recreate it, okay? So, he's fuming. He's just red. He's starting to shake with rage. Hall and Nash are trying to tell him to just trust them. And suddenly, Sid stands up at the top of his lungs, screams, "The last time I trusted you 2 years ago, my career has been in the shitter!" Then he sits down, and Hall and Nash are trying so hard not to laugh, and they go, "Just calm down, big guy."
What happened, Brian?
This is the whole segment.
What happened was Sid actually believed this was Vince McMahon.
Yes.
Now he gets it.
He didn't get it until now. So he jumped up to rage at Vince, and Kevin Nash, to protect himself, pulls back the wig a little bit to reveal it's not Vince. I'm Kevin Nash.
He has to go into the Hall of Awesome. I will not stand for him not going in after this show.
Remember when I said Brian doesn't get jokes?
Vinny.
There we go.
I was laughing so hard at Sid's outrage that I wasn't even paying attention to anything else here.
I see.
Unlike the next segment, where... Anyway. Come on, Vinny. He's got to go in. Let's just make it official.
Sid's in the Hall of Awesome.
Sid is in the Hall of Awesome.
I thought he was already.
No, you backed off last week.
All right, Sid's in the Hall of Awesome.
Fuck, he deserves it. We should rename it the Sid. I can't take it away from Matt Cleary.
No, you can't.
Yes.
Today interviews the total package, says he will face either Meng or Sting in the tournament next week. This is why he hit Meng with a crowbar earlier. All package wants to talk about is the tag titles. How dare you try to stir dissension, he says. Well, I'm focused on the World Tag Team Championships that Sting and I are going to win. So it's the Filthy Animals versus Sting in the total package. Tony realizes Lex has some kind of plot. He's not up to no good, and he says, "I smell a rat." And Bobby Heenan says, "Are you calling Elizabeth a rat?" I laughed, and I laughed, and I laughed. Bobby Heenan, not giving a fuck, is the best. So, this match is awesome. Did I mention earlier how great this version of Lex is? Lex's gimmick is he comes out with the dramatic music, he stands in the ring, Liz peels off his clothing, and he starts to flex. But he didn't get to do this, because the Filthy Animals jump Sting and are double-teaming him in the corner. So Sting fights them off, and he turns around, and Lex is miffed at Sting. That is awesome. So they do a pose down with Kidman. That was funny. Lex very quickly blows out his knee in a leapfrog, just like the cat did earlier. Tags out. So now we got Sting, who suddenly is a babyface.
I'm pretty sure Sting is a babyface again.
There are very few babyfaces in the show. It's like Goldberg, Benoit, and as of right now, Sting. That may be the end of the list. So Sting runs wild. Everyone's going crazy. And then 2 minutes later, the Animals just attack for the DQ. And they beat Sting. Lex sells his knee. Eventually they leave, and Sting's on to Lex because he's a babyface. He's smart again. So he shoves him down.
Okay. So we're backstage again. And Hall and Sid are talking. And they're discussing their plan for the evening. Because they have to wrestle each other. And Kevin Nash is still got his Vince costume on. But he's sitting on the couch, and he's just kind of leaning way back. And he's barely paying attention.
That's how I do the show.
And Hall says, "All right, Sid, just touch me. I'll go down. Cover me. 1, 2, 3. Just like we did with the broads last week. I've got nothing more to prove in this business." And Sid listens to his plan and he says, "Nash, what are you thinking?" And Nash is leaning back on the couch. He's barely paying attention. All of a sudden he just goes, "I was actually sitting here thinking of doing these little skits all day and basically burning every bridge I had in this business, and I guess I'm stuck here having no negotiating power. But you're on the team, right?" I cried with laughter at that line. I cried with laughter. I rewound it like 15 times. I transcribed every little thing that Kevin Nash said. That was the funniest thing that he's ever done in his entire career. Outside of now, I got to go back and watch the last Sid one again. That one may have been funnier. That was so good. Sid is trying so hard not to laugh at this. Hall doesn't give a fuck. That segment. Then we have a long, awkward pause, and they go away. That was golden. That was golden. I would almost put Nash in the Hall of Awesome for that, but I just can't do it.
Good.
We have more Nash on Nitro to watch before you make that decision, right?
Oh, it was so good.
Sting's backstage looking for the Filthy Animals. First round tournament match, Booker T versus Jeff Jarrett. They brawl. Jarrett jumps in the aisle. They brawl on the floor. Creative Control comes out. Booker comes back. He fights off Creative Control. Jarrett hits him with a guitar and pins him. The ref counts 3. There's not even, like, scraps of guitar. There's giant chunks of guitar. Like, there's, like, almost a whole guitar just floating in the ring. The ref doesn't carry. This counts 3.
We got 6 minutes to finish this review.
Goldberg interview from the Ready to Rumble set.
Which they called Slam.
He promises the Outsiders and Sid made a mistake letting him live. He'll get him out of the business for good. The Nitro Girls are brawling again.
Yes.
When Kevin Nash shows up, says, let's save this for pay-per-view. Ha, ha, ha. Mike Tenay interviews Evan Courageous about Medusa. She's just hot, he says.
he was so hilariously awkward. Just pretty, happy young fella. I'm so excited to be in this tournament. I've never wrestled a woman before. No disrespect, but she's hot. I hope we can still be friends afterwards. And he gets a big smile. Yeah!
Yeah, we did. Tenay interviews Medusa, who says, you're back in the tournament, but once again, your opponent is a member of the opposite sex. No shit! It's a men's championship.
Right.
You're going to fight a lot of men. Medusa says the powers that be are getting a kick out of seeing her wrestle boys, but they should never underestimate her. We had a first-round tournament match with Medusa versus Evan Courageous.
This is one of those things where, like, in a vacuum, what they did here was, like, really good. Medusa tried to seduce him. He tried to seduce her. Finally, she falls on him. She starts making out with him. He gets pinned. She has put one over on the writers by screwing them, by screwing him.
Yeah.
It was all great, but this is a tournament match for the World Heavyweight Championship. That's complete bullshit.
Not to be confused with the tournament to declare who's the best in the world.
It's true. We don't know if the world champion is the best in the world.
The other point, Brian, is this is a tournament match where we are 15 matches in now, and there's been one clean finish.
That's true. Now 2.
These weren't matches.
I guess technically this is a clean finish.
This is a clean finish.
All right.
These were angles disguised as matches. Yeah. That's all this was.
In the final, I stand corrected, the second to last, I miscounted. First round tournament match, Chris Benoit versus Dean Malenko inside a steel cage.
Yes, my favorite part of this match. They're beating the shit out of each other in the steel cage. Finally, Douglas throws a chain to Malenko. Saturn, whoever. The point is, it's a chain.
Yeah. You're surrounded by a cage.
It's a fucking chain link cage, but the chain is the dangerous thing.
Right.
He KOs him, headbutt off the top of the cage. Diving headbutt looked so awesome until you think about the state of Benoit's brain when he died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, this was the one good match in the first round of the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And by good, I mean 2.5 stars.
It was
4.5 minutes.
By their standards, poor.
That's what Flight
By everyone else's standards, it was the best match in the tournament so far.
So
the most run-ins in the history of a match, though.
True.
Of a cage match, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So the Revolution attacks Benoit. The Filthy Animals make the save. David Flair's out there. Sting! What the fuck?
Fuck if I know. He wants to get his baseball
I'm going to read this whole
bat back.
thing. Revolution attacks Benoit. Filthy Animals save. David Flair attacks him with crowbar. Sting leaves out Conan. Flair frees Benoit. Jesus Christ. And then I wrote, I am so tired. No fucking wonder. David Flair is leaving the building when his stuntman is hit by Kimberly in a car.
That's right.
Kevin Nash is now laid out. Hall is calling for help, but he still goes out for his match. Sid versus Scott Hall, the last match of the first round. They do the finger poke, but when Sid goes to cover him, Hall cradles him and goes for the pin, but Sid kicks out, and they have the most boring match. Sid just clubbers
Better
him.
boring than terrible.
I don't know.
Why didn't he just pin him with a small package?
I don't know.
He kicked out.
That would have been better.
So, let's see. Brett comes out, hits Sid with a crutch. He goes after Hall. Hall flees, gets back in the ring and pins Sid, and now runs away. And then Hall leaves with the U.S. title.
Yeah, he stole the belt that Sid had stolen that Brett owns.
So officially, Brett is the champion.
Yes.
Brett considers Goldberg the champion.
Yes.
Sid considered himself the champion. I guess now Hall considers himself. Call. I can fuck it.
Just quit.
Hear my music.
Don't mind if I do.
A little better than me.
The finishes on this terrible show, this wonderfully terrible show, were pin after all sorts of interference, clean submission, DQ due to run-in in a strap match, count out when a guy just leaves in a world title tournament match, pin in a three-way after a fake injury, Key pulled off of pole. DQ due to run-in. Pin after interference and guitar shot. Pin via kiss. Pin after crutch shot.
At the end of the day, if your goal is to make money in wrestling and sell pay-per-views and try to get people to go to house shows, this is the fucking dumbest show of all time. If you just want to be entertained in a hilariously wonderful, awful way, as Vinny said, this show is a winner. Pretty much all I can say about it.
I was never bored.
I was never bored.
The Sid match at the end, I was bored.
It's the stupidest tournament of all time.
Yes.
I mean, we're only in the first round.
Yes, 16 matches, 10 matches with run-ins, 6 matches with foreign objects in the finish.
Oh,
Yikes.
hideous. And still much more to go.
The year in review show.
Yeah. 6 weeks left. And then we never have to watch another 3-hour Nitro again. This makes me so happy. Mm-hmm. The rest of the show.
The happiness ends now.
Oh, no. It started out well.
Monday Nitro number 216, also November 8th, 1999. Sid bullies a production geek. When I give you the cue, you play this video.
Yes.
And the guy briefly protests, but Sid intimidates him, and the guy agrees. Sid comes out for a promo on The Outsiders and says, quote, I'm not as dumb as I look.
Yeah.
I figured out why he won worst on promos.
Oh,
that line right there.
He says, you want to battle wits with Sid Vicious Outsiders? Well, then you lose. You lose that battle. Because you got to remember something. I have the brain of a psychopath.
That's what he said. Then he has moved on to Goldberg. He gave the cue. So this is Sid's plan.
Yeah.
Last week, Sid claimed he had video proof saying Goldberg had submitted in their match at Halloween Havoc.
And he should be the champion.
He should be the champion. So he shows a clip. The clip is Sid's on his knees. Goldberg picks him up by the head, and he's got him by the head. He's about to punch him or whatever. And he turns to the ref and says something. And at this point, Sid says, I quit!
Yeah.
Into the mic.
Into the mic. In the building.
Yes.
Happened again. I quit! Then he says, there you go, proof. At this point, Tony Schiavone, lead play-by-play man, says, I don't know about that. Did that sound like Goldberg's voice to you?
He probably was not paying attention.
At this point, I wrote down, my intelligence is so insulted, if only I knew what was to come.
By the way, they've actually got Bobby in a suit this week.
Bobby's also in a suit.
I mean, it was supposed to be stupid, Vinny. That was the point.
Tony's supposed to be stupid, too?
Well, you know.
So, to recap.
Yeah, please.
Hey, there's a bunch of U.S. champions right
Who is the U.S. champion at this point?
Technically, at this point, it's Brett.
Yeah. Okay.
Brett beat Goldberg.
Okay.
Brett considers that an invalid win.
Yes.
So he thinks Goldberg is champ.
Yes.
Sid thinks he never lost the belt to Goldberg because Goldberg quit. So Sid thinks he is champ. Hall pinned Sid last week. Hall thinks he is champ.
Right.
That about covers it, I think.
Yes.
But it's actually the belt's actually moved on twice since then.
No.
From Goldberg.
No,
From
Craig.
Goldberg, yes.
This was the same thing we talked about last week. Everybody was taking the belt from each other, but there had been no title changes.
Okay.
Yeah. Brett is the U.S. champion. So the outsiders are out there. Scott Hall says the click lays down for nobody as he's standing next to the guy in the finger poke of doom. Mm-hmm. They say, all this is Brett's fault. Brett comes out, calls them 3 big pussies.
That's what he said. I laughed.
He says Goldberg should be the champ. He's walking fine this week, by the way. He was on crutches last week. This week he's fine in wrestling and everything.
These wrestlers heal faster than normal men.
I guess so. So Brett and Goldberg hit the ring. The outsiders vanish. They beat up Sid. This is still going. This is all one segment.
Yep.
Goldberg challenges Sid to an I Quit match. His music starts. He just keeps on talking.
Hall challenges Brett. Let's not forget that one.
He did? I didn't even catch that.
Yeah, Hall challenged Brett.
Okay.
Then the brawl broke out. Goldberg then showed up. Then Goldberg cuts the promo, wants an I Quit match, which nobody cares about.
No.
He wants to know if Sid has the balls. Sid says, I have the balls if you have the balls. And then Goldberg challenges Hall and Nash to hide and seek.
That's what he said, yeah.
You hide, I'll seek and destroy. Yeah. Somehow he pulled that off.
He's Goldberg.
I don't know how.
He's Goldberg.
That was the opening segment. It went for fucking ever. I'm pretty sure it was the longest segment in the history of Vince Russo Nitros.
It may have been,
because
actually.
Every segment after this was
2 minutes tops.
30 seconds.
Often less than that. They show the brackets very quickly. Mike Tenay interviews Sting. Sting says he wants explanations from Lex, threatens to hit him with a bat. Lex and Elizabeth sneak into the building. Lex is in disguise. He's got his hoodie pulled low. He's got sunglasses on. Earlier today, Kimberly Page is shown arriving at the building.
Stop right there.
I wish I could.
I was so furious on this fucking show over this storyline.
It's awful.
So, last week, for those of you that don't remember, David Flair is walking through a parking garage, and he gets run the fuck over by a car.
Yeah.
Kimberly Page got in a car, and she tried to kill David Flair.
Yes.
She tried to run him down and end his life in a vehicle.
Mm-hmm. And then got out of the car so we could all see it was her driving it.
Yep.
Yes.
He flips over the hood. He goes flying. I thought the guy was dead. Mm-hmm. Kimberly's driving. She shows no remorse.
No.
This was premeditated.
Sure.
Okay. This week, this woman shows up and says, Doug, I need your help. This lunatic David Flair has been calling me all week.
Probably trying to exchange insurance information.
Please, Craig. She ran him over in a fucking car. He called her a few times. Mm-hmm. Doug Dillinger takes one look at her breasts.
Yes.
Says, we need extra security for Kimberly here tonight. And the show goes on. She is now a victim.
Yeah.
Being stalked by... Like, I don't want to jump forward here, okay? But who is the babyface and who's the heel here?
Dude, there are no babyfaces on the show.
It's not even shades of gray.
No, everyone sucks.
She tried to kill him. Now he's going after her, but she's sympathetic.
I guess.
And then later she sets him up, and now she's, like, devilish.
I guess.
Sure.
I don't know.
Who writes this shit?
An idiot.
This
Vince
is
Russo.
A known
horrible.
idiot. By the way, Dillinger says, I'll get you security, and then 3 hours later, there's 7,000 security guys on the show. None of them go to Kimberly.
Right. That's the first job I'd volunteer for.
Apparently they were busy with Nash and Hall. They needed security.
The outsiders say
I don't know why.
The outsiders say they need security too. Nash says, I got my manager's license. He starts to read it, and they cut away. Oh, this Filthy Animals promo.
These catchphrases.
Conan talks about how they're in heat, and then I think after he was done, he puts in like fake buck teeth.
Yes.
He just walked around the background with fake buck teeth sticking out.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Ray, for the second week in a row, threatens to hump you like the dogs that we are.
This time he did say that we are.
Yes, he did say that.
He's not a dog humper. Now he's a humping dog.
So, well, anyway.
Dogs will hump anything, Vinny. There is a big difference.
That is true. That is true. So, out come their opponents, the Revolution. There's Asia in her red bondage gear, and Dean Malenko, who looks more like a dorky dad every single week.
Especially standing next to her.
Yeah, exactly. She looks like a supervillain. She looks like Doctor Doom with boobs.
Yes.
And prettier face. And Dean's out there in his waist-high jeans and his plaid button-up shirt. My shirt's much cooler than Dean's, if you're wondering. It's tucked into his jeans. He looks like a man who would use the word nifty a lot, non-ironically.
Sure.
So this leads to being Dean and Asia versus Ray and Tori tonight.
Yeah, that's what Dean wants. And Ray accepts.
Yeah.
By the way, at the moment, Tori is out there
Oh my gosh.
in a very, very tight gown and high heels. That's what she's wearing for this particular
This
segment.
was a tight
in mind.
skirt and a bikini top.
The open back, too.
Oh my goodness.
Second round World Championship Tournament match, Screamin' Norman Smiley versus Kidman. Norman comes out in a full hockey uniform, including pads. Mm-hmm. He should have just had skates on and kicked him in the face.
And he had the helmet on as well.
Had the helmet on at first, got knocked out. So he gets knocked outside. Brian Knobbs is on commentary, attacks him with a stick.
There was lots of ass slapping in this match.
A lot of Norman's lewd dance, as you always called it back in the day.
Yeah, the big
wiggle.
wiggle. I refuse to refer to it as the big wiggle, but now I do. By the way, in the middle of this match randomly, the announcers alert us, tonight, there will be a Texas Tornado ladder match with a special guest referee.
Yes.
What?
For the U.S. title.
All right.
For the U.S. title.
Okay.
That's a big deal.
That'll solve that problem.
Mm-hmm.
So Knobbs destroys the hockey stick over Norman. Kidman throws Norman in the ring and pins him at 2:12.
Wow, that's a long one.
And then it's to the back.
Of course it is. I swear to God, 4 different 5-second segments in a row.
Yeah. Sting is hunting for Lex. Lex is hiding in the laundry room. David Flair arrives with a crowbar. Nash puts on the Grand Wizard of Wrestling hat.
Yes.
For those of you who are not historians, and frankly, I don't know very much about him, but Grand Wizard in this case is not a clan reference. There was a Grand Wizard of Wrestling in New York in the late 70s. Ernie Roth.
Early 70s, yes.
Very much not a clan member.
Yes.
So this is who Nash is imitating here. I've never actually seen, I don't think, a Grand Wizard promo. Was his voice in real life as annoying as Nash's voice?
No, Nash is doing a parody of a parody.
Okay. So as he puts the wizard hat on, Scott Hall says, "You're like a cartoon character." No kidding. A SWAT team casually passes by down the hallway, and Hall goes to harass them. Sting comes out for a promo. He demands Lex. He says, "Lex, get on out here. We can do this nice and easy, or we can do this nice and rough." So Sting and Lex are apparently much closer than I ever realized.
Wow.
Liz comes out instead. So remember the big C on the ramp that everyone trips over?
Yes.
They said, well, we'll cover it in carpet, and no one will trip on it anymore.
I had a theory on that. I think the girls that wear those stiletto heels,
Probably.
they get stuck in there, so they just throw a carpet over it.
Well,
so
Liz still tripped anyway.
that's true.
So at first I thought the C was gone, but it's back later. They just put it out for here. So Liz almost falls on her ass coming out.
She says, the package treasures your friendship. He would not do anything to jeopardize that. Sting starts to molest her.
Wow. He puts his arm around her and manhandles her.
Yeah, and she's looking very uncomfortable.
Yes,
this would not fly in 2018.
No, this is inappropriate behavior for sure.
It sure was.
Yeah. He says, you need to get Lex out here immediately. And she doesn't, but Lex comes out anyway. Lex takes forever to say, we've been friends for 14 years. We can work this out. We can mend this.
This surprises you? Have you not been watching the 80s Lex Luger promos?
Fair point.
Thank you.
Lex wants a hug. Eventually, Sting handles him back to the corner and says, quote, if you ever swerve me again, I'll get you.
I'll get you.
I'm going to tear your throat out next time.
You should have used that line more often. That could have been on a shirt.
I'm going to get you.
I'll get you.
I'm pretty sure he does, actually,
Yeah.
as these shows go on.
I remember this vividly, and it could not have just been from this promo.
Yeah.
There's no way I could remember anything from the show without copious notes.
Kimberly walks into her locker room, the hottest woman in the world.
She ever.
And then some moron 2 seconds in turns the lights out. It's David, of course. I think David was a little bit better of an actor than Linda McMahon. But
No. No. Vinny.
Kimberly, he says, do you remember me? Don't worry. You won't feel a thing.
He threatened either her life or her vagina.
Certainly her safety.
Let me just. Yes, Craig?
You won't feel a thing, and you thought he was referencing her vagina?
Or her life.
It's not Ric
Or
Flair.
both.
You won't feel a thing?
Hey,
Again,
listen.
it's not Ric Flair.
Yeah, it's David.
So he's... Never mind. Go ahead.
Now, listen.
Why do you think he lives in the woods now?
They do this segment where the lights go out. David Flair threatens her.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Says you won't feel a thing.
She screams.
She screams. They cut back to Tony Schiavone and he goes, ha 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 ha. Let me tell you about Surge.
Yes. He looks at the
You
monitor.
think I'm kidding?
No, I don't.
He
Saw it my own
blew
eyes.
this off like it was just the dumbest thing he'd ever seen.
Kimberly's got herself into a mess tonight. That's something like that.
Yeah.
Get this new Surge with Goldberg on it. Surge!
And Bobby's so concerned, he steals the Surge.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing Surge comedy. As she's about to have a crowbar. God only knows what he's going to do with it.
She won't feel it, though.
Second round tournament match, Chris Benoit versus Medusa.
Excuse
Yes,
me,
so
Chris
who was
Benoit
that?
versus Medusa.
Yeah.
This was... I had so many... First off, Chris Benoit versus any woman,
Yeah.
very, very difficult to watch.
No good.
Sure.
No good.
With that said, the way he did the match, he barely laid a hand on her.
Yes.
He hit her with one chop after a while.
Yes.
He out-wrestles her for a little while. He begs her to just lay down. She finally boots him, starts kicking the hell out of him, gives him a Hurricane Rana, gives her a chop. She goes down. He's begging the ref to just stop the match. He doesn't want to lay another hand on her. This idiot Evan Courageous runs down. Evan Courageous says, ref, you've got to stop this match. The ref says, get the hell out of here. Evan Courageous and the referee get in a fist fight.
Yes. They come to blows.
All right, to me, this is disqualification.
I would think so.
Not to this ref.
No.
They get a goddamn
To be fair,
fight.
he was winning.
Jeff
The
Jarrett.
ref beat up Evan.
Jeff Jarrett runs down. As soon as Jeff lays a hand on Benoit, well, that's a DQ.
Yeah.
So,
Don't even.
oh,
We'll be here all night.
no, I must talk about this. They're having a world title tournament with what they claimed was 32 men. I got to go back just a little while to explain this to everybody. They wanted Medusa to do a bra and panties match or a evening gown match or some stupid match. She refused. So they punished her by putting her in the tournament with Meng.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Evan Courageous ran out. Clearly, Evan and Medusa have something going on.
Sure.
So to punish her further, they put her back in the tournament against Evan Courageous. She beats Evan via lip lock. Then they put her in the tournament with Chris Benoit, clearly still attempting to punish her. Well, then the chosen one, Jeff Jarrett, comes out, and he screws her out of the tournament.
That's a detail I missed.
The chosen one of the writers
Yes.
screwed her out of the tournament that the writers had spent weeks putting her back in to screw her.
Maybe they were satisfied with the beating she took here. The one chop.
The one chop.
This is the dumbest thing. Like, I remembered that Medusa, was somehow put in the tournament twice. I didn't even remember all of these little details. It's 1,000 times dumber than I thought.
Yes. It constantly violates... The show constantly violates its own internal logic. It contradicts itself over and over again.
Not to mention, she was put in with Meng, Evan, and Benoit as punishment. Why would they send Jeff Jarrett out to save her from Benoit?
I don't know. Brian, I don't have
It
an
makes
answer.
no sense.
I hate this show.
It's terrible.
I hate it.
It's terrible. So Jarrett gets a promo about how this is not the WWF, because you must say their name every show. We do not hit women here, and I screwed her out of the tournament, he says. Chavo Guerrero meets with Vince Russo, whose new gimmick, or he tells him his new gimmick is going to be to go sell Amway. So this is now we reach the era, I think this is the first time, really, where it became a regular thing, where the promoters and writers of the show became the stars, and the wrestlers became geeks.
No shit.
Yep.
Yeah. Mayhem match of the week is the Cat blowing out his knee last week and losing to Lash LaRue.
Yeah.
Hacksaw Duggan is now cleaning toilets. He cuts a promo on the toilet. It was kind of funny, I guess. Rick Steiner versus Disco Inferno for the TV title. Tony Mamaluke comes out with a bucket.
Now Tony Marinara.
Now Tony Marinara. Vince was Italian, right? I assume.
I guess.
Even his own ethnicity, everyone has to be a stereotype. Tony Marinara.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't make him Chavo Burrito in the last segment.
Well, he's about to be Lieutenant Loco.
I guess so.
Oh my gosh, that's coming up.
So
Dude, there's a lot coming up in a year.
Yes.
so
It's impossible to believe.
Tony Marinara says he wants his money from Disco. I've known him since me and Glenn were kids, he says.
Yep. This is where I wrote, the show is dying a brutal death. Steiner hits him with a bucket of cement.
What?
Yeah. So there was a bucket of cement out there.
A bucket full of cement.
Yes, because Tony Marinara
Right.
is going to put the cement boots on Disco Inferno and toss him into the lake.
Right.
Okay, so he's got the bucket of cement.
Right.
Because I guess he's going to do it here on Nitro.
I suppose.
He hits him with the bucket instead. Steiner Germans the guy and pins him.
Right.
In like 10 seconds. 30? How long?
I don't
It
know.
didn't go a minute.
I didn't time this one.
Horrible.
This is the best guy they could get for a stereotypic Italian guy who's a mobster.
Yeah.
See what? I don't.
He's like $1.05.
Yes.
We're gonna put you in some cement shoes, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Sting and Goldberg warm up in silence was the best part of the show. Nash is going over his Grand Wizard costume. He's got powder to throw in the eyes, Monsel powder, I assume. He's got chloroform. He's got brass knuckles. Hall says, look, I feel bad. Maybe we should go apologize to Sid. They go to do that. The Nitro Girl hopefuls
Oh, my God.
are in the ring. The vote is tonight, so they all do a dance, and then AC Jazz arrives. tells them all to leave, says you're all wannabes, you're all skanks. She had a line here that I watched about 15 times trying to figure it out. I swear to God, I understood Meng better in that promo you played 2 weeks ago. Something she said about the household department at Kmart. I don't know what.
AC Jazz comes out. This is what happens in this segment here. AC's yelling at the girl. She tells him to get out of the ring. Spice comes out. They start arguing. AC calls her a bitch, which makes television. Spice informs us that, quote, shit is on, which makes television. They have, and I am not making this up, the worst fight I've ever seen in my life.
So horrible.
Am I wrong?
No.
Like, I am not exaggerating here. It was the worst fight I've ever seen in my life. They're two legit dancers. They're not fighters.
No.
They're not wrestlers.
No.
So they start like grabbing each other, and every time they fall down, they like fall down and land in a pose and then get back up. I swear to God, this was the worst fight I've ever seen. Ever in my life.
It was so ungodly terrible.
Thunder is booing.
The other girls come out to break it up. At this point, I wrote, high on the list of worst things I've ever seen in a wrestling ring.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm talking Jenna Maraska had some training.
Yeah.
Charmel.
Their highlights were better than this.
The other Survivor girls. Rebel. This was worse than any of those.
And it wasn't just a fight. AC Jazz is the worst promo ever.
I don't know if I can go quite that far. The fight was much worse than the promo.
The promo was not emotionally charged.
Kimberly, okay, back to this shit. Jesus Christ. All right, so David Flair is stalking Kimberly backstage with a crowbar so that he can beat her to death, right?
By the way, David is limping, selling the thrashing from the car. But that's it.
All right.
That's it. And his eyes are bugged out. It looks like he hasn't slept. His hair's all disheveled. Anyway, go ahead, Vinny.
So we're in a hallway. Down the other end of the hallway is David Flair with his murder stick. We see the camera, and then to the right of the camera, we see Kimberly. We see her hiding behind a pole. David can't see her. But he can see the fucking camera. What does he think the camera's shooting? What's wrong with this idiot? She drops something metal and makes a noise.
She's trying to hide from David while holding a pipe.
Yeah, she's going to hit him with a pipe.
And she stands there unmoving and then just drops the pipe.
Ka-dang!
And he goes, oh!
Butterfinger.
And she goes, oh! And she goes to run away.
I can't believe how bad the show
she's
was.
doing this in a tiny skirt.
Of course, yes.
And stockings and high heels.
Yes.
Hey, you know what else she's doing this in? A crowded arena full of thousands of people.
Yep.
And she's hiding in the hallways alone. Go out in the building with people to hide with.
And then, once again...
Like, in the world of stupid victims in horror movies, she's the dumbest.
And then...
Also the hottest.
Yeah.
David lurches after her, and they cut back to the announcers, and Tony is howling at all of this. Mm-hmm. It gets funnier to him by the moment. Man, she's in hot water.
He's going to fucking kill her.
Dude.
That's not a quote, but... Okay, at this point, Brian... You watched the show a few hours before I did. So you earlier had tweeted something along the lines of, this is one of the very worst TV shows I've ever seen. At this point, I retweeted that and said, he's not wrong. Right after I tweeted that, 7 debuts.
Yeah.
The show got much worse. So, here's the thing. We have, for like a month, seen Dustin Rhodes as Uncle Fester doing some weird child molester gimmick or some creeper peeking in windows and... Pied Piper getting kissed a following, whatever. The whole thing has been a setup so he can come out, levitate down to the ring on cables.
No, Vinny. May I correct you for a moment? The 7 thing started before Russo came in.
Yep.
So I believe what happened is Russo did not like 7.
Okay.
And so I guess as to make good, Dustin got to do his character one time and then do a shoot promo. But I didn't want to do it.
If they were going to kill the gimmick, why did they go into all the detail of this elaborate entrance and the music and the
so we could cut a shoot promo.
Okay.
Okay, now, the setup is terrible. The payoff to this angle has been terrible. Dustin's promo was good. I will say that. I'm a fair man. Dustin's delivery here was very good. Says, look at this bullshit I'm wearing. I left the World Wrestling Federation because we have to say them every show. For gimmicks like this, I was Goldust and Goldust sucked. Powers that be told me Dustin sucks.
Goldust almost ruined my career, he said.
Yeah. He was much better as the natural.
Yeah.
So the powers that be told me Dustin sucked. They dressed me like Uncle Fester to play trick or treat all year long. So he talked to his father, Dusty Rhodes. This company kicked him to the curb like a piece of shit, he says.
Yes.
Which also made her.
1999, everyone. Not on TNT, not South Park on Comedy Central. In prime time.
I believe that Dusty wanted Russo's job and they told him no, and so he quit.
Probably.
Good.
So they've disrespected his father, his family, and himself, and he's going to make their lives living hell. This was a very good promo by Dustin Rhodes.
Sure.
Sting walked for 3 seconds.
I wrote Sting running.
Maybe I'm running.
Maybe I was fast forwarding.
David Flair found a dark room where Kimberly Page was hiding behind a copy machine. Somehow she got out. I don't know how.
Yeah.
The Outsiders go to meet with Sid. The total package says he has an idea. I'm so mad. We're not even halfway through this goddamn show.
Yeah, we have to be.
Yeah, we're close.
Sting versus Goldberg. Sting versus Goldberg as a random match in a terrible Nitro.
You know what's funny is when Sting came out to wrestle Goldberg, I thought, there are always these matches I seem to remember were like really great. Like there was a great Goldberg-Sting match. Can't possibly be this one. Was it ever not this one? Let me tell you what happened in this match. Within like 10 seconds, Sting puts Goldberg in a sleeper. Like immediately.
Yeah.
Okay, there's one thing Goldberg can't do. Sell.
Yeah.
So let's start the match by putting this fucking guy in a sleeper. So he's in a sleeper for like 5 minutes while we're waiting for Liz and Luger to come out. The ref takes a fucking bump.
At this point, as the ref goes down, Tony Schiavone says, Mickey J received a glancing blow.
A glancing blow.
He's dead.
Yes. So they drag him around the ring. They spray mace in Sting's face.
On purpose.
Goldberg does not give a shit. He spears and jackhammers Sting. He gets the pin. This was wretched. Now, what's funny is Goldberg hit one spear and the place went nuts.
Yeah.
This is so easy.
Yeah. You have Goldberg spear dudes.
Nothing is easier than Goldberg.
Yes.
Yep.
The very first thing Russo did was pin Goldberg.
Of course.
Now we have a match that's all Goldberg in a sleeper and one fucking spear after someone sprayed shit in the other guy's face. Mm-hmm. This is the worst show I've ever seen.
This went 2:13, by the way.
Sid is talking to the Outsiders. Rick Steiner shows up. He's mad at Sid. Lord knows why.
I have no idea why. I wrote here, what's he talking about? No one knows. Something on Thunder, I'm sure they didn't bother to tell us about.
They were partners.
Yes, they were partners, Craig.
Yeah.
Why are they mad now?
I don't know.
That's our point.
Thank you.
No, I'm sorry.
Lex and Liz laugh at Hacksaw for being a janitor, and then Lex has a bright idea. Like the light bulb pops up over his head, and he steals Hacksaw's like a slippery when wet cone.
He's an idiot.
Both of them.
Okay, I got a few things to say here. I don't want to waste too much
You're gonna
time.
have to be more specific.
First off, you want to know why WCW died? They're paying Hacksaw Jim Duggan his salary to be the fucking janitor.
Yeah.
That's number one. Number two, so Luger's idea is he's going to pretend to slip and fall and sell that he's got a gimmick leg. So why are you getting rid of the slippery when wet sign, you fucking moron?
Well,
you should leave it right next to yourself when you fall down.
He did.
He did.
But
He put it somewhere else?
Yes. He had to make another wet spot instead of using one Hacksaw made. And yes, I said that on purpose. Mm-hmm. In 5 seconds, Kimberly found a guy in security for help. It was David. She ran away. Mike Tenay interviews Vampiro and the Misfits. Vampiro was the calmest, most mellow, level-headed, laid-back, angry young punk rebel you ever saw.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just don't fit in. Find guys like this. We're misfits. Second round World Championship Tournament match, Buff Bagwell versus Vampiro. So the Misfits jump Buff, like 5 of them. 5 big dudes all jump Bagwell on the island, beat him up, which you can do and not get punished.
Yeah, the ref just rings the bell.
Yep.
He'll be all right.
The announcers are talking about David and Kimberly. Mind games, they say, are worse than physically being abused.
Really? I was
Lie.
unaware of that.
That's a lie.
I was unaware of that fact.
I would rather have mind games played on me than be beaten with a crowbar. Buff fights off the Misfits. The ref gets bumped because, of course, he does. Berlin hits Vampiro with a chain. Why? Are Berlin and Vampiro feuding now?
I don't know, but they could hang out together. They're wearing the exact same outfits.
That's true. Exactly. You should fit in with them. Buff hits a blockbuster for the win at 1 minute and 21 seconds. Creative Creative Control attacks Berlin, who is beaten up even though he has a bodyguard, because the bodyguard is not there guarding his body. He's beating up Bagwell or whatever.
You know, Marco Stunt did a bunch of promos on me on Twitter. Mind games. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. He also did this.
Yeah.
Got it, Rob?
I got it.
I preferred the tweets.
Yeah.
It's been 4 days now. The fuck's taking so long?
You been tanning?
No, my fucking chest.
I've been tanning. Good on Vinny.
I got a great fake tan.
There you go.
Well,
so Lex is down on the
It was
floor.
a great fake tan.
I
look like a goblin now, but it looked good on Saturday.
Lex is down on the floor next to his cone. He says, "Oh, I've blown out my knee bad.
I need some medication or something."
I need some medication."
Yes,
for his
yes,
first
for
thoughts, can I get some gimmicks? I need some gizmos.
bring Vicodin.
So they go to break. They come
This is
back.
one of those things where, like, Luger's hilarious.
He really is.
It's fucking terrible.
Yes.
Like, this is possible, you know what I mean? Like, the last thing Luger needs to be doing is this bullshit.
Yes.
So after the break, he's on a stretcher and complaining about his knee.
Asking for Vicodin. Meds.
Okay. Bret Hart versus Saturn.
I was looking forward to this.
Bret Hart versus Perry. Hey, the wrestling they did was pretty. It had some downs. They were kind of going through the motions, but Bret Hart.
I wonder why.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's put some fucking work into this tournament.
I don't blame you, them, but Bret Hart going through the motions is still awesome.
Yes.
So Shane Douglas is on commentary with Saturn.
He was the highlight of this damn show. I haven't always been the biggest Shane Douglas fan, but over the last month watching him on Nitro, I totally turned the corner on this guy.
Shane as a talker is awesome.
He was such a fucking great commentator. Mostly because his guy was having bad things happen to him. And he's just screaming at the top of his lungs, "No!" He's screaming.
Get up, Perry!
I was like, if this guy did commentary every Monday on Raw,
Yeah.
I'd love this show.
Yes. Now, in the middle of this, they announced that Shane and everyone else in the Revolution is banned from ringside. He's outraged, he's appalled, and then he stays there.
Well, he's doing commentary.
Why did they tell you he was banned from ringside?
Commentaries at ringside.
It's different, I guess.
I don't know what's happening.
Do you ever?
No! Asia takes the ref, Shane hits Brett with his cast, Saturn hits the DVD, Brett kicks out. I thought Saturn was going to pin Bret Hart
I swear to God, I did too.
Credit to them. I thought Perry Saturn was going to pin Bret Hart in the World Championship Tournament match. So Dean attacks Bret, Benoit attacks Dean, Saturn dives on them both, and Saturn gets back to the ring. He tries a sunset flip. Bret turns it into a sharpshooter for the win at 5 minutes and 2 seconds.
Wow.
Fun wrestling.
Finally something of value on the show.
Fun wrestling.
And Shane Douglas.
A more or less clean finish. And the right man won. And the crowd liked it.
Yes.
This is the best match in weeks on best thing in the last 2 weeks on Nitro. And it is to the back.
Boy, was it ever to the back.
Kimberly says, "I need to talk to Vince Russo." Creative Control says, "No."
Yeah.
In a segment that has not aged well, Kevin Nash tries to do Karnak the Magnificent from the Johnny Carson show.
Yes. In the 70s.
When did Carson retire? Leno had already been on. For 5 years on the Tonight Show. So this was old when they did it.
Yes.
It's much older now.
Yes.
So the joke is, what is 316? It's the number of times The Undertaker has worked a pay-per-view main event with Austin. Hall says, "Is that true?" Nash says, "Well, yeah, where you been?"
Hall is a really funny guy.
Hall says, "I was drunk for a year."
I was drunk for a year.
He was.
That's not an exaggeration.
I know.
Lex tells Elizabeth his knee hurts. She says she'll get some ice, and then she just stands there. Booker T promo. Stevie Ray got suspended. I don't know why. I don't care. Booker T is mad at the powers that be. He's mad at Jarrett. Outcome: he challenges them to a Harlem Street fight for right now.
He's actually totally confused because he's mad that Creative
Join the
Control
club.
suspended his brother. Creative Control are the two bodyguards.
Okay.
They're not suspending anybody.
We're 2/3 of the way through the show now, by the way. So it turns into Booker T versus Creative Control and Jarrett, I guess, in a Harlem Street fight.
Nah, Jarrett's on commentary. Although he hit the ring immediately.
Yeah,
but it's a street fight, so he can.
So there's 3 of them beating him up. People were into Booker. Midnight makes her debut.
Yes.
Yet another large, muscular woman.
Yes.
China was successful. We must find 18 of them now. She hits the ring. In her debut, she hits the ring in 3 seconds. Jarrett lays her out with a guitar.
Yep.
She got waffled.
Right in the face.
Yeah. At this point, in a Harlem Street fight, the referee called for the bell for a disqualification.
Yeah.
Did you notice that when the guitar...
Well, Harlem street fights are different, Vinny. Different rule set.
They're street fights, but there's a very strict set of rules we follow.
Yes, you must follow the rules.
We're not
of Harlem.
animals. We just fight in the streets.
Did you notice when she got hit with the guitar? You know how the guitar has the body and then it has the neck. The neck is the handle.
I'm with you.
So the guitar explodes all around her, but then the neck, the top of it, just bashes her right in the
I
forehead.
did not notice that.
Oh.
Now, this is not the worst finish in the show. This is not close to the worst finish in the show. The Outsiders meet with a SWAT team. There's some kind of jokes or fucking, I don't know. Mike Tenay tells Lex that he is facing Sid Vicious next. Lex is in a wheelchair with ice in his knee. Says, I cannot compete until I get an MRI.
And the best thing, they somehow found a blanket so he could put over his lap.
He's cold.
Howled.
He states, I have been on the cell phone with my neurosurgeon, or his surgeon. What do we call a knee surgeon? Motherfucker.
Orthoscopic surgeon.
I'm so tired.
A neurosurgeon.
Ah, hey, there you go.
Thank you.
Doctor says, no, I cannot compete until I get an MRI. So Tenay says, well, if you don't compete, you'll be out of the tournament. This is a surprise to Lex.
Yes.
A tremendous buffoon.
He says, Liz, do something about this.
Something. You're my manager.
You're my manager.
Lex is funny. Lex makes me laugh.
He does make me laugh. By the way, you missed several segments here. Malenko and Asia walked to the ring. Ray and Tori walked to the ring.
3 seconds.
Nash was security.
I had a SWAT team one.
Okay.
There. Yeah.
All right.
So it's Dean and Asia versus Rey Mysterio and Tori
Okay,
Wilson.
may I? It's Tori Wilson.
Someday I will say no to that, by the way. Go
and
ahead.
Rey Mysterio versus Malenko and Asia. All right? Tori comes out and she is wearing her super tight short gown and her bikini top and high heels.
The same thing.
Yeah.
She hasn't even attempted to put on anything resembling wrestling gear.
No.
was
She
fine
gets
with
in the
this, by the
ring.
way.
She pretends like she's going to take her skirt off. Ray goes, no, 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 no. Like, I guess he's okay.
Humping anything?
Wait a second. Like,
The doggy is.
why wouldn't he let her take her thing off? But that's not the biggest issue here, Vinny. He goes, you're fine wearing that. You're not fine wearing that. He didn't even tell her to take her high heels off.
No.
Right.
So,
I assume he was just going to wrestle the whole match by himself anyway.
no! So she goes to the corner. Asia comes over and Asia handcuffs her to the turnbuckle.
Yes.
Tori is trapped in the corner. Then the story of the match is that Ray is now in a handicap situation.
Yes.
He is beaten by both of his opponents, Asia and Dean Malenko. And then the odds are too much for Rey Mysterio. He is put in the cloverleaf and he must submit.
Yes.
So apparently what us dumb fuck fans are supposed to think is that if Tori, in her high heels and gown,
Yes.
had not been handcuffed to the corner,
Whole different match.
a different dynamic. It's 2-on-2 now.
Fair fight.
Ray very well could have won.
She would have been there to save him.
Yes, but because she was handcuffed, the odds were too great. This was the dumbest fucking thing.
So let's recap.
I feel like I've said that 10 times on this show.
This is not a long match. It's probably a 3-minute match. I guess it's long by Nitro 99 standards. But the very first thing they did was handcuff Tori to the post, so Ray is all alone. They beat Ray 2-on-1 for 3 minutes. They beat Ray. There's a post-match beating. Finally, the filthy animals come out to clear the ring. Where the fuck have you been? This faction sucks.
By the way, Asia better with handcuffs than Liz.
Yeah. Just walked up, put him on her. Sid is walking with security guards. Kimberly finds a hot tub. Asks what she's going to do. Cries. Again, you are in an arena full of people. Go out there. David is in the shower and says something about how it's going to be more than a spanking, and she cries and runs away.
This time it'll be more than a spanking. When was there a spanking? What's he talking about?
Don't have any idea.
I got to go back at like 6 segments. I totally forgot. The Bret Hart Saturn match. I didn't realize that was a tournament match until like everyone came out to run in and the announcers mentioned it.
Yeah.
I had no idea it was a world title tournament match.
I have no idea what's a tournament match at all in this show. I'm lost.
All right, I wanted to make that in there. So this is a tournament match, I think.
Yeah, Sid versus
Yeah,
Luger.
Sid Lex is?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because if Luger doesn't wrestle, he's out of the tournament, you idiot. You just recapped that.
That's right. So Lex comes out in a wheelchair, says he's hurt. He'll be able to wrestle next week. He's trying to delay the match. Sting comes out, sends Liz to the back, pushes Lex's chair down in the ring and attacks him. Throws him in the ring. Sid stomping Lex. Liz hits the ring to check on Lex. Lex pulls Liz in front of him. Sid gently moves her aside. Tony is now convinced Lex's leg is legit hurt. He's selling the leg and Tony's fooled. Goldberg runs out and spears Sid. Not a DQ. By the way, Sid came out with a SWAT team to protect him from Goldberg. This is important. They just spread aside. They split like the Red Sea, and Goldberg just hit the ring between them and spears Sid.
Yeah. By the way, who's the referee in this match when Goldberg is spearing one of the participants and it's not a DQ?
I'm going to guess Nick Patrick.
Goddamn right. Staring right at him.
Weird.
So then Goldberg spears Lex too, and Goldberg's music plays as they go to commercial. There is no finish at 2:46.
Yeah, so what happened?
I don't know.
It was a tournament match. Who knows?
I think...
I gotta find out.
No,
you tell me what you think.
They said earlier, due to injury, Lex and Sting were already advancing. I don't think this was a tournament match. I think they threatened Lex with the removal of the tournament to get him to go out and wrestle this non-tournament match.
God damn, I think you're right.
Okay.
Who do you wrestle?
I only just...
Sid.
I only just now figured that out. I was totally baffled at the time.
Sid. Yeah, Sid was eliminated already.
Sid's out in the first round.
Yeah, he lost to Scott Hall.
So this is not a tournament
So you're
match.
right.
I was wrong when I said it was. Like I say, I only just now figured it out hours later. Bam Bam Bigelow faced Brian Knobbs.
I'd like to add, by the way, that after that Sid versus Luger match, in all caps I wrote, one of the worst wrestling shows I have ever seen. That's where I came to that conclusion.
That's fair.
And there was more to come.
Bam Bam Bigelow versus Brian Knobbs in a hardcore match.
This finish.
The rules to a hardcore match are you can hit people with shit, and it's falls count anywhere.
That's correct, Vinny.
Falls count anywhere.
Vinny, you are correct.
Anywhere.
Vinny, you are still correct.
I need to find the old figure fours.
They brawl backstage. They're in the back. They're hitting each other with shit. 2 hours into the show, Kimberly says, wait, I have friends. I have big, scary friends.
Right.
They'll protect me from this geek with a crowbar. She goes up to Bam Bam Bigelow, says, Bam Bam, please, I need your help. Bam Bam is, of course, close with DDP. It only figures he would be close with Kimberly as well.
Sure.
He's going to protect her. Fine.
Wish the announcers would have told me that.
So they're going to leave. And I think, okay. So they're doing no finish in a hardcore match.
Oh, you were wrong.
That's stupid. But on this show, it would have fit right in. They actually found a way to make it much worse. Because the referee watches Bam Bam Bigelow walk away and goes, 1.
By the way, they're not in the ring. They're in a loading bay.
They're backstage.
They're
It doesn't matter
hundreds
where.
of yards from the ring.
Right.
And the referee goes, 2. And I said, no. No, they can't be doing this. And the referee goes, 3. I'll cut to the chase, everyone. He got to 10. He counted Bam Bam Bigelow out. Bam Bam Bigelow was counted out of anywhere. He's not anywhere. He's nowhere.
Well, my presumption, Vinny, is he went somewhere.
No, somewhere, Brian. Somewhere would be anywhere.
No, that's somewhere.
No.
Anywhere.
Bam Bam is lost between the space-time continuum.
It's false count anywhere. If you're somewhere, you're anywhere. He went nowhere.
There's a lot to be said for
I've never been simultaneously so angry and laughing so hard. He got counted out, Brian.
He got counted
He
out
got
of
counted
nowhere.
out of false count anywhere. Did I say it was anywhere?
He got counted out of nowhere.
God! These fucking morons! I'm too smart for this show. Do you understand, Brian? I have a very large brain. I'm a smart man. I can't watch this shit.
Vinny.
I have a large vocabulary. I'm good at math. I can't watch the show, Brian.
Well, I'm not good at math.
No.
God. I've been fuming about this for hours. Hours. I can't do it. I can't take this.
I just snorted.
This was a level of stupidity that's
Jesus Christ.
Inconceivable.
You know why I'm really pissed about it? This is their plan. This is what they wrote it down on paper. It wasn't an ad lib. It wasn't an injury where they had to improvise. This is what they wanted to do.
What do you want me to do about it?
I feel better. So Bam Bam is in fact looking for Flair. It's Bam Bam Bigelow, everyone. If you don't remember, he's 350 pounds. He's bald with flames tattooed on his head. He's a big, scary motherfucker. He's going through backstage screaming, roaring, snarling, spitting. You want to fight a girl? You can fight me! He kicks in the door. There's the most terrified woman in this room you've ever seen in your life. I don't blame her. So they updated the brackets. I did learn Sid and Lex was not a tournament match, and I forgot it in between then and now. Second round tournament match, I think.
No, it was.
Scott Hall versus Lash LaRue.
Lash LaRue. Okay. This was when we entered the third hour, which for some reason, they went from 1-minute matches, like 15 1-minute matches. Now Hall and Lash LaRue has to go like 15 minutes. And they just fucking go on, and Hall is beating him up. They give Lash like one little comeback, and then Hall pins him. And during this match, we have Tony Schiavone saying, Lash really made a name for himself here. And Bobby Heenan says, don't forget the name, people. Lash LaRue. I'm like, are you kidding me? The only fucking guy on the entire show that got pinned clean in the middle of the ring. And we're supposed to think that he made a name for himself in this fucking match?
Why does Russo love this guy?
I'm baffled.
I don't know.
I don't get it.
So
generic?
Like, I don't want to... I'm sure he was trying his best.
Sure
I don't think
he
he's a bad person. He's just so... He's so untalented.
He's not very good.
There are many, many guys with more potential than Lash in the show. Now, this is all beside the point, as far as I'm concerned. 20 minutes ago, the SWAT team that was out there to protect Sid from Goldberg stepped aside and let Goldberg hit the ring. The Outsiders come to the ring with the exact same SWAT team to protect them from Goldberg. What's wrong with these dipshits? Didn't they see what happened last time? So Hall wins, by the way, 6 minutes, 15 seconds. Time of the match. So all the Riot Squad leave except one guy. I'm sure you can all see where this is going. Nash prepares to throw Wizard in his face as he's wearing a Riot helmet with a shield.
He's going to throw a Wizard in his face?
Powder.
Thank you.
You said Wizard.
I did. I'm not that smart.
After all that ranting, you realize you're not that smart?
I'm not that smart. The Riot Squad guy has a helmet on. I guess Nash is going to throw the powder into the screen, but it's Goldberg. He tears his helmet off. He spears them both, and that's that. Second round tournament match, Kurt Hennig versus Jeff Jarrett.
I hate this angle.
It's really awful.
The storyline, who is that? Is that you, Rob?
Everyone look at Rob.
Yeah. The storyline here is that if Kurt Hennig gets pinned, he must retire.
Yeah.
Okay.
He can lose, but he can't get pinned.
For why?
I don't know.
If you don't like the guy, if he loses, he's out of here.
Right. Just fucking fire him.
Thank you.
Don't even wait for him to lose.
This fucking idiot comes out. They do a match. Creative Control beats up Hennig right in front of the referee. They slam him through a table. Hennig is smart enough to just lay there. He gets counted out. Therefore, he can remain employed.
Creative Control was trying to drag him to push him back in the ring. Hennig actually grabbed the mat to hold on so he would get counted out.
When it happened live, I actually thought that they were beating him and the ref was just letting them beat him and count him out. I didn't realize, in fact, they were trying to get him into the ring. He was trying to resist going back into the ring. And then when he got counted out, they were frustrated. He was happy.
Yeah.
Fuck. Lost.
In storyline, these writers have given their word, and they can't go back on their own stipulation, even though they're complete assholes to everybody. And then Bobby Heenan says, and I quote, "We'll be right back with something. I don't know."
That is a quote.
That is exactly what he said.
That is a quote. This all went 5 minutes, 17 seconds, by the way. For that.
Yeah.
Kimberly walks. That's what I wrote. After the break, Kimberly comes out for a promo. She says, "I'm out here to call out David so everyone can see what he will do to me." Okay, she has witnesses. Good for her. David comes out. It is a trap. Bam Bam jumps in from behind, but David hits a nut shot, hits a crowbar shot. Now Kim must flee through the crowd, and David goes after her.
Yeah, the announcers were here talking about how Kimberly set him up like she's the heel.
I don't know.
She goes to jump the rail. Fans have to help her over. This was so bad.
We go to the parking lot where David is stalking Kimberly. And Kimberly runs to her car and opens it and gets in and tries to drive away. why didn't you do that hours ago? Why have we been wasting our time with this bullshit when you could have just gone home?
Maybe she didn't have the keys with her in this tiny dress.
Where'd she get the damn keys then?
I don't know.
For that matter, why did she even come to work today if she's this afraid of David Flair? David jumps in the car. He starts breaking the windows with the crowbar. Creative Control says, "Hey!" He runs away. They help her out of the car and take her backstage.
Yeah, I said...
To which point Bobby, very concerned, says, she's not used to being in the front seat. You think I'm kidding?
No.
No, you're not.
A ladder match.
The Creative Control guys grabbed her and said, he'll see you now.
Yeah.
So they're going to actually go talk to Russo.
Yeah. A ladder match for what I guess is the vacant U.S. title between the four guys who have a claim to it, Goldberg, Brett, Sid, and Hall. Tony Schiavone is trying his best to recap everything that has happened in the show, and he sounds like he's singing I Am the Walrus. I am he, and they, and we, and they, and he, and I. So they all start fighting even before everyone's in the ring. There's no ref, because you recall, there's going to be a special referee in this match. So the four dudes are in the ring fighting. Who should come out in a referee's shirt with Kevin Nash? He's carrying a ladder. He is accompanied by the Riot Squad, which has turned on people twice tonight.
Yeah.
Everyone on the show is a goddamn moron. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Everyone on the show is a hateable goddamn moron.
The announcers tell us, by the way, the powers that be have signed a big match for Mayhem.
Oh, have they now?
David Flair will be facing Kimberly at WCW Mayhem. They are excited for this match. That's going to be something else, they say.
Why would Kimberly go to Mayhem?
I don't have
Why
any
wouldn't
idea.
she? I'm sure he was...
She must have a plan.
I guess. I would stay home. I'm sure they have a very lovely...
Let's talk about this awesome finish and get it over with. They're having this stupid match. Bret Hart climbs the ladder. Bret Hart gets the U.S. belt, which I believe he was the champion.
Yeah.
Going to this
Technically,
match.
yes.
He grabs it, but Nash, the referee, hits him with a pipe.
Maybe it's one
Bret
that
drops
Kimberly
the belt. Nash grabs the belt.
Were you thinking they were going to make Nash the U.S. champion now?
Yes, of course.
That's what I thought the finish was going to be as well.
Instead, Nash stands up and he holds the belt over his head, and Hall pretends to climb the ladder 2 rungs. Nash hands him the belt. Hall does an overdramatic fall off the ladder. He wins in a comedy spot.
Uh-huh.
Who assigned Nash?
Oh, to be the ref?
Yes.
I guess the powers that be. I assume.
So anyway, when he grabbed that thing and fell off the second rung of the ladder, like he was falling off the Empire State Building, and that was the finish to this, that was when I concluded this was the worst wrestling show I have ever seen in my
Took
life.
you that long?
So...
Yeah, it actually did, because that was the main event.
It was a fitting finish.
If Benoit and Brett had had a great match and somebody won a title, maybe I wouldn't think that. But that was the final main event right there.
So Scott Hall wins in that manner, as Brian has described. Tony says, Scott Hall is now a legitimate U.S. champ. He is?
Yeah.
I want to read, it's brief, I want to read exactly what I wrote here when this is over. This was one of the worst wrestling shows I ever saw. One of the worst TV shows I ever saw. One of the worst things I've ever seen. Tony calls it an entertaining show and asks what Thunder will be like. Hell, Heenan replies. Indeed.
Yep. Vinny, would you like me to play your music?
I can't wait.
Not really, but it'll get me done, so let's go. The finishes on this show were pin after hockey stick attack, DQ due to run-in, pin after attack with a bucket of cement, pin after mace, pin after chain, DQ in a Harlem street fight, submission in a tag match where one person was handcuffed in the corner, no finish due to run-in, count out in a false count anywhere match, clean pin, count out after and during interference, and they win thanks to a crooked referee in a ladder match.
There were 12 matches on that show.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, I should the dots on the bar. There's,
Yes. I should have
Morse code. That's a better example.
I should have counted how many segments I actually wrote down here. What the hell, real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. 57 separate segments.
The average segment on the show lasted 3.2 minutes. Wow. 3 hours. That's including commercial time. What is it, 40 minutes an hour?
42 minutes. 57 segments. So 42 times 3.
2.2 minutes per segment.
Wow. I swear to God, this tape should be played in the Performance Center. Like, this should be part of the curriculum.
What not to do.
Actually played to interrogate prisoners.
Fuck, on a loop.
As punishment.
Can you imagine? All right, everybody, that's it. Yes, Rob.
Sorry. So, just for shits and giggles, I was looking at the time, and we spent predominantly the same amount, a little bit longer, maybe like 5 minutes longer, going through Nitro than we did Raw. And it easily seemed like twice as long. So I can only imagine how horrible it must have been to actually watch that show.
Craig, are you going to participate now?
I suppose.
All right.
WCW Monday Nitro number 217, also November 15th, 1999.
How could you not? I'm going to do my big segment count at the end, by the way.
You want to tally it as we go? Or
Nope,
right.
I'm going to do it at the very end. The record is 57 segments. I consider a segment anytime we go from one place to another.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
Okay. So if we go from Ric Flair walking backstage to Kevin Nash walking, that's 2 segments.
Got it.
Okay.
So the show opens with Pyro and Ballyhoo. And by Ballyhoo, I mean Tony Schiavone outright says this is one of the most important nights of 1999. We're going to find out the 4 dudes fighting for the title at Mayhem.
Oh, I can't wait.
This show opened for reasons that are still unclear to me. Norman Smiley versus Jimmy Hart in a hardcore match.
Yes.
Now, this is not stupider than anything that happened on last week's show. It may have been worse. Norman comes out in a full football uniform with the biggest shoulder pads I've ever seen. May have been 2 sets of pads on him. Jimmy Hart has a full suit of armor.
Yes.
Like a knight.
Yes.
They hit each other with shit, but they're wearing armor, so it doesn't hurt, and everyone has a good laugh. For like 10 minutes.
Yes.
It was like 3, maybe, but it went forever.
You know, when I saw this match open up the show, Norman Smiley in football gear versus Jimmy Hart in a suit of armor, I thought everyone was right. This show is going to be much worse than last week's show. But then they're having this match. Knob comes out. Knob comes out. He starts beating up people.
I hate when my knob comes out.
Sets up a table. Knobs and Norman chasing each other with gimmicks. You know what? The fans are going crazy.
They are.
They loved this match. Jimmy misses a splash through a table. Norman pins him. The
Jimmy
place goes,
Hart
hey!
went through a table. I was amazed the table broke.
All I got to say is, I thought this was dumb. But these fucking fans thought this was like a WrestleMania semi-main event. So what the fuck do I know?
It worked in the building.
It was the
I
first
give it a
match on the
thumbs up.
Show. Of course people are going to cheer.
I give it a thumbs up.
So after the match, Knobs hits Norman in the head with the stuff a lot. Now it's something that makes absolutely no sense. Like every word of this contradicted something. Mike Tenay is interviewing Kurt Hennig. He explains, the powers that be are frustrated by their inability to retire you.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
So, because they can't retire him, they are forced to keep booking him in matches. Now, here's their grand idea, everyone. They want to get rid of him once and for all. Book him against Goldberg. Or if he loses, per the tips we've had here, if he gets pinned, he must retire and he's gone forever. But if he wins, he gets a new contract and he's around forever.
Yes.
Why would they do that?
That
That makes no sense.
Well, I think the idea is that they're so convinced that there's no way this man can beat Goldberg that it's just double or nothing.
That's dumb.
Yeah, it is dumb.
Why don't they just fire him?
Why don't they sign him to a match where you can only win or lose via pin?
They could do that. Why don't they just not put him on TV?
Why don't they just say if you lose via any manner, you're out of here?
Or win? Just fire him.
This is a very dumb storyline.
It's horrible. Speaking of horrible and illogical, nonsensical things, Kimberly shows up to work again. Every time she comes to work, a maniac tries to kill her with a crowbar. No one ever helps her. Stay home. Your job sucks.
It is funny. We never even mentioned this last week when we reviewed the show. There was no reason for her to come to Nitro.
No.
I mean, she wasn't in one segment.
She did 50 of them. But
she's already quit the Nitro Girls.
Yes.
She has literally no role, but she came to work solely to be chased by David Flair.
Yes.
This is dumb.
Craig is pondering saying something. He's choosing his words very carefully.
Well, yeah, I get, torn up otherwise.
Get out of here, Craig.
Never happened to me.
I know. So she hits David Flair with a car,
Right.
runs him over.
Yes.
She shows up the next week,
Yes.
and they play Roadrunner and Coyote
Sort of, yeah.
for most of the show, and she came back
A week later.
a week later.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's stupid.
It sure is.
Well, she's being
It sure
paid.
is.
She has no job. She already met with the powers that be. They didn't really have anything for her.
Yeah, they did. They have a match for her in Mayhem.
Understood. What does that have to do with Monday night?
Well, maybe she's coming to plead her case not to have the match.
Okay.
I have no idea.
So she shows up. She talks to the Red Rooster. He tells her good luck.
Yeah, Terry Taylor's back.
Was he gone?
He was with WWE. Wasn't he?
What? No.
He was backstage. Terry Taylor was doing those terrible
Yes,
fucking robotic
you're right.
interviews.
Like a month ago.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Holy cow.
I think he wanted a raise. They said, fuck you, so he came here.
It was
Probably got one.
It was a package deal with Dr. Death.
Yeah,
May
Terry
have
Taylor's
been.
here.
May have been. So Kevin Nash has been doing these gimmicks where he teases. There's backstage segments where he's getting dressed up and teasing the big reveal. And the big reveal is he comes out on stage. He's dressed as some wacky character. They just cut backstage. He's just dressed up like Sid.
Hey, at least it was patently obvious who he was this week.
It was good.
They put a Frankenstein mask on him.
The biggest chin and biggest brow you ever saw. And the wig actually looked like Sid's hair too.
He looked like Sid this week.
He did.
Yes.
Mike
All right.
Tenay.
So AC Jazz quit.
Out of the Nitro Girls.
Now,
They wanted AC Jazz and Spice to do a mud wrestling match.
and AC Jazz quit.
AC Jazz wanted nothing to do with this bullshit, and she quit.
Okay.
But we must have the Nitro Girls battle. So therefore, Tigress is the new AC Jazz.
So they pulled the fuse on AC Jazz. It's good.
Craig, please.
So, yes. Spice is doing an interview, says AC Jazz, they no-show today. As of today, she says, AC Jazz has left the Nitro Girls.
Oh, she hadn't left last week when she turned on all of them and beat their asses?
Some strange figure ran in and attacked her and a brawl broke out.
I think it was Fire. No, Tigress. Or was it Fire?
How do you know?
I saw the back of her head.
Tigress is
It was a woman. I can confirm it was a woman.
Tigress is the African American lady.
Okay.
Okay.
I wrote Fire, but I think
has
it's
got the red hair.
Tigress.
It's got the red hair.
What about Charmel? Is she Tigress or is that another?
That's not
different
none of
one?
them.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was actually Tigress,
All right.
but I wrote Fire.
Anyway, at this point, I wrote, I hate this show.
Okay.
Now, it could have been Fire. They were going to use Tigress. They eventually did.
Doesn't matter.
Vinny, please. These women have names.
Spice and Fire and
Tigress. Yes.
Okay.
It's important to know. It's important to differentiate them.
The Outsiders come out for their promo. So
This is it.
So Nash has his makeup on, right? He's got the plaid flannel with the sleeves torn off like Sid and Big Wood. He's got the big chin. He's got the big forebrow, the forehead eyebrow thing. He's got the wig. He's all bowed up and he's flexing his neck to get the veins to pop out. He's all being Sid. And Hall's talking about he's got to fight Sid, but he knows Sid's a dummy. And Nash, as Sid, is talking about how stupid he is. Tony Schiavone says, they're making Sid out to be an idiot. He cracked the code.
Painfully unfunny this was.
Solved the puzzle.
Painfully unfunny.
This went on for a long time.
Here comes Sid to prove him right.
A long time. And Sid finally appears. Now, we have been wondering all year how it's possible that Sid won worst on promos in 1999. This one line may have done it.
Did you write it all down?
I only wrote down the most important one.
I wrote it all down.
All right, go ahead.
So Sid comes out. He says they screwed him. They tried to make him look like a jackass. It all stops tonight. Nash can wear any Halloween costume he wants, but, quote, you know, and I know, that you are only half the man that I am. And I have half the brain that you do. Hall is crying in the ring.
So is Nash. You just can't tell with the makeup.
Sid says, you made me look like a jackass, but it stops tonight. Wants Nash's chicken shit ass out of retirement. If you got the balls, which I doubt, I will show you who the master is. Nash says, I'm retired. Sid begs him to be a man, not a clown. Then they just play his music.
Yes. It was established here.
Now, I was recently on the internet.
What?
And I saw a shoot interview with Sid. Mm-hmm. And it was long.
Riveting.
Did you watch the whole thing?
No, I could not watch the whole thing.
You're talking about softball.
I can't remember why I even was watching any of it. But I think it's because I was so enamored with Sid from these Nitros, I just wanted to hear a little bit of it. And I could have sworn that he claimed that all of this shit was written for him by Russo. I could be wrong about this.
That would not surprise me one bit.
I'm not trying to... He seemed to indicate that he was told to say all of this stupid shit, and he didn't understand why he was being made out to be so dumb.
I'm skeptical.
Maybe he was this dumb, but I mean, now let's be honest, let's be completely fair here. Before Russo showed up, he had some fucking good promos.
Yes.
Including one that we thought was a great promo. Now, Russo is here, and he's coming out and saying dumb shit every week.
Plus, Vince Russo's gimmick is that every wrestler's gimmick has to be that they're not a star.
So I don't know.
They have to be lazy or stupid or useless or boring or whatever. So Sid's gimmick is now that he is stupid.
I don't know. All I know is that's what he indicated.
It was actually honestly my first thought. Like, because he said it so clearly. He didn't stumble over his words and get confused.
No.
He
didn't have that look on his face when you say something really stupid and you realize it.
This was not when Sid said, I need to do that again, and Jim Ross said, we're live, pal.
Yes.
This was not that.
No.
This was, he had a line, he delivered with passion. I think the outsiders, they reacted the way they did because they couldn't believe he actually read the stupid line.
Could be.
I think they were prepared for it, but not prepared for it yet.
He also had a Mr. Nash in there.
Mr.
He's
Nash.
still very polite, no matter who's writing for him.
Southerner.
Mike Tenay interviewed Booker T, who is facing Gerald and Patrick tonight. A team of creative control.
Like, as soon as he said those names, I was like, Patrick and Gerald? That's their fucking names?
Yes.
Then it hit me.
Yeah.
That's the Stooges.
It's the Stooges.
Jesus Christ. Anything else?
He identifies the mystery woman's name as Midnight.
Actually, he didn't. He only said that midnight would strike sooner than later, and we got the Tenay face.
I think Tenay asks, is that woman? And
What does that mean?
that actually looks like a disturbing version of Mike Tenay.
Thank you. Watched a lot of Tenay on Nitro.
Yes.
And Impact.
Here's a whole segment. Kim goes to see the powers that be. Go to commercial, we come back.
She's with the powers that be.
Yes. She tells the powers that be she is not a wrestler. They say, Vince Russo says, you are under contract, you've quit the Nitro Girls, you gotta do something. You are going to wrestle David Flair at Mayhem, and you're going to wrestle Asia tonight.
Sounds like the real meeting that they had with AC Jazz.
May have been, actually. And he says there'll be a special ref. Tells creative control to take out Booker T. At this point, Kevin Nash, still dressed as Sid, arrives.
He just walks in and sits down with his mask on.
Yes. Booker T versus creative control. Before the match, because every wrestler has a gimmick has to be that he sucks, Chavo Guerrero tries to sell Amway to Booker T during his entrance.
Yeah. Surely he's got money on him. Tucked into those trunks.
Yeah. So, hey, I'm a fair man, and I'll say this on a bad show run by bad people. Booker T worked his ass off on this match.
Yeah, this match was fine.
He had a great match with
creative control.
The heresies.
No wonder he got the world title.
Yes. So he worked his ass off. He had a great little handicap match. It was believable that this man could beat up two men. And then finally at the end, there was two of them and one of him. And he hit his missile dropkick, but they broke up the pin. They hit a double slam, and they pinned him. And they kept beating him up. The lights go out. Midnight's dong goes off.
I was going to say, it was Midnight Dong.
Yes. Don't Google that, anyone.
I'm sure it's an adult film somewhere.
So she's in the ring, big, strong, muscular woman, and she's...
Look at Brian feverishly looking for it.
Just got to see what comes up.
As it were.
Something wrestling related.
Well, how about that?
There's literally a video of some dude in a wrestling ring, and it's a haiku, Midnight Dong.
Hey, haiku.
Brian,
Oh, here's the first thing that comes up. Amazon.com. Jock Dong with balls, 11-inch dildo. Really? That's on Amazon.com?
Yes. Why would it not be? They'll sell anything.
I was unaware that sort of stuff was sold on Amazon.
They have them on Groupon.
Really?
I'm not lying.
I'm not going to say nothing.
Good.
I've had 18 different ideas. I'm not going to say any of them.
I'm clicking this.
You interested?
It's gonna be the wrong thing on my search history.
Christmas is coming, you know.
I just need to see what it looks like.
That's too easy.
So, all right, so what are we going to put the over-under at? How many of these come from?
Excuse me, where's your flag?
Sorry. I was going to say, what are we going to put the over-under on, and how many of these come for the Christmas show?
Excuse me? Wrong choice of words, Rob.
That's why I said
Whoa,
too easy.
holy shit. That's big. And there are customers also shopped for.
Other reviews.
Adam and Eve Jelly Slim Anal Starter Dildo. I waited till Rob was taking a drink to read that on the air.
Granny, I'm sorry. If you're listening to this, I'm so sorry.
Frisky Silicone Realistic Suction Cup Mini Dildo. Oh my god. Sex Flesh Veiny Victor. 8.5-inch suction cup. Okay, seriously, this is actually a serious question, okay? So they're selling this damn thing. Okay. I'm going to read this sentence, all right? Then we're going to get back to Nitro. But I just got to read this.
We have to.
PVC dong with balls has a realistic look and feel. What? It's PVC! How could that have a realistic feel? Let's move on.
So Midnight's in the ring. She has no idea what's going on. But
This was Craig's fault, by the way.
What did I do?
He warned me not to Google it.
And then you
should
did.
know better than to do that.
the three pro wrestlers
Don't give me a
spoon-fed her
raise.
through this segment, and they cleared the ring, and everything went fine. Backstage, Brian Knobbs and Jimmy Hart are yelling at each other. Why? I don't know. In the background, the Barbarian
splitting
and
up.
Jerry Flynn are yelling at each other. Why? I don't know. Bill Goldberg arrives.
Yep.
Russo is upset that Creative Control got beat up by a woman. Buries them for a long time for this, degrading them as much as possible, and women as much as possible. Buries all their old gimmicks, threatens they won't get over again. Johnny Boone versus Evan Courageous. If you don't recognize the name,
Fuck, was this amateur hour?
What was the name of that?
Jesus, God
What was
almighty.
the name of that John Morrison movie you just did?
Boone the Bounty
Boone the
Hunter.
Bounty Hunter.
Never mind. Johnny and Boone. Anyway, go ahead.
So all you need to know, everybody, is Johnny Boone's a ref.
He's the ref who beat up Evan last week.
Evan
Right.
Courageous is a fucking wrestler.
Supposed to be.
This ref is beating the shit out of fucking Evan Courageous as Medusa's on commentary.
Yeah.
Medusa is doing sultry commentary. She may as well have been reading that Amazon right there.
She is out there showing off her thighs and implants.
And as Johnny Boone is kicking the ass of Evan Courageous, she hits the ring to make the save.
Yes.
She puts Johnny Boone's face in her boobs.
Yes.
Check.
She shoves him into a schoolboy. Evan pins the guy. On a fucking fluke, he barely pins his referee.
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
He should have lost by DQ.
This was beyond atrocious.
This was awful.
This sickened me to the
Hey, you know what else is awful? Vince Russo meets with luchadors.
Oh, yeah, they're all poor.
They're all poor, broke, pathetic,
And Mexican.
useless, and Mexican. Who's a Mexican, you see, so he carries a piñata with him everywhere he goes.
Yes.
All over.
Why not?
Just has a piñata.
Well, I think they mentioned it was someone's birthday, to be fair.
So Russo says, we're going to do a piñata on a pole match. The winner gets $10,000. Fine. Steve Williams arrives accompanied by Oklahoma.
Yep.
For those of you who don't remember, Oklahoma is Ed Ferrara doing a Jim Ross impression, emphasizing all his Bell's palsy.
Emphasizing his Bell's palsy.
Yeah. Yes, that's what he's doing.
Yep.
You know,
Now-
if you just go out there and pretend you're Jim Ross, whatever.
Sure.
People, fucking Nash is Sid and he's Vince. He's been playing people for weeks. Do you have to mock the guy's fucking Bell's palsy?
Don't have to.
I know we're ranting about this 19 years after the fact, and we've been bitching about it for 19 years, but fuck, I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw this.
Now,
Jesus.
remind me how this timeline went. Did Ferrara ever go back to Raw?
I don't
There-
remember.
He was, at some point, he was doing this character in a Monday Night Raw ring, and out come Jim Ross and Dr. Death.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, I think that did happen.
And, well, it clearly happened, because Death, well, may as well have been, Doc hit a German suplex that folded. It was much worse than any of the suplexes Brock Lesnar hit on Raw this week. Ed's nose ended up between his sternum.
When the fuck did that happen?
He broke a few ribs. So, I don't know if it happened before or after this, but whenever I see them together, that's what I think about. Brian, you look for that.
On
I'm
Raw,
looking for that right now.
Didn't Jim Ross have his Bell palsy attack this year?
Yeah,
Well, it hasn't happened before that.
I guess not. Creative Control is looking for Tori Wilson. Juventud Guerrera versus Psychosis versus Silver King versus El Dandy versus El Villano in a pinata on a pole match. They all have sticks to hit each other and eventually hit the pinata. As noted, there's a $10,000 check in the pinata. I timed it. The match went 12 seconds before the pinata fell off the thing and lay in the corner. So they're doing stuff. Dr. Death and Oklahoma come out. He's putting over all of Dr. Death's legit credentials like it's supposed to be a joke and a parody. Only all it does is tell you what a badass he is.
Right.
If this is supposed to be funny or stupid, it failed. There is a shot of Oklahoma on camera that I swear to God is longer than most matches on Nitro in this era. He's just on camera talking. So at some point, the luchadors realize, hey, this fucking pinata is not hanging up. And instead of just whacking it with a stick and taking the check, they take turns trying to hang it back up.
So bad.
Eventually, Hoovy gets the pinata. He shakes it. He can't find the check. And then Steve Williams attacks for the disqualification. A disqualification in a 5-man pinata on a pole match.
All right, so I think that this Oklahoma deal was done on Heat
Explain why we didn't see it.
before he left for WCW.
Yeah.
So yeah,
clearly he forgave Doc for suplexing his head off.
I guess
Or
yeah.
his head into his
That's
chest.
pretty fucking brutal right there.
Oh, yes.
Although if you watch Raw on Monday, it's the exact same bump the poor Singh brother took when Lesnar Germaned him.
I watched it one time.
Oh.
That angle. And
Brutal.
yeah.
All right, there you go.
So Doc destroys everyone. He steals the $10,000 check, and that's the end. Because you got to make sure, everyone, that all the small men get beat like fools.
An all-time horrible segment I wrote.
Mike Tenay interviews Goldberg. Says there's nothing personal against Kurt Hennig. He's going to do his job. He's going to show the world who Goldberg really is. Tenay interviews Nash, who is facing Sid in a street fight tonight, coming out of retirement.
Yeah, Tenay just nonchalantly mentions, your retirement has been waived. And Kevin Nash says, it was a retirement angle.
Yes.
This place sucked.
He used those words, retirement angle.
Yep, I decided I was going to take time off until it got fun again. Hall came back, it's fun again. And Sid should not have woken a sleeping giant. Did we really need this promo?
No.
Dumb.
He's totally out of character. He's out of his costume as well now. Just for continuity.
Goldberg versus Kurt Hennig. So Goldberg is doing his entrance. Or from backstage, he leaves his locker room. He's got the security all around him. And as he's about to turn down a hallway, Hennig slams a door in his face. Ha ha! A cunning plan! And then he opens the door and finds out, much to his horror, Bill stopped walking.
He should have known better than to try to attack Goldberg's head.
With the door.
Yes.
Goldberg's head versus doors is undefeated.
Yeah, and surge machines.
Yeah, the pop machine.
And search machine, as we later find out. So they brawl backstage for seriously like 5 minutes. They're brawling backstage. They get out to the stage, not the ring, to the stage. The bell rings. Several minutes pass. Finally, they get in the ring. None of this is a count out or a DQ. Now, I will say this. It was a pretty good brawl, and as Hennig's working him over, the crowd's way, way more into it than they are most Goldberg matches.
Yeah, they were super into this. They were super into so much stuff on this show. That's why it was better than last week.
Especially most Goldberg matches where he sells this much. They're usually awful.
They're chanting for him to make a comeback.
And suddenly, Goldberg fires up, hits a rolling knee bar, and Curt Hennig taps out and submits.
Yes.
But he didn't get pinned.
The best part of this is the moment he taps out, Bobby Heenan freaks out. He thinks Hennig's career is over. It's done. He lost. Tony goes, he wasn't pinned.
This is fucking stupid.
Bobby Heenan's like, oh yeah, it's to be pinned.
Why doesn't he just submit every week?
That's a great
Walk into the ring.
If you're down for 2, tap out.
Jesus.
It's historically stupid.
So Goldberg, at least to send the fan zone happy, he hits the spear and the jackhammer after the match. Place goes crazy. They have not fucked up Goldberg yet.
Not yet.
Kimberly is backstage alone. Again, why? Why would you be backstage alone after the last time you were backstage alone, a maniac chased you for 3 hours? At this point, she deserves to get beat with this crowbar.
Oh, Vinny.
Terrible thing to say.
Goodness.
So the lights go out, but Hacksaw's in there. I'm just still trying to figure out why she's at work at all.
He's the janitor.
Creative Control tells the filthy animals they need to see Tori. They say we have not seen her. There's jokes about how they're going to get fired, and they say, oh, we thought you said Dory, and they leave.
Aha!
Hacksaw needs a fuse to put the lights back on in that room Tori was in. Chavo is there to sell him some fuses. There's jokes about fuses.
Okay, this next segment.
I'm with you.
Vampiro comes down to the ring, and he's with 3 or 4 misfits. I forget how many were there. It's either 3 or 4.
Okay.
Next, out comes Berlin. He is flanked by The Wall.
Correct.
Okay? A match begins, and Berlin and Vampiro are wrestling each other.
Right?
Suddenly, Vampiro gets on the apron and tags in a misfit.
Yes.
Then The Wall's in there. Then 4 fucking misfits are in the ring. What the fuck was this match?
It took me... I was with you. I went through the exact same process you did. Here is the conclusion I reached. I may be wrong, but here's the conclusion I reached. This was a tag team match.
Right.
Where the misfits all counted as one guy.
Yes.
So...
Like the Freebirds, except worse.
Except much worse. So... when
No. The Freebirds could at least just... It was always a tag match.
It was...
You could just choose which 2 are going to defend the titles.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is 4 fucking guys on the apron facing 2 men.
So when you tag any one of them in, they're all allowed to hit the ring together.
Dude, I hate this show.
It's awful. It's a terrible show.
It's still better than last week.
You know what? This is. You're probably going to say this is not even worth worrying about. These morons couldn't even get on opposite corners for this tag match.
Yeah.
They're both on the side away from the hard cam.
Yes.
So the Misfits tag in. They all hit the ring against the Wall. The Wall kills them all and they vanish forever. So they may as well have been one guy. Now it's Vampiro fighting from underneath 1-on-2. Even though it was 4-on-2 advantage his team, now it's 1-on-2. He's the underdog. And then it gets much, much worse because you see the worst gimmick in the world raises his ugly head when the tag team partners can't agree on who's going to get the pin. So
yeah, we're already breaking up Berlin and the Wall.
Yeah.
It's been like 2 months.
I think this is the first time he's got a name.
This was the first time they ever gave him a name.
He's the Wall now.
It took him that long to give Berlin's partner the name The Wall.
So they keep
Hello?
They keep doing moves, breaking up pins. It goes on for a long time, and finally Berlin just lets the Wall win with a chokeslam. Everyone here is a geek, I wrote.
And Vampiro, years ago, he was on our show, and he noted that I never learned to take a flat back bump.
Yes.
He worked in Mexico. He took all the rolling bumps and everything like that. Comes to WCW, he's forced to just bump on his back. He doesn't know how. What do they do to this poor fucking guy? He's like being thrown off the top. He's just choke slammed. This is why he almost got killed against Mike Awesome. Someone decided, hey, let's have Mike Awesome powerbomb this fucking guy off the top rope who's never learned to take a flat back bump. Just another thing here in this war.
So 10 minutes ago, Goldberg was in the ring. Cut backstage where Goldberg is still like taking his tape and gloves off and stuff. Schiavone loses his mind. Goldberg's still here. What's he doing? Is he supposed to go from the ring outside to a running car and peel off?
Yeah. You don't stay for the whole show.
That's what Buddy Wayne would do.
Especially this show.
That's true. You've got me there. Russo meets the Tori Wilson, orders her to put a bikini on.
Thank you.
Sid versus Rick Steiner.
Sid versus Rick Steiner?
Apparently on Thunder, Sid and Rick have been doing some kind of program. They don't like each other now. They were friends for months.
And isn't Sid wrestling in the main event?
He mentioned this. He did say when he challenged Nash, I already have a match tonight, but I still want to fight you too. So he did.
So something that actually made sense. Okay, I'll take that.
Yeah, he acknowledged that. Anyway, they brawl up on stage, and Sid powerbombs him to the stage, and that's that.
All that stuff they do with Rick Steiner, making him out to be such a badass. He's
done.
just carted away. They spent an hour putting him in this damn ambulance.
A long, long time. They spent so long strapping him to this backboard and taking him to this ambulance, I figured somebody's got to attack him. They won't stay with him this long if nothing happened.
Nope.
Then nothing happened. Tenay interviews Sid. He said he has 2,000 ways to put Nash back into retirement.
Because he's the Millennium Man. The Millennium is upon us.
I got it, yes.
2,000 ways.
He says his night has just begun. I like that he went through all this trouble to goad Nash out of retirement so he could put him back into it. Kevin Nash puts on tape.
Yes. That's the segment.
He was putting it around the cuffs of his shirt that he was wearing. He wasn't actually taping his wrists. He was taping his shirt.
It was a big, oversized hockey jersey?
Yes.
But I didn't want the sleeves getting everywhere.
I guess.
So, Jerry Flynn and Barbarian, in their gear, meet in the basement to have a fight.
I like this.
Okay.
It wasn't bad.
It wasn't bad. I like...
They're in the block.
They're in the block.
The boiler room.
They say they've had a personal issue. They're going to settle it here. Okay, fine. So they begin to fight in the boiler room or the loading dock, whatever you want to call it. Tony Schiavone calls this a UFC-style matchup.
Yeah.
No.
Proving he has never seen a single frame of a UFC show.
Well, to be fair, in the very first UFC, they wanted the referee to not have the ability to stop the match.
Really?
And this was a no-referee match.
There was no referee here.
There was no referee to stop this.
So they're having a fight. I thought it was horrible.
It was fine.
Tony says...
the guy got knocked out with a kick to the chest.
I watched this, and it's going on and on. I'm thinking, this sucks. Then Tony says, it's all about ratings and entertainment.
Yes.
I thought, who would possibly want to watch this? Here's the finish. Flynn pushes him up against the loading bay door. He hits 5 knees to the body. He hits a kick to the body. And the Barbarian is suddenly deceased. It was like in a video game when his life bar runs out. He just falls on his face and doesn't move.
Liver kick, baby.
He's not clutching his ribs. He's not gasping for breath. He has been killed.
Man, it's rough.
Which is...
It's hardcore, baby.
Lose. So Flynn walks away, and that was that. Mike Tenay interviews Benoit, says he'll win the title.
Asia is walking. Don't miss that one.
I did miss that one. Yeah. Asia versus Kimberly. So Kimberly's terrified of Asia. She's not a wrestler. She doesn't want to do any of this. But she still took the time to get dressed in her fancy gear with the lipstick marks all over it and come out and show her ass for the camera she got into the ring. True terror.
Yeah, and then Tori, who wanted nothing to do with this.
This is the best.
She wanted nothing to do with any of this.
The gimmick is Tori doesn't want to be in the segment. She doesn't want to be in her bikini.
Nope.
She's all of this is something she's being forced to do by her big, cruel, mean boss. Mm-hmm. So she comes out on the ramp in her tiny, tiny little bikini. She pouts for 3 seconds and then
celebrates.
She's a bikini model, everyone.
She's smiling. She's shaking her body.
Laughing, smiling, dancing, posing. 3 seconds she lasted. She's able to maintain that facade.
This was the best thing on the show.
Well, yeah. So she gets in the ring. As if this tiny bikini was not enough, Asia threatens to tear her top off. They had the worst cat fight you ever saw.
No. Second. Nitro Girls last week.
Good call.
Thank you.
And this week.
That was bad, too. The one last week was the worst one ever.
Last week was the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. So
this was very bad, just slow.
So the animals run out to put a jacket over Tori. There's no ref out there, but Kim then attacks Asia, even though she was afraid before. At this point, out comes David Flair in a referee shirt with a crowbar. Okay, stop. The angle is David Flair hates Kimberly for what she and her husband did to his dad and what she did to him. He wants to kill her with a crowbar. So he comes out here, somehow has finagled his way into being a referee for this match. So Kim sees him and flees, but she gets in the ring, or he gets in the ring, whereupon he is attacked by Asia. Why?
I don't know, but I can explain why he was there, I think.
All right.
The powers that be had an opportunity to have Tori Wilson, David Flair's ex, and Kimberly, who he is stalking, in the ring at the same time, and thought it would be great ratings to send him out there with a crowbar and a ref shirt.
Okay.
I can at least make sense of that. Why Asia attacked David Flair, I got no fucking idea.
I was lost. So David makes a comeback. He almost suplexes her onto a crowbar. Out comes Shane Douglas to attack David.
I literally wrote, I zoned out, what happened to Vinny?
Well, good news.
I'm not kidding.
I am on the ball here. Shane Douglas hits the ring. David swings his crowbar overhead. Shane takes his arm and raises it overhead to block it. The arm that is broken has a big cast on it.
Yes.
David whacks the cast with the crowbar. Shane goes down. The rest of the Revolution comes out and chases David away. So at this point, I tried to do feud math. So Kimberly and DDP are feuding with David Flair. I've already confused myself. The Revolution are feuding with the Filthy Animals.
Right.
So Kimberly's feuding with Asia now. So should she and the Filthy Animals be friends?
No.
Who fucking cares?
Asia's with Revolution.
Why are we talking about this?
I don't know.
You're looking for logic on this show?
Not even logic. I was trying to figure out who was on whose side.
No one knows.
Thank you.
There's no one's on anybody's side.
Sting answers the knock at his dressing room door, where a man is there to deliver flowers. He says they are from the Total Package. He's sorry. Sting says, I always knew he had a feminine side. And sends the flowers away. He says, tell him I'm going to kick his ass or whatever.
So this is a backstage segment, okay? In some random part of the building. They cut to another random part of the building. Somehow Luger knows exactly how Sting reacted to getting these flowers.
I guess
Liz, what are you going to do about this?
Lex is the one guy who actually watches Nitro backstage.
Goldberg is getting water. Kimberly is fleeing David.
David cuts a promo.
Okay, this was awesome. Kimberly is running her ass out of the building. David is lurching after her with the crowbar. And as she runs away, he looks off and he says, it won't be that easy at the pay-per-view, sweetheart. Then he turns and he just stares right into the camera. They cut away. I laughed so hard. He is awesomely horrible. It's incredible.
6 days, he says.
He just stares right into the camera.
He did.
Like, don't do that.
Oh, God.
Finally, a good match.
Yes.
A world title tournament third round match. Scott Hall versus Chris Benoit. Scott Hall, when motivated, was a very good wrestler.
Hey, listen.
Chris Benoit was a great wrestler.
Scott Hall has been drinking. Mm-hmm. He's been sitting around looking at Nash in costumes. He's been doing promos. He's been just doing whatever. Crashing cars. He has not been working long matches.
No.
Is my point. Goes in with Chris Benoit. Benoit is not going to slow down for this guy.
No.
Benoit goes at Benoit speed. He drags Hall's ass throughout this entire match. Hall just kept going.
Yeah.
And he was tired.
I'm sure he was.
But he fucking just kept working.
Yeah.
And he worked and he worked and he worked. And finally, Bret Hart and Nash are out there. Mm-hmm. Nash jumps up on the apron. Benoit goes after him. Hall puts on the... Actually, I got to go back a little bit further. So, Sid hits the ring before any of this happens. And Sid gives Scott Hall a big-ass powerbomb. Leaves him for dead. Benoit goes to make the cover. Then Nash jumps up on the apron. Benoit goes after him. Hall puts the knucks on behind Benoit's back. Benoit turns around. Hall goes to swing. Benoit puts him in the crossface for the win. Kevin Nash, I mean this in the nice way possible, he could be a completely selfish dickhead.
That's the nicest way possible?
Yes.
Okay.
Scott Hall was the most giving guy in the ring.
Yeah.
Okay? There's no reason that Scott Hall couldn't have taken the powerbomb from the big guy Sid and then laid down and Chris Benoit could have got the pin.
Sure.
He didn't. Instead, he tapped out clean in the middle to the guy's crossface and gave him the win. He worked his ass off. He made the guy look good. He did everything in his power to have a good match and get Benoit over. It was awesome.
There was a lot of bullshit with Nash attacking Benoit on the floor right in front of the ref before all that, but we'll just move on. Yeah, a very good match. The best match of the tournament by leaps and bounds.
Sure.
Longest at 9 minutes and 39 seconds.
Whoa, my God.
I did love the very beginning of this match when Hall takes out his toothpick and throws it at Benoit. Mm-hmm. So Benoit just blows his nose on him.
Because it's not rocket.
Yeah.
Hall like picking mucus out of his ab hair.
That's disgusting.
That's what happened.
That's more disgusting than what I read on Amazon.
No.
The announcers are still baffled and blown away that Bill Goldberg has not left the building yet. They can't imagine that anyone would stay in this building any longer than legally necessary. Mike Tenay interviews Buff Bagwell. The powers that be have tried everything to bury Buff, but hasn't worked. He's not going to roll over for Jarrett tonight. World title tournament third round match, Billy Kidman versus Bret Hart. So I once watched Bret Hart suplex Vader. Now, there's a lot of leverage and technique to this throw, but at the end you got to be a big, strong guy to throw a man like Vader around. In this match, Bret Hart grabs William Kidman, former Cruiserweight champion, for a body slam and collapses under his weight.
Yeah, I didn't know about that spot.
What the hell happened?
I don't know. It's bad ankle.
And then, like 15 seconds later, Bret does a slingshot. Kidman goes flying through space. Lands outside. So the Outsiders come out. They molest Tori. Eddie and Conan attack them, get their asses kicked. Meanwhile, in the ring, Billy Kidman tries a Hurricane Rana. Bret turns it into a sharpshooter for the submission win at 347.
347. Mm-hmm. They could have actually had a hell of a match.
Could have.
But it was a bunch of bullshit. Bret looked annoyed going to the back.
He did.
Don't blame the guy. What a waste of his life.
And then during the break, not even like on TV, you had to go during the break, the Outsiders beat up all the filthy animals. Because you got to make the small guys look stupid. Lex goes to the kitchen.
Yeah. Nitro has a kitchen.
There's a kitchen on Nitro. Lex goes up to
Not catering.
The kitchen.
A kitchen.
Yeah.
Where you can
He
go
raids the fridge
and order something. Excuse me, can I get brownies? Oh, sure, Mr. Package.
No. He asked, do you have any brownies? And she just happened to have them.
Now, these aren't like the cafeteria-style brownies. We'll make a giant cake and cut little things. She has a plate of brownies that are stacked up in a specific pattern, ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
He says, thank you, I've got a sweet tooth, and he leaves. Mike Tenay interviews Jarrett. He's the chosen one, blah, blah, blah. World title tournament third round match. I'm going to start with, this match went 2 minutes and 5 seconds, okay? Here's what happened in those 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Creative Control come out. Buff attacks one of them, the other slides a guitar into the ring. Buff fights all three men for a while as the ref is tying his shoe. Buff hits one of the Creative Control with a guitar, but Jeff Jarrett then hits the stroke, makes a cover. The ref dives across the pile. There's chunks of guitar all over the ring. The referee counts 3.
Yeah, it's heel ref. They're trying to screw Bagwell. Yeah.
That sucked.
Yeah. This was the first time they ever called it the stroke.
Okay.
Jeff and the referee hugged after the match.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
Dustin Rhodes attacked Jarrett in Creative Control and helped Marcus clear the ring. Kevin Nash walked in his locker room.
Goldberg got a surge.
Goldberg headbutted a soda machine, got a free surge.
Luger spiked brownies. Revolution was with Tenay.
Spiked them with laxatives.
Yes. So, Mike Tenay is interviewing Revolution. Shane Douglas announces we have booked a House of Pain match with the Filthy Animals.
Yes.
Puts it over. It's all about pain, misery, torture, blah, blah, blah. Never actually says what the match is.
Well, at the beginning of the show, they actually explain this. It is a cage match where you must chain your opponents to the cage. Yeah. What?
I don't know.
Well, it's to get that ECW angle that Raven and Tommy Dreamer did.
This was not as cool as that.
No.
Janitor Hacksaw takes the brownies from the delivery guy, promises to take them to Sting, and begins to eat them instead.
Trouble.
Revolution versus Filthy Animals in a House of Pain
House of
match.
Pain.
So yes, there's handcuffs all over the cage, and you have to handcuff each person's hands and legs. It turns out it's a tag team match.
Can I explain this match just very quickly so we don't waste everyone's time? So, they chained Guerrero to the cage, then they chained Conan. Am I missing anything?
No.
That is exactly what happened.
That happened.
Although there was also a moment where, as Guerrero is being shackled, okay, Tony Schiavone says, I'm not sure he's completely shackled. His fucking arms and legs are shackled. There's only 2 other appendages. I'm not trying to be lewd here, okay? His head and his dick. Like, what more were they waiting for here?
Dong?
His PVC dong.
Are we certain his legs got shackled?
I guess later one leg hadn't been completely shackled. But for fuck's sake, he's hanging from the side of the fucking cage.
The finish of the match was Shane Douglas, who was on commentary, hits the ring and hits a guy, and it was a DQ.
No.
I thought so. Craig, what did you think?
I thought it was a DQ.
I'm pretty sure the House of Pain cage match ended in a DQ to running. Now, I want to talk about Shane here before you.
I thought that both guys got shackled and it was over.
They both were partially shackled for sure. So Shane comes out to do commentary. And he's sitting down next to Tony Schiavone. I don't know why I got into Tony, but Tony's taking zero shit from this man tonight. Shane sits down and he's all the...
Well, after the Oklahoma thing, he was just like, fuck.
He may have been. He's cracking jokes about Ross then, too. Shane sits down. This show took a step up in the ratings. It did. Then Shane's caught off guard by that. He's silent for a while. And he goes on, we developed this match for a particular reason. To take out the filthy animals once and for all. And Tony says, no! Just making the biggest fool out of Shane. And finally, Tony says to Shane, quote, you are like every other mark on the internet who thinks they can call this thing.
Wow.
Yes. So, yeah, they're all beating up Conan and Eddie. Ray tries to make the save. And again, I'm a fair man. So... the cage has a roof on it. I didn't know why, and the only reason any of this happened was this final spot. They hang a handcuff from the top of the cage, hang it around Ray's ankle, so his shoulders are on the mat, but his leg and body are hanging in the air, and they all start attacking him. That was original, and that looked really cool. Way to go. World title tournament match, total package versus Sting. They're doing this match. 2 minutes in.
Well, Sting comes out and Luger is baffled. Why is he here? Liz, what happened to the brownies?
Yes.
They have a match. What the fuck happened here?
All right.
Can you help me?
I will do my best. Sting puts Lex in the Scorpion.
Yeah.
Lex trips the referee. The referee is down like he's been shot.
Yes.
Liz hits the ring, sprays mace in Sting's eyes.
Yes.
So Lex, with Sting blinded, and the referee still down, says, I shall put this man in my human torture rack submission hold.
Why not?
Holding Sting up in the air. Meng runs down.
Yes.
Meng runs down.
Hey, you know what? I'll give him credit.
Mm-hmm.
Luger was making fun of Meng a few weeks ago.
Did he?
Yep.
I can't remember him
It absolutely happened. This actually tied in a storyline.
Getting Meng to get mad at Jarrett. So I guess Meng
was ridiculing him.
Meng watches Nitro too. All right. So Meng hits the ring, does his kata next to Lex, puts him in the death grip, puts him out. Liz tries to mace Meng. Meng scares her. She flees. Meng puts Sting on top of Lex. Sting wins at 5:08.
And God, did the place go crazy for Sting basically dying to win.
Yes.
This is a hot crowd. They should have never left this town.
There's one point they're brawling on the floor and excuse me. Luger's trying to get away. Sting grabs him around the waist and he's throwing him back in the ring and Luger just goes, help me, Bobby!
Funny Lex is funny. Backstage, Hacksaw Duggan used the bathroom. Backstage, Goldberg left a room.
Thank you for leaving it at that.
Sid walking, Nash walking, Goldberg walking. Then we had a street fight.
Sid Vicious versus Kevin Nash. They brawled. It sucked.
Excuse me. Sid versus Nash in a street fight.
That's correct.
You know what? It's not just that there was a DQ. Although that is fucking dumb. Mm-hmm. They're having a street fight. Mm-hmm. And, by the way, anybody listening to this, if you have not watched it yet, please give me an animated GIF of Sid doing a double sledge off the announce table. Particularly his setup. So, they went on forever. Of all the matches to give time to. Nash versus Sid. So, Sid finally hits a big boot. He goes for the power bomb. Scott Hall hits the ring right in front of the referee. Mm-hmm. Goes after Sid.
Right.
I wrote these words, okay? It's a street fight, so theoretically no DQ, but who knows in WCW? Then I wrote, turns out it wasn't a DQ! Exclamation point. Fans are chanting for Goldberg. Goldberg hits the ring. He spears both guys. And this motherfucker, this fucking referee, rings the fucking bell.
Right.
A disqualification. I wrote, and again, I say this with all love, fuck you, WCW. Die a brutal death and never come back. That's what I thought.
Well, they did.
I saw that fucking finish.
Good news.
God damn it! You can't have a DQ in a street fight!
Especially when you're disqualifying for something that someone else did 2 minutes earlier.
Yes!
It's not a DQ. Again, you're contradicting yourself. So Goldberg clears the ring. Sid attacks Goldberg, who just saved him. Goldberg hits a big power slam. Sid totally no-sells it. Hits a nut shot, grabs a chair. Bret Hart makes a save. That's the go-home show for the pay-per-view. I had to go back and check.
Yes.
The only thing booked on this pay-per-view is a stupid tournament, the final four of the tournament. I could remember off the top of my head Bret was in it. Well, I remember the finals just because I think
Bret and Benoit were in it, and Jarrett.
I could not remember the other two guys. I had to go back and check. It's Jeff Jarrett and Sting.
Sting, that's right. We should know that because they all won their matches on this show.
You would think we would know that. It shouldn't be that hard to keep track of.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter who win or lose.
All right. Would you like to do your finish report first, or should I count segments?
Why don't I do my finish report? You can count while I do it.
I want to count live.
I see. Well, whichever. I don't care then.
All right. Let's do your music first.
All right.
Let's get that out of the way.
The finishes on this show were pin in a hardcore match, clean pin in a handicap match, pin after motorboating, DQ in a pinata on a pole match, pin in a handicap match by 2 guys against 4, and the 2 guys couldn't even get along with each other. No finish due to powerbomb through stage. Knockout in basement fight. Submission after shenanigans. Clean submission. Pin after various shenanigans. DQ in a House of Pain cage match. Pin after interference. DQ due to run-in after a run-in that was not a DQ.
I wait for the day we get through that song twice.
Oh,
All right, here's your segment count, everybody. I may have missed one or two. I did my damnedest to count every single one. There were 2 that you named that I think I missed. So this, I believe, is the official count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20,
Segment sponsored
21,
by Sesame Street.
22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60! 61!
61 seconds.
Your pride.
61.
The highest you ever counted before?
Fucking segments on a single 3-hour television show. How? Do we need to see that many people walking?
That's 20 segments an hour. There's 3 minutes a segment.
There's 3 hours in Nitro. 60.
That's a new record.
That is. 57 last week, as I remember.
50-something, yeah.
It was 57.
Yeah.
Speed it by 4 fucking segments. 61 divided by 3, 20 segments per hour. A segment on average every 3 minutes. Less!
Because of commercials.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck, commercials. A segment every 2 minutes. Let's talk about Nitro. Oh, yes, Rob. Excellent job with the flag.
Thank you. Just testing again. Carry on.
Rob, are you a middle child?
What's that?
Are you a middle child?
You forgot your flag.
That's on me.
That's your fault.
I will take the heat for that one.
You raised the flag when you're going to ask Rob a question.
I did.
God damn it.
Rob, are you a middle child?
No, I'm the oldest.
I am a middle child, and we have a reputation for being attention whores. So
I think it's just you.
maybe this is me.
Yeah.
Which child are you, Brian?
Dude, I'm the oldest.
That's a lie.
What are you talking about? Who's my fucking older brother?
I don't know.
Gotta say, Craig, it's an easy lie to disprove.
You are the oldest.
No shit, I'm the oldest.
Oh. Carry on.
Did you invent a mystery Alvarez
I
brother?
did, actually.
He did. I want to know more. Was it a male or a female?
I thought it was Tony. Go ahead.
He's still the oldest, by the way.
My sister's husband is my biological brother.
Understood.
That's fucking
I'm sure you
weird.
called him,
It is weird.
I'm sure you called him brother at some time.
I call everyone brother.
There you go.
Yeah.
Monday Nitro number 218.
Sometimes I call him dude.
November 22nd, 1999. Jeff Jarrett is walking around backstage with no shirt like a geek. Just announcing to nobody, it's my time, I'm the chosen one, I'm taking matters into my own.
That's how the show started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a bad show.
Walking around with his guitar and shirtless.
So here's a novel idea. Let's take the guy who was world champion of the other company, got unfairly screwed out of his championship, and everyone knows it. We'll sign him, and we'll put our belt on him. It took him 2 years to figure that out.
Yeah.
Bret Hart is world champion now.
Yeah, he won a tournament last night beating Chris Benoit.
Yeah.
So at least at the end of this bullshit tournament, they at least figured out, let's have two great wrestlers have a great wrestling match in the main event. Dudes tried to run in, they all got thwarted, and there was actually a clean finish.
Everyone, that is the storyline. The storyline is they tease the shitty finish. If you have to get the pay-per-view to see a clean finish.
Yep.
They showed clips. There were a bunch of people trying to run in, but they showed here the Outsiders trying to interfere. Why? Why would the Outsiders interfere in a Bret Hart-Chris Benoit match? What do they care?
Well, it'll make sense later.
I guess. It does? Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
All right. So Bret cuts this promo, says he thought about quitting this year. He had his ups and his downs. Thanks his fans for sticking by him. Dedicates the win to his dad up in Calgary. Says, I want to do the right thing by a guy who I consider still to be the U.S. champion. I want to offer Bill Goldberg a title shot. Everyone cheers at Starrcade.
Oh.
They all go, boo.
I booed. That's the end.
I thought the end was last Starrcade.
No, the super kick of doom.
Oh, that end. Yeah.
Fuck.
So the Outsiders, in fact, interrupt. Hall appeared to be drunk.
I thought that too, because I thought for sure he was fucked up, but he managed to get his entire promo out totally fine.
Yeah. He's wearing a Michigan Strip Club t-shirt, which
The landing strip.
he pointed out later. So he's clearly not
Got a
ashamed of it.
huge pop.
They bury so they bury Bret for his Boy Scout ways. Here's the difference between Bret Hart and Kurt Angle. Angle says, essentially, I am a Boy Scout, therefore you should all follow me. Bret does not say he's a Boy Scout. He just acts that way and stands for honor and integrity, and the bad guys all make fun of him. And it was the 90s, so they cheer for the bad guys anyway.
At one point, Scott Hall said, Brett, you should take some lessons from the Outsiders because we are the reason that WCW is the place that it's in right now. Has he been watching this show?
They took credit for taking WCW from the outhouse to the penthouse.
They actually turned it around twice.
Yeah.
It's very impressive.
They eventually challenged Bret and Goldberg to a tag match. Bret accepts. I'm wondering if anyone's going to ask Bill if he wants this match. But then out comes Jeff Jarrett, who lays out Bret with a guitar shot, says this belt belongs to him, and poses with it as they debut his Kid Rock knockoff music.
This guitar was so heavily gimmicked that the pieces, when they exploded into the air, fell like leaves from a tree.
God, I had the funniest video of Paisley. I took her to Granny's house for Halloween.
You smashed her with a guitar?
There's a point to this. And she's got a little Halloween costume on, and Granny wants to take a picture of it. And so Granny goes, Paisley, turn around. And so Paisley's 2, so she turns all the way around.
I see, yeah.
And Granny's like, no, turn around. And so she just keeps turning in a full circle, and Granny's trying desperately to take a picture of the back. Paisley's the Outsiders.
Sure.
Actually, yes.
They turned it all the way around.
I confirm.
It was shitty. They turned it around, and then they turn it around again.
As the Outsiders noted here, we do whatever we want, whenever we want, to whoever we want. Paisley is the Outsiders.
Yes.
Yes.
There's so many correlations here. She acts like Hall half the time.
Yes.
Drunken?
Stumbles around
Little
and slurs her speech.
Yes.
Falls down all the time.
Wacky hairdo.
Yep.
Yep. Mike Tenay interviews Kurt Hennig, who is
remarkably similar hair. When Hall's hair is down. Yeah. God damn.
Is she gonna start shaving now? Give her the stubble.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mike Tenay interviews Kurt Hennig, who was pinned at Mayhem. His career is over. Says
I watched this fucking show for weeks, and they paid it off at the pay-per-view. That actually makes me mad. God damn it. You know what? No one else bought that pay-per-view either. That pay-per-view died a death.
Of course it didn't. So Kurt says he's there. He's got one more thing left to do. He'll never wrestle for WCW ever again. He's a man of his word. And he said if he got pinned, he'd never wrestle again. He did? I thought it was forced upon him.
Well, I mean, he agreed to it, I guess.
He did?
I don't think he had a
Well, I mean, he
choice.
kept wrestling.
So the whole time he's talking...
That's the least of our problems in this
That's fair.
illogical
That's
universe.
fair. The whole time he's talking, the Maestro is performing.
This was a misstep. Okay. Like, I don't want to, I'm just going to cut to the end right here, okay? Throughout this fucking show, every time they're backstage, the goddamn Maestro's playing this fucking piano.
Yeah.
So 3 hours into the show, David Flair shows up with a fucking crowbar and beats the shit out of the piano and destroys it. I was cheering for him. Thank you, David Flair.
I'm sure that was the intent.
I don't think so.
I believe that was the intent.
Are you kidding me?
Was
Do
it
you
a
even
cheer
know
for the
what,
Maestro?
Do you know what happened at the pay-per-view with him and Kimberly?
No.
It was like a complete disaster. Like, Arn Anderson came out and he beat the shit out of Arn with the crowbar and killed him, and Arn did a stretch. A total heel thing.
Yeah. But
he's not a babyface.
The people writing this show have no idea what a heel and babyface are.
Well, that's true.
Yes.
Did you notice who the girl was with the Maestro?
Yeah,
was that Ryan Shamrock?
It was
Ryan Shamrock.
How
Yeah,
about that? I didn't know. I recognized her, but I didn't remember her being there. Kidman is upset. His camera's missing, and he's mad at Eddie for something. Filthy Animals are breaking up, everybody. I hope you all will be okay with that. Oklahoma and Dr. Death are here.
Walking.
Why? They're walking.
Just walking.
they walked
They did.
for an hour.
Yeah.
They did do laps around the
Literally
building.
an hour later, they're walking again.
Yes.
How big is this fucking building?
Why was Dr. Death in all these segments in this 1999 WCW run wearing Hawaiian shirts and Dockers?
Because he's Doc.
I mean, I'm not going to tell him what to wear, but...
Yeah, shut the fuck up then. He'll kick your ass.
Oh, you would?
He can wear whatever he wants.
That's fair. That's fair.
What do you expect him to wear? A cowboy hat?
No.
A doctor's outfit because he's Dr. Death? Should he have been in scrubs?
Something
Jeans and
athletic.
a t-shirt, just a muscle shirt showing off his giant arms. He's just
Had a heck of a tan.
very tan. Very
Maybe
tan.
he was in Hawaii before this show.
That's possible. That's possible. Johnny the Bull and Big Vito in their Nitro debuts were meeting with Tony Marinara. Amazingly awful segment.
Yes.
So in like 1992, I wrote a big, long history of Vince Russo for my book. 100 Things Every WWE Fan Should
Are you
Know or
writing
Do
a book?
Before They Die. I am, in fact. I tried to write it as absolutely, positively, fairly as humanly possible.
How'd that go?
That's why they didn't give me the book.
So anyway, he had a video store, a chain of video stores in the late 80s. And then Blockbuster opened up across the street. And he was like, that's the beginning of the end. So he was sponsoring this local radio show. He desperately wanted to get into wrestling. He used to have wrestlers come to his video store for like signings and that sort of thing. And anyway, the point of this is he went to, I believe it was Gleason's gym, and he was training to be like a manager.
Okay.
Going through bumps and everything like that. So one of his very first buddies in the early 90s was Big Vito.
Okay.
So Russo gets the book, WCW. 2 weeks later, Big Vito.
Amazing
Is
how that
now a
works.
WCW superstar here with Tony Marinara. And Johnny the Bull from the power plant.
Yes. So I believe this is the first time in his life Big Vito had ever seen a television camera
Yes.
because he kept looking at it over and over and over and
Well,
over
I mean,
again.
in storyline, Vinny,
Yeah.
they're plotting a murder.
They were.
And there's goddamn cameras right there.
Yeah, but he kept
So
talking.
I'd be looking at it too, like, can you shut that fucking thing off there?
I just figured his lines were on the top of the thing.
That's possible. That's
Could've
also
also
possible. So the boom mic gets in the shot at one point. Disco's in the background. He gets scared and walks away. Jeez. They're talking about the hit they're going to do, and towards the end, it's revealed Vito doesn't even know who they're killing. And Tony says, "It's Disco, you idiot."
Did you see Disco come back? They
Was that Disco in disguise?
yeah, he had
Okay.
he had a big full beard on.
Got it.
And
Well, that's why it worked.
And he snuck in.
Hey, his disguise worked. I didn't recognize him. I saw there was a guy back there. It didn't occur to me it was Disco. He just happened to have a hat and fake beard with him.
If you're going to do a comedy
All right.
gag, you should at least see it.
All right. Hey, credit to the WCW. You made it funny, and I didn't catch it. Luger's meeting with Russo. He wants him to book.
Fuck.
He wants him to book. This is the match Lex Luger wants to happen.
Yes.
Meng versus Miss Elizabeth.
Yes.
To which Vince says, "It sounds great."
Yes.
It does.
Ratings.
To who? Who? What? Ratings. This means people's going to watch it. Who's going to watch
to
Meng and Elizabeth?
To the one guy that matters, Vince Russo.
So Vince Russo by himself is going to be watching the. So he declares, "I can't book Liz in a match. She's not under contract to me. She's under contract to you." Lex explains that she spends thousands of dollars of money. She needs a job. She has to do whatever I say. I promise I'll make it happen. And Russo says, "This sounds too good to be true." And again, what's good about it? But he agrees. Then we cut to Liz watching a monitor. She's the only person on the show who watches Nitro. And then
the most horrific acting.
She's acting
in the history of wrestling.
Linda McMahon's never been this bad.
No. They go back to the announcers, and Tony Schiavone says these 5 words. Payback for Elizabeth last night. What the fuck happened? Okay, the last time I watched this show, Elizabeth and Luger were together. Okay. I tune in this week, and Luger is trying to get her killed.
Yes.
There's no recap. There's like no verbal or video recap. I don't know what happened at the pay-per-view where now he wants her dead. What happened?
I don't know.
Apparently, somehow she embarrassed him. That's all I got out of this. This is a bad television show.
Now, Brian, I don't want to steal your gimmick, but this is 8 segments before the first wrestling match.
Let's check my count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I fucked it up. I'll count again. You go.
Creative Control versus the Filthy Animals. So they're doing this tag match, and then suddenly the camera, like, Kidman's on the apron, and I'm looking at a camera shot that's showing the back of his head.
I had 9.
Yeah, no, I may have missed one.
Yeah.
I'm looking at a camera shot that's a close-up of the back of Billy Kidman's head.
Yes.
So this means Billy had to be standing on the apron, and the cameraman had to be, like, behind him and holding onto the rope so he didn't fall to get the shot.
Yes.
It's ridiculous.
Sure.
So eventually...
Well, they wanted it so that they could see what you were seeing, which was Kidman looking at the screens.
Right.
To see Eddie Guerrero and Tori flirting.
How could have Kidman seen that screen?
Or, as Schiavone called it, hanky-panky.
Yes.
This is not the Jumbotron they have at Raw.
No. There's...
This is like a 55-inch television that they mounted above.
Hanging up over the ceiling, over and behind the stage.
Yes.
Yeah. So Kidman is outraged. He goes running to the back, and Creative Control hits a double slam and gets the win. And I thought, okay, short little tag match. You did a wacky angle, and the guy got pinned, whatever.
Oh, no.
And then I forgot.
Yes.
This is for the World Tag Team Champions.
Creative Control are the new World Tag Team Champions.
That's how they won.
Yeah.
The other guys, one of the other guys quit to go beat up the guy who was hitting on his girlfriend.
Yes.
So we go backstage to show the guy attacking the guy who was hitting on his girlfriend, and it's so important that we then go to somewhere else in the back.
Yes. Kidman attacked Eddie. Eddie Guerrero and his girlfriend were making out, and Kidman got mad at Eddie.
Which is fine. I understand. But like in the middle of this brawl...
How about the other half?
He mad at Tori too. Well, we'll get to that.
He wasn't.
We'll get to that. This is in the middle of this brawl, which is so important that Kidman walked out of a World Tag Team title match, and then they cut away to somewhere else in the back. Mike Tenay is interviewing Bret Hart and Bill Goldberg. Bret's ranting about the Outsiders and Jarrett, and Bill says, listen, you go take care of Jarrett. Leave the Outsiders to me. And Tenay says, you'll take on the Outsiders in a handicap match? Bill says, not necessarily. Stacy Keibler...
Now Sky.
Sky is her name.
Because she's tall.
She's tall. She does not want Spice to wrestle. I don't either.
This is the most atrocious acting. She was somehow worse than Elizabeth, which I did not think that was
That's a
possible.
hard question to answer.
She was worse than Liz.
I can't disagree.
She was worse than Miss Elizabeth.
They were.
Can we just say they were both horrible?
They were. Oh, they were.
Well, of course they were.
They sure were.
But
Jesus.
Yeah, Sky was very bad.
Kurt meets with Buff Bagwell. Says, listen, I know you pinned me last night to end my career, but I want you to know you're doing your job. There's no hard feelings. As they're talking, the maestro is playing piano again. Now, as Brian explained, the maestro's music is throughout this show, but at this point, we'd only heard it in 2 segments. And both of them were when Kurt Hennig was talking. So at the time, I assumed the maestro, the first time we actually saw him, he was in the background, you can see him. I assumed he was dragging this giant grand piano around the building to wherever Kurt was and playing whenever he started to talk. Norman Smiley comes out, cuts a promo about being hardcore champ. It's horrendous. This fucking promo.
Fans are chanting boring. He says, I'm so hardcore I drank milk 2 days past the expiration date. More boring chants.
I like when he stopped in the middle of his promo to pull a hair out of his mouth. That was a great moment. He issues an open challenge. Out comes the returning Fit Finley.
Yes. And by the way, it was true that he nearly had to have his leg amputated.
Yes.
After the Junkyard Battle Royal.
Well,
Here he is.
The match right after that, we later learned.
Yes, here he is a few months later. He's got this giant brace in his lower leg. He fucking beat the shit out of Norman Smiley.
He sure did.
And looked better with one leg than almost everyone else does with two.
Absolutely.
This man's amazing.
He beats him and he beats him and he beats him. In the middle of the beating, they cut to the announcers who run their mouths for a while.
There's no match.
No.
He just beat him and then they just cut away.
Backstage, Luger is...
No. Tony Schiavone plugs O-Day WCW. The WCW cologne.
That's right.
Oh.
You missed that?
I tuned him out.
Oh, you shouldn't have tuned him out. He had a box of it. It's got that fucking horrific logo.
I got to see what this is going for on eBay.
Find it.
I will.
You see if you find out what it smells like.
Shit.
Booze and sweat, I assume? Oh, so then Lex is chewing out Elizabeth as the maestro played.
Said he was humiliated last night. She needs to learn a lesson. Doesn't tell us what happened, why this is occurring, why he's mad at her, what she did. I still have no idea. And I read The Observer about this show.
Tenay interviews the Outsiders. They are not worried about Goldberg, and they're getting the band back together.
Yeah, so they said they have a plan for him. And Hall says, let's bring in that Riot Squad. Nash says, no, that gimmick backfired.
Yes. That was funny.
Yeah. Sometimes he's funny.
Well, when he's funny, he's very funny.
He's funny, like the 10% of the time that he's funny, he's really funny.
Yeah.
The 90% of the time that he's not funny, he is very not funny.
Yes.
Some guy wants $150 for his bottle of Nitro perfume.
Oh, really? Wow.
That's the only one I see.
I will take that for the Christmas show. I know it's $150, and I said don't spend any money on the gift, but I'll take that. I need to know what it's... I need the scent of WCW permeating the studio.
No.
More so than it does on the average Tuesday.
It's the scent of death and crippling debt. Chavo tries to sell jewelry to the Italians. I think this is the segment where Disco is in the background. I mistakenly said he was in the earlier segment. This is the one where he shows up, leaves, and comes back in disguise.
Hey, Chavo found two good guys to try and sell gimmicks to, though.
They were
into it.
This was a good audience, a good what do you call it? Customer. Well, that's another word. Customers. I was going to say, Craig.
Marks.
The maestro was also playing in this segment. Tenay interviews Jarrett. He says he'll beat Brett for the title tonight. Evan Courageous versus Saturn. So they're recapping some sort of tag match in the pay-per-view or something, and Tony actually explains the finish thusly. Saturn hit a low blow on Tori and got the win. And I thought, well, he must have screwed up and gotten their names mistaken. It's live TV, that can happen. But no, the more he explained it, I was surprised she lasted that long. That's what actually happened, apparently. Saturn pinned Tori Wilson with a low blow.
Yeah.
I'm so happy I didn't watch that show. I'm so happy I didn't watch that
Still
show.
can, you know.
No, I can't. So
this match was so weird because it's Saturn versus Evan Courageous.
That's a good point. That's a weird match.
Yes. So they're doing this match, and you can hear the crowd not really all that into it and everything like that. And then suddenly Saturn puts on the Ring of Saturn, and they pipe in crazy screaming out of the crowd.
Yes.
I don't know what they were covering up, but they were covering something up. I don't know if they played a weird song or I don't even know, but Asia attacks Medusa, there's a pull apart, and who was the stone guy doing commentary? I wasn't paying attention.
Buzzkill.
Oh, fuck.
Brad
Armstrong. Brad Armstrong comes out as Buzzkill. He says it's not about drugs, he's high on life, and then he talks like he's stoned for 10 minutes.
Yeah, he comes to the table, and this is Buzzkill, and Bobby Heenan says, "Hello, Mr. Kill."
Bobby's great. Yeah. So yeah, Buzzkill's here now. It's Brad Armstrong imitating his brother. We said who won, right? Saturn won with the Rings of Saturn.
Yes.
So Kidman's cutting a promo on Eddie. Tori's right there with him.
Yeah.
As Bryan noted, he's not mad at her.
No.
Have you seen her?
It's clearly all Eddie's fault that those two were happily making out together.
Yes, he says he wants to fight Eddie tonight, and he hopes it was worth it. Okay.
Maybe it was.
Yeah, so can you imagine if they did this angle in 2018? A full thousands of signs just reading cuck Just holding it up. That's what it would say. That's literally the definition of that word is what Billy Kidman is here. That is what it is. Oh, by the way, the Maestro was playing throughout this segment.
Yes, he was.
Vampiro and the Misfits are here. They are walking. Oklahoma and Dr. Death are here. They are also walking.
Yes.
Tenay interviews Eddie as the Maestro plays. Eddie says, I'm not proud, but what's done is done. I read this whole thing. I wrote it down. I'm not proud, but what's done is done. And sometimes things turn out to be what they really aren't.
I just wrote, not sure what Eddie is rambling about, but he accepts the match with Kidman.
Yes.
Did I cover it?
He is upset Kidman won't listen to him, so now they're going to have to fight.
Ugh, it's terrible.
Wall versus Vampiro. Dr. Death and Oklahoma come out. So,
Fuck this match. There's nothing to say except this. All 4 fucking Misfits, there's 4 of them.
Yeah.
All 4 Misfits attack the Wall right in front of 3 guesses.
Nicholas Patrick.
Nick fucking Patrick. It's not a DQ.
No.
Then Alex Wright hits Vamp with a chair, and that's a fucking DQ.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I hate this show.
It's terrible.
It makes no sense. It's stupid. Wall and Berlin are now breaking up.
Yes. this long-time faction.
So Steve Williams hits the ring. He kills the fucking Misfits. And then Vamp kicks him, and he takes his awesome flip bump to the outside.
Fuck is awesome.
Oklahoma has to hold him back. I'm so fucking sick of Oklahoma. Dude. The matches have to go so long so they can all laugh at his commentary.
Yeah. That was awful. Jarrett and Creative Control are walking backstage. Jeff is wearing Brett's belt. Brett is walking backstage. And then Miss Elizabeth has a cunning plan. To avoid this match with Meng, she will find a shark cage. Because every sports arena in the United States, in Michigan for that matter,
Sure.
has a shark cage laying
Well,
around.
you got to put the drunk somewhere.
She locks herself in a shark cage.
Why not?
A limousine arrives. We look at it for a long time, and nothing happens. Jeff Jarrett versus Bret Hart for the world title. So, this is just a nothing TV match, but...
Let me say what I got out of this match. It had a ton of heat.
Yeah.
Jeff Jarrett had a ton of heat. And in 1999, the idea of Jeff Jarrett as the world champion was fucking ridiculous. But if you look at it through 2018 eyes, and you look at the people that have been made world champion in the last 19 years, he was as fine a choice as anybody else.
Sure.
Now, of course, we got to look at it like it was 1999. This was a terrible decision. But, I mean, he had heat. He could
work.
He was the same size as Brett,
Yes.
largely. He could work. I mean, his interviews are horrific. If I hear slap nuts one more time, I don't even know what
it's
I'll
just
do.
getting started.
So, Dustin Rhodes KO'd Jarrett with the belt. Creative Control chased him to the back. Brett puts him in the sharpshooter, wins. It's fine. Pretty good match.
The only thing I can add to this is they did a spot where Jeff tried a sunset flip and Brett sat down and hooked the legs. He did the greatest sunset flip counter roll up you ever saw. He hooks these legs and he was all the way forward. His head's on the mat. If this had been a shoot, Jarrett would have been fucked. Brett could have pinned him for 20 seconds. It was awesome. It was a fucking sunset flip counter because Bret Hart ruled. Lex is meeting with Liz, who's still in her shark cage.
God. So Luger says, listen, Liz, I'm sorry about what happened. If you let yourself out of this cage, I will go and cancel the match. Liz is the biggest fucking idiot in the last segment or two. She gives him the key, okay? She gives him the key.
Right.
The
Okay?
key she gave to him.
Yes. He then takes the key and he says, God damn it, you're doing the match. If you don't get out and wrestle, I'll put the cage in the ring. He leaves.
He's got the key.
How the fuck is she going to get out of this fucking cage?
Lex didn't think that one through.
The writers didn't think that one.
That's also true.
What is
Fuck.
it with girls in cages? Because when Russo was booking TNA, remember that?
He likes cages. He likes poles. I mean,
Do the
we
math,
could go
Rick.
on and on.
Cages, girls in cages and poles.
A limo arrived. We go back to Liz. Sure as shit, she can't get out without a fucking key. Sting shows up. Sting, can you help? He says, you made your own cage. Now you have to sleep in it.
Did we add that Liz's whole plan was to be locked in a cage? Now that she's locked in a cage, she's upset?
Yeah.
Her plan's working.
Well, she didn't notice that you could stick a forklift forks through the top of the cage and actually drive it to the ring.
Yeah, but the point is, like, okay, she's in the ring in a cage. What the fuck is Ming going to do? Well, I mean, we later found out, but I mean, this storyline is absolutely idiotic.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Speaking of which, Kidman versus Eddie Guerrero. So, as they're wrestling, or maybe coming out, the announcers get into the whole thing with Arn Anderson. He was fired last night. They didn't know he was an agent until we started talking about him, and so they fired him. That's the storyline. The storyline is the guys in charge have no idea what the fuck is going on.
I didn't hear a word you said.
Doesn't matter.
I'm so zoned out.
That's fine.
In the 84th segment here.
So nobody cares about Kidman and Eddie Guerrero because, let's see, it's the Filthy Animals. They've been together for maybe 3 months, and that whole time it's never been clear if they're good guys or bad guys. And now they're fighting. Why would anyone care? Kidman accidentally gets low blowed. He does not want to stop the match. Revolution jumps Conan. Kidman goes up for the shooting star press. Tori distracts him. Eddie goes up top. In the middle of all this insanity, Eddie goes to they're both standing on the top rope. Eddie does a double overhook suplex, suplexing him over his head. It was awesome. And he frog splash for the win. Russo tells Creative Control to bring Hacksaw to him. And also go find out who's in the limo. And then Jarrett runs in. He yells at Creative Control for a while. As I wrote here, Mang is being Mang in the hallway. Lex has a forklift for Liz's cage. Creative tells Hacksaw to go see the boss. Tenay interviews Spice. Sky again asks her not to go through with it.
I gotta say, Spice was a better promo than almost anybody in the business today. She was actually really good. You didn't notice because you're busy, like,
writing everything down.
Stacy Keibler, who's fucking horrific.
That too.
Spice was a great talker.
Mang versus Elizabeth. Liz's cage is in fact carried down to the ring by forklift and then raised and placed into the ring.
This was like them bringing the princess to King Kong.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's actually true. Yes, she is the sacrifice. So the match starts, but she's in a cage. So it's all Mang shaking the door and trying to bend and break the bars. Lex comes out. He offers the key to Mang. Mang's crazy. He puts the death grip on Lex. There was no doubt in my mind that the ref was going to count the pin, and that would be the end of the match. No, he just puts Lex out with a death grip. He takes the cage apart more, and then Sting attacks him with a bat for the DQ. And he opens the door. He does not rescue Liz, but he gives her a means to escape her on her own. That was awful. Goldberg is talking to somebody that we can't see. We get outside of the limo. There was a wooden figure they claimed was the driver sitting behind the wheel of this limo, but it cannot have been a real human being because he's just sitting there staring blankly.
Camera shy.
Behind the wheel of the limo. It's been 30 minutes. He's just sitting there.
Probably fell asleep.
With his eyes open.
It happens.
The Outsiders were doing something, getting warmed up, I guess.
They were laying around.
They cut to Duggan, who stands there and waits for his cue, then walks forward. He sees the maestro playing the piano. If any of you were fans of The Muppet Show, and you remember Dr. Teeth and the Electric Mayhem,
yes,
Hacksaw was Animal, the maestro was Dr. Teeth, and Animal took over the keyboards for this segment. That's exactly what happened.
Segment sucked.
One of the better things in the
It
show.
had its charm.
I will share a still shot of Hacksaw howling at the moon as Maestro looks
Can we get going here? Jesus Christ.
Lash LaRue versus Disco Inferno.
No dancing from Disco. He loses clean. They're still pushing Lash LaRue. I don't know why. Vito and the crew try to kill Disco. Lash makes a save. The storyline is, I swear to God, they're trying to kill the Disco Inferno.
Yes, there's an attempted murder going on. They want to abduct him and then end his life. And he still comes to this fucking building. Stay home. Also, Lash and Disco, after wrestling each other, now they are friends. Lash helped Disco put Tony into a body bag, and then they just left him there. Creative Control finds the limo. Nothing happens. They come back. They're talking to security. The limo's alarm is going off. I had to mute it. This fucking car alarm just driving me nuts. I have no idea what happened. I don't care. Russo is upset at Hacksaw for using his toilet last week. I was really sick, Hacksaw says. I had the runs. Russo tells him to go clean the toilet with a toothbrush. Move on.
He says he has done significantly worse things in his own personal toilet, and he wants Hacksaw to use a toothbrush. There's a reason I give the details of this.
Okay. Spice versus Tigress.
This was the 9th Circle of Hell. The announcer is busy putting over how great it is. Spice allegedly gets a fingernail in the eye. Now Tigress is sad. Sky gets in the ring. Everybody goes nuts. They're filming as far up her ass as they could possibly film. She then takes a makeup kit. She hits Spice with the fucking lamest shot in the history of combat.
If she had hit Paisley with the exact same shot, Paisley would have laughed at her.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Sky and Tigress put makeup on Spice. Fucking atrocious.
Miserably bad.
Jenna Maraska.
I'm not
laughing at how bad this was.
I'm not sure which one said it, but one of the announcers says, there's a big difference between dancing and wrestling. There sure is. Tenay interviews Meng as the maestro played. This is the best thing in the show.
Meng spoke English.
Yes, and Tenay acknowledged, it's very rare we hear you speak, but I understand you have something to say. Meng is no fool. Sting stick his nose where it doesn't belong. He tried to use the bat to crush my head. Well, let me tell you something. I want to challenge him tonight. No disqualification. And he can use the bat. I will use my hands. Ah!
You're the loudest fucking guy in the world.
Why didn't Meng do more promos? That was awesome. Get excited. Get excited by Meng's promos. Kurt comes out for a promo. He's too emotional. He can't speak. He leaves. Here's an entire segment. I'm making this up. The limo door opened.
Yep.
End. Hacksaw is in fact cleaning a toilet with a toothbrush, but it's the boss's toothbrush, conveniently kept in a gold case and left on the sink.
So he's been told that Russo has done horrible things to the toilet.
I know where you're going with this.
And he wants to have him clean it with a toothbrush. Hacksaw goes in, he sees, oh, this fucking moron Russo has left his goddamn toothbrush here. I'll clean the toilet with his toothbrush. He could just go into the stall and they cut away. They follow him into the stall.
The toilet's pristine.
They get a close-up of the toilet. It is as clean as any toilet has ever been.
On top of that...
Can they do anything right?
On top of that, when Hacksaw walked into the bathroom, he opens up the stall, he goes, ooh.
Yeah.
And he shudders to a pristine toilet.
Awful.
Roddy Piper comes out for a promo. Buries the writers. Says the only time the wrestlers see the writers is when they're in the showers. Says they all write about TNA and sex because they can't get any. At this point, his mic gets cut. He keeps trying to get mics. They keep getting cut. He drags the producer backstage, takes me to Russo's door, kicks the door in. There's creative control. Russo says, let him go. I want to hear what he has to say. And Piper turns, and he is shocked to see Vince Russo there. Now, I understand Piper lived in the hills of Oregon, pretty far off the grid. But he went to Nitro and didn't know Vince Russo was in charge? I'm skeptical.
It wasn't that. He couldn't believe what he looked like.
Maybe that's it.
That's what it was. It was like it may have been like a Wizard of Oz reference here. Like, this is the fucking guy behind the curtain?
I guess so.
This skinny, goofy-looking guy? You kidding me?
Maybe that was it. So he says Russo can't screw him. He's a legend. He's got a bank account. He says he'll beat Russo to death if he ever cut his mic again. Russo retorts, says Piper is 50, he is down to one hip, needs to join Flair and Hogan in the retirement home. Piper says, I got a contract, you've got to pay me and I can appear. Russo says, okay, you can appear. Here, you are now a referee. Tosses him a shirt. If you refuse, that's a breach of contract and I'll sue you. Piper hangs his head and he leaves.
He says, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Next segment, Piper goes to his limo, gets in and leaves.
He's ranting, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will referee. Yes, sir.
Let's see. Goldberg is going through his gear. Buff Bagwell versus Booker T. Nobody gives a fuck. Creative Control is out there. Buff hits a blockbuster. Creative lays him out. Hennig is out. Hennig pulls Creative Control off of Buff Bagwell. Then he hits him with a Hennigplex. Patrick and or Gerald count 3, and then the bell rings.
I don't know the finish.
I believe it was actually just a DQ.
Yeah, whatever. But the point is, Hennig has joined Creative Control.
Yes.
Remember how over the West Texas rednecks were?
Yes.
Yep.
Kurt Hennig is now part of Creative Control.
We'll see if he can do it again.
Patrick and Gerald. Yeah. Spoiler, he doesn't.
Oh. So they're beating up Booker. Midnight's dong strikes, and she makes the save.
Yes.
The Outsiders are warming up. Russo congratulates Kurt, sends creative control to go get Juventud Guerrera.
You make sure to know that Hennig is now the boss. Mm-hmm. Patrick and Gerald not happy with this.
No.
They just got together.
Like 10 minutes ago. Tenay interviews Sting as the maestro played music. Liz shows up, thanks Sting, offers to manage him. Sting, the smartest moment of his on-screen career, turns to Sting and says, "You buying any of this? Because I'm not." "No thanks, Liz." This is like the only time Sting ever failed to fall for the bad guy's trap. Ever.
Yeah.
Medusa versus Asia.
Oh, fuck. Dude, this is one of these things about Russo, okay? You could make fun of his booking. You could make fun of his stupid ideas and his storylines and his swerves and everything else. A gigantic problem is I don't even know how to explain this, okay? How the fuck do you take someone like Asia who can't work and go, you know what? This match is going to get like 6 minutes.
Dude, he put the Spice Girls out there to...
Yeah, but that was like a 30-second thing. Like, I guarantee this match was longer than Chris Benoit versus Dean Malenko.
Yeah.
Okay, you got Chris Benoit and Dean Malenko.
Yeah.
You fucking idiot. Okay, they're good. Give them time. You got Asia and Medusa. It's fucking horrific.
Yes.
Why are they getting like 6-7 minutes?
I don't have an answer.
It was so bad. He had like no concept of, if I put these two together, is the match going to be good or is it going to be bad? Well, it's like there was no concept of that. It was like, I'm just going to make matches. I'm going to pair everybody up. It doesn't matter who goes with who. And I'm just going to give everybody random amounts of time. That makes for a fucking terrible show.
It sure does.
This was so bad.
It was awful.
And then fucking Asia wins.
How does she win?
With a shitty hold, I wrote. She used her gigantic quadriceps to squeeze Medusa's neck.
She applies a head scissors.
Fuck.
The same basic hold Eddie Guerrero and 1,000 other guys would do in the middle of a match. They do a snapmare, and they do a head scissors, and they catch their breath, they do the next spot, and they're doing this, and I figure they're going to do something horrible, and next thing I know, the bell is ringing, and Medusa has given up.
Yep.
Because you see, Asia's legs are big.
Medusa looked like she would have cared to have been anywhere else.
Yeah.
There was no way she was into this.
Could we give Chris Benoit and Malenko maybe 12 minutes without fucking flags? Could we give Kidman and Eddie Guerrero like 12 minutes with no bullshit? No, we got to give Medusa and Asia like 7 fucking minutes. And then we got to have Sid out there in the main event working with the Outsiders for a fucking match that never ended. I hate this show.
Mm-hmm.
All right, my notes are a little confused.
Today is with Malenko.
Yes, he's suddenly
very overdramatic.
Wearing a Canadian hockey jersey. Suddenly he hates Canada. He's going to burn the Canadian flag, he says.
He's going to light the flag on fire and shove it up Benoit's ass, he says.
And he's wearing a Canadian hockey t-shirt.
Yes,
or
Team
jersey.
Canada. Sweater, actually, probably.
Oh, my God, keep going.
Sting walks.
Yes.
Russo.
Excuse me, what?
Russo tells Hoovy his work visa is expired. Hoovy attempts to negotiate by giving Russo tequila. It's bad tequila. Russo spits it on him. He sends creative control. Go get my toothbrush.
No payoff, by the way.
No, we never saw what happened after that. Malenko versus Benoit in a flag match. So, after sending best wishes to Gordon Soley, the announcers then decide, how do you win? Do you get your flag or the other country guy's flag?
No one knows.
The wrestlers didn't know.
Nope.
They had no idea. So, eventually, Dean gets the Canadian flag and wins. The Revolution comes out. They're all going to burn the flag, too. Then they said, hey, let's burn the U.S. flag as well. They throw both flags in the trash can. They cover them with gas. Bret Hart runs out to make the save. The bad guys are chased away, and Benoit and Bret wave the U.S. and Canadian flags. I hope that was not real gasoline, because if they did, it's all over the ring now.
I'll bet, Vinny, it wasn't real gasoline.
Oh, well, based on what I've seen in 1999, I would not put it past anyone. Meng versus Sting in a no DQ Falls Count Anywhere match. Liz tries to interfere. Sting stops her. Lex confronts Liz. Sting grabs him. Meng hits Sting with a death grip and pins him.
The Russo segment was right before this match. Somehow you added it somewhere else.
I told you my notes are screwed up.
I see.
Yeah. Okay, the Outsiders walk. Is that next?
Yes. Then Goldberg walks.
And he says, hey, killer, you ready? Is that next?
Yes.
Okay, good. The maestro's playing piano. David Flair shows up, destroys the piano with a crowbar. And then in case any of you thought it was a real piano, David Flair casually flips it over and sends it flying.
Yes.
You ever moved a piano?
He's very strong.
Baby grand piano.
They don't fly.
Well, he's a powerful man.
No, he's not.
You tell me that was a fake piano?
That was a worked piano.
And they had worked music?
Somehow.
Maybe it's just a keyboard
Maybe it's something, yeah.
Sure.
Because Hacksaw, when he played it, he was hammering the keys. Maybe they had two pianos. A gimmick piano and a worked piano, or a shoot piano.
All right, so Hall and Nash face Goldberg and Sting.
Or Sid.
Brian loves
whoever the fuck it was. Goldberg tags in. The only good thing about this match is Goldberg gets his hands on Nash.
Yes.
This lazy fucker. And he's like, you're working. And he fucking suplexes him all over the place. He's beating the shit out of him. Nash is being basically forced to bump all over the place. As close as a shoot as you're going to get with Kevin Nash. And then they get the heat on Goldberg.
They sure do.
He lays on the mat. He's struggling to get the tag. Now, tell me if I'm wrong here, but it appears to me that he finally took out both the outsiders, and Sid hit the ring without a tag.
Yes.
He made a comeback.
Yes.
Goldberg gets back in. Goldberg spears Hall. Sid hits the powerbomb, and this fucking idiot referee is trying to get Goldberg out of the ring, even though Goldberg is the legal man.
Correct. That's what happened.
So as a referee is fucking all of this up, Nash drops an elbow on Sid, puts Hall on top of Sid, the illegal man.
Yes.
The referee counts the pin.
Yes.
Even when they do a clean finish in the main event, it's not clean.
No, it's...
Fuck off.
Forget all of that. Sid...
I can't forget all of that.
Sid got pinned with an elbow smash.
Yes.
We saw a head scissors and an elbow smash finish people off in the show.
These are large men, Vinny. Kevin Nash leaped into an elbow
and
drop.
this is pretty much Sid's face turn.
Basically.
Yeah,
he came out. Him and Bill are friends now. They even mentioned they were fighting in the pay-per-view last night.
Yeah.
Also, apparently at some point, somehow Steiner got injured and Hall is TV champ too.
That's right.
What?
He's TV and US champs right now.
Right.
I'm glad you brought that to my attention.
He's coming out.
That's news to me.
He had two belts backstage, then they come out, they're each wearing a belt, and Shivani's like, in case some of you were wondering why there are two belts here. And he tried to explain it, but he was confused, I was confused. But yes, Scott Hall has two belts now.
This is history's dumbest program. Would you like to do your finishes report, and then I will do the world-famous segment count?
That's a good plan.
Okay.
World famous.
Here we go.
It's been 2 weeks.
It doesn't take long.
Things travel fast, went viral.
Yeah.
The finishes on this show were pin after one guy ran out on one friend because his other friend was trying to boink his girl. Clean submission. DQ when guy used his chair for no good goddamn reason. Pin after belt shots. Pin after distraction. DQ due to a baseball bat when there's already a cage and interference in the ring. Pin despite interference. Ref stoppage due to eye injury. DQ or pin or something after interference by the tag champs and retired guy. Clean submission. Win in a flag match. Pin after distraction. Pin after elbow drop.
Wow. Good timing.
Nice.
All right, your finishes report is done, and so it is time to count segments. Okay? I may have missed one or two here. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Don't distract me. 10, 11.
It's doing math.
12. It's not math. 13, 14,
math.
15.
It's very math.
16. If I get screwed up, I'm starting over. 17, 18. 19, 20. 21. That's a long one. Roddy Piper. 22, 23, 24, 25.
Get that drop.
26, 27, 28, 29.
Is that what he showed you locker room that one time?
30, 31, 32, 33. Don't make me start over. 34, 35. The answer is no, by the way. 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73 segments here on the show tonight.
Right.
Somebody tweeted us earlier today, and they had like those
Greg,
little...
don't jump the gun here. 73 segments.
That's a
Okay?
lot.
What is 42 times 3? 126 divided by 73. One segment every 1.7 minutes.
Wow. What a horrible show.
Fucking appalling.
Anyway, some guy on Twitter tweeted us today, and he had his phone out, and he had a counter, and he said he was going to count the segments. I said, dude, you're going to get a hand cramp.
Counter lit
You're
on
going
fire.
to have to ice that hand. Ridiculous.
Well, everyone, that's it. We're out of here.
Speaking of Twitter,
Yes.
Kenny Kimberly just tagged all of us 2 hours ago. Is it my television, or was there random piano music during most of the skits of Nitro this
I
week?
saw that.
Yes.
Maybe he hadn't finished yet.
Maybe
he hadn't got to the end of the show.
Well, they showed the maestro in the very first segment,
That's true.
so clearly he was not
Kenny,
paying attention.
it's the maestro.
Yes.
He's playing piano. It's not your television. Do not smash it with a crowbar like David Flair would do.
How could you not want to spend 5 hours watching Retro Raw and Nitro and then
God.
over Skype do this show with us?
Oh, I hadn't even thought about
and
that.
pay to do it.
I hadn't even thought about that. These shows are so much worse than they were last year.
They're way worse. Yes. Wow. Let me say one other damn thing, by the way. I go out of my way not to argue with people on Twitter. Everybody does Twitter a different way. Dave loves going on there and spending hours arguing with people that have 2 followers on Twitter.
I hadn't noticed that.
Yes, he loves this for some reason.
Huh, I'll have to check that out.
I do not make it a habit to do this. But today, I could not help myself when I went on Twitter and I explained that no matter how bad Raw was last night, and it was fucking terrible, and 2 weeks ago Raw was even worse, I said no matter how bad the show is, these Retro Nitros are way worse. And a couple of fucking people decided they were going to argue with me. I could not stand for this. I could not just do my usual mute. I had to let these people know they were fucking wrong. These shows are terrible. Do you understand? These shows...
Yes, I watched them too.
These are the worst fucking shows in the history of wrestling. Like, by a significant margin. They're so much worse than Raw. I watched this Raw on Monday night, and I'm just fucking pissed off when it's over. I got to do the show with Dave, and I'm angry, and I just want to get through this fucking review and get it over with. Tuesday comes, I watch this Retro Nitro, and I'm like, what the fuck was I so mad about? I mean, there was an hour of Baron Corbin in a 3-hour show, and I'm not even making that up. In a 3-hour fucking show, an hour of it was Baron Corbin, okay? But still... this fucking Nitro is like 10 times worse. And these assholes on Twitter, I don't want to flip my lid or anything.
Oh, too late.
But sitting here telling me, oh, I'd much rather watch a Russo Nitro than Raw. And I bring up, I'm watching these fucking shows, and I know you're not, so why are you arguing with me? And then they say something like, well, you know, I watched it live at the time. 19 fucking years ago? You don't remember how bad this was. It's way worse.
Your lid fell down over there.
What lid? What the fuck are you talking about? Get out of here, Craig, you ass. Let's start this show. Let's do Raw first. I just want to make sure.
I finally learned, and then he starts to remind me.
All right, well, let's get going on this damn...
This fucking thing. WCW Monday Nitro number 219, November 29th, 1999.
We got 41 minutes max.
Okay, I'm burning through.
And for fuck's sake...
That's like 1 minute of a segment, you realize.
Yeah, I know, it's going to be tough.
Memorial graphic for Hiro Matsuda. That was nice. Goldberg promo. He's ranting about the Outsiders. They come out to get him. Out comes Goldberg's new friend Sid with a mic, and he announces, quote, "There's a new babyface in town, and his name is Sid Vicious."
I love Sid.
He's the best.
He's in the Hall of Awesome, right?
Yes. I think.
Okay.
Did we put him in last week?
I don't know if it was last week, but if he's not in, he's in now.
Yeah.
I can't take it anymore.
So they do a big pull apart, and listen, there's worse things than taking 4 giant charismatic men and having them do a big brawl and pull apart. This is fine.
I love Sid. He's just a highlight every week.
Tony plugs the 3 main events in the show, promises there will be a winner in all 3 of them.
Dude, when he announced we got 3 big matches tonight.
40 minutes, Brian.
The only way to win is via... I'm a professional, Vinny. The only way to win is via pinfall or submission. No DQs, no countouts. I thought, how are you going to fucking swing this? That's bullshit. You're promising something that I know you're not going to deliver. And boy, did they not deliver. I would have preferred DQs and countouts to what they did in these matches.
Roddy Piper arrives along with, well, I shouldn't say along with, at the same time as two women getting out of another limo. It's Bertha Faye, and as I later realized, much later, in fact, when I was done with the show, Leilani Kai. And he's impressed by their girth. Johnny the Bull and Vito promise to take out Disco and somebody else.
Lash LaRue.
Did they mention his name? I didn't figure out until he showed up like 3 hours later.
I don't know if they ever mentioned Lash LaRue, because when Lash LaRue showed up, I was like, well, that makes sense, but what?
Buff Bagwell and Booker T versus Creative Control. The match goes 3 minutes. Kurt Hennig takes the ref. There's a chair to the back. There's an illegal switch. There's a pin. Then the beating continues. Midnight's Dawn goes off. She makes the save. She can do a dropkick now.
Yeah, so I guess, she can do a dropkick.
Sure.
Let's book her in a fucking match.
I suppose so.
That's a great idea. This wrestling shit's easy.
Clearly the guy in charge of this show thinks that. Backstage, Vince Russo is ranting to an empty wall. We see a wall and hear a few seconds of Vince Russo's angry voice. Hoovy arrives. Russo says, quote, "They're forcing me to put some Japanese clown on my show tonight."
Due to a prior commitment.
He says if Hoovy can take care of Jushin Thunder Liger and that ridiculous IWGP Junior Heavyweight title, he will take care of Hoovy's visa problems.
Okay, so just very quickly here. Hoovy has visa problems. Mm-hmm. Russo will take care of his visa problems if he wins the IWGP Junior Heavyweight title.
Apparently,
right.
Yes.
Shouldn't he just take care of his visa problems?
Yes.
Well,
isn't that his fucking job?
Oh, Russo?
Yes.
Well, he doesn't care if he gets promoted.
Yeah. If he wins the belt.
What's the word when you kick someone out of the country?
Deported.
Deported. My brain broke.
All right, last month, Sid went into the Hall of Awesome.
Okay.
Thank God.
Lex informs Liz he is suing her for breach of contract. She's unhappy. She says she'll do anything to straighten this mess out. Anything. Lex says he will think about this and get back to her. Piper says the powers that be are making him wait. He laughs, says he's making $2, $3, $4 million a year. He can wait.
I love that he didn't know how much he was making per year.
He made it just went up every time he said.
Maybe it's $2 million. Actually, I think that's what happened. I bet he was really making $2 million, and then he goes $2 million. I'll sit around. Then he thought to himself, I'm supposed to be rich. $3 million. Then he thought, fuck, that's not enough. $4 million. I'll wait around, and they didn't retape it.
Bertha and Leilani going over their gear, talking about what made them look sexy. Symphony is the new name for Ryan Shamrock. She has her own dressing room somewhere. She's getting gifts from the maestro. This time she has flowers.
I had no idea where this was going. And she first gets flowers in a really nice letter.
Yeah.
And then later she gets like a bear in a really nice letter.
Yes.
And honest to God, I was thinking, this maestro is a very romantic man.
Absolutely.
Where is this going? I should have fucking known. There's no such thing as a nice guy in Russo's World Championship Wrestling. No. Everyone's a shithead.
Yes, that is correct. Mike Tenay interviews Jarrett.
Oh, my God. Mike Tenay says, Jarrett,
I don't remember what the hell.
It seems that you have fallen out of favor with the powers that be.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So Jarrett grabs the guitar and he fucking hits Mike fucking Tenay over the head and kills him with a guitar.
Yes.
Okay, this is Mike Tenay.
Yeah.
This is not a wrestler.
No.
I don't know if I've ever seen Mike Tenay take a bump.
Not many.
He just gets whacked with his guitar. He goes down, and how ironic is this? It's not to the back. It's to the front. After Tenay, of all people, gets fucking knocked out. They immediately cut away from the one big bump he takes in his entire fucking career. They go to Tony and Bobby, the announcers, his broadcast partners.
His peers, his colleagues.
They fucking are just baffled. They have no idea how to respond to this. Tony's laughing.
So is Bobby. They're making a big joke about this man assaulting their colleague. With a fucking weapon.
I could not believe. I mean, I could.
Well, to be fair, if somebody El Kabonged Brian with a guitar, I'd snicker.
It would be us.
Yeah.
We'd be the most.
This is different. These people are not supposed to hate each other.
Yeah.
They're all supposed to be good buddies, professionals.
I don't hate you.
I don't hate you either. But
still be funny.
Brian Knobbs cuts a promo. He is upset about losing to a woman. I had no idea what he was talking about. It turns out he's talking about Norman Smiley. Challenges Norman tonight. Norman doesn't want to fight. He sees Fit Finley and screams. So Fit goes out to fight Knobbs. Hits him right in the balls.
Beats the shit out of him.
Hits him in the head repeatedly. All sorts of weapons. And he cuts Knobbs' mullet off.
So first, as he's beating him,
I had totally forgotten that happened until right now.
Shivani says, quote, I believe he's getting revenge for the harrowing accident that nearly took his career. He gets his revenge for this harrowing accident. Knobbs is on his belly, and Fit Finlay grabs scissors and he cuts off the world-famous Brian Knobbs mullet. And then they cut away. They don't even allow Brian Knobbs to get up with no hair and sell it.
No.
I was dying to see Brian Knobbs without a mullet.
Absolutely.
They didn't even give it to us.
No.
I don't know if we ever see it.
I don't either.
I mean, I saw the Nasty Boys at WrestleMania weekend this year.
Oh, yeah.
They had their mullets. I still have never
They
seen them
look
without the mullet.
exactly the same.
I fully expect Brian Knobbs to have this grown back by next week.
It's very possible.
That's the one thing he's good at, is growing a mullet. Johnny the Bull and Vito are very happy about something. Somehow they're going to make a bunch of money. They're going to have, this is what they said, we'll have our own cheese companies and olive oil.
Yes. They're going to make money when they get rid of Disco.
When they kill Disco.
Yes.
When they murder Disco Inferno.
When he's 6 feet under.
They say hi to Mean Gene. They're very excited to meet him. They want to party with him. He first says no, but then when they mention the words Gentleman's Club, his ears perk up and he agrees.
You only live once. And off he goes. You know what? Vito and Johnny the Bull are fucking great.
I have no complaints about them.
They have not been in the ring yet.
They're very entertaining.
But like as characters on the show,
yes,
they're a 10 out of 10. As a fair man, they're fucking great.
That's fair. That's totally fair. Russo chews out creative control. Hennig runs his mouth, so Russo chews him out too and books him against midnight for tonight.
Hennig is not happy.
No.
I wonder why. You went from retirement, where you're going to make 100-something thousand, like probably
more than that. I bet.
He's making $400,000 a year or something.
Yeah,
to do nothing.
Yeah.
Now he has to wrestle midnight.
Yeah.
I'd be pissed off too.
The women, Bertha Faye and Leilani Kai, are still getting dressed.
Vinny's trying very hard not to announce that they're plus-sized women because it's 2018.
One was plus.
But they are.
They're...
And Tony Schiavone calls them, I guess, for simplicity and not to be too rude, ample ladies.
He's also trying to be polite about the whole thing. Roddy Piper, who 15 minutes ago said he could wait all night, is now tired of waiting. This man's prone to mood swings. You ever notice that? Jushin Liger versus Juventud Guerrera for the IWGP Junior Heavyweight title in a match that got no entrances. They go to the ring, the bell rings, and they start wrestling.
Do I need to alert the world how fucking angry New Japan was when Juvi won the IWGP Junior Heavyweight title with a fucking tequila bottle shot?
I would like to think very angry. Were they as angry as I was?
Furious.
Now I remembered.
This match was going along so well.
I'd have to see where this ranked in terms of like this and Kato in TNA. Sort of neck and neck.
Way to piss off Japanese people?
Yes.
So, also, like 2 seconds in, the camera cuts away from the ring to show Buzzkill.
That's right.
Coming out.
What a fitting name.
He actually was here.
He comes out to do commentary, and is he ever a Buzzkill? Just ruins the match on commentary. Then he gets up and hits ringside for a distraction. Juvi hits a tequila bottle shot to Liger, pins him, and wins the title.
And it's to the back.
Can you fucking imagine?
They didn't even give Juvi the belt.
Is there any... No, the belt was never shown on TV.
That's true. It wasn't.
There was no entrance. There was no announcement even. There was no raising the hand. They could not outside of, like, setting the entire ring on fire with everyone inside, there was nothing they could have done to make this any worse.
Oh, and Juvi, like, fucking ruined his elbow.
Great.
Doing that high cross to the outside.
Did New Japan have any, aside from just, we're never working with these dipshits ever again, was there anything they could have done about this? Could they have at least ignored the title change?
I mean, I'm sure they could have done whatever they wanted, but...
Yeah. Chavo, since... Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. So Mike Tenay's dead.
Yeah.
Killed with a guitar. They had to make Chavo Guerrero Jr. do interviews. Chavo Guerrero Jr. was on this episode of Nitro. He got more camera time on this show than the entire run of Lucha Underground every season. He's just on every fucking segment. Because there's 95 segments in the show, 60 of them have to be interviews. So first he interviews Oklahoma and Dr. Death. Oklahoma does all the talking about Doc's match with Jerry Only.
Yes.
Now, a lot of you are wondering, who the fuck is Jerry Only? Jerry Only is the lead singer of the Misfits, who are a rock band, not pro wrestlers. Doc promises it will be a slobber knocker.
And Chavo, by the way, every time they go to him, he's hawking some merchandise because he's now an Amway salesman. Every time he hawks some new merchandise.
You ever heard of those, when we do these, and you watch the shows, and you know how stupid they are, but we go back and talk about them, and the stupidity really hits you, and you start to get really angry?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm having one of those days. I didn't get angry watching the show. I'm getting angry recapping it. Symphony is given chocolates. Sid is backstage, as best I can tell, practicing choke slams on himself.
He's going through the motions. Good for him. He's warming up.
They also showed Gene at the club.
Gene is at the club.
And he's getting drunker.
The tamest gentleman's club you ever saw. There's about 5 segments in this gentleman's club, and the women are wearing way more than Godfather's women do on Raw every week.
That's true.
You know what annoys me?
It's a PG-13 strip club. What is this?
I just gotta. I don't want to spoil everything before we get to it, but what happened to Gene?
It's sort of told.
It is?
There's a segment where it's announced, the Italians leave, and they say, we'll see you, Gene.
I know, but I mean...
And Gene stays at the club having fun.
Wouldn't it have been better at the end, without spoiling it, like, after the climax, so to speak?
Sure.
Gene returned drunk to interview them?
Or wandered in with women?
That would have been better.
I mean, for fuck's sake, if you're going to make a farce of this, at least make it a good one.
Well, here's the thing, Brian. You're a funny, creative man. That makes you overqualified to book Raw Nitro in November of 1999.
Or what if Gene would have wandered into the room where they were tied up?
Don't spoil it yet.
A couple of women.
That would have worked too.
Yeah.
All of these are better ideas than what actually happened because you are funny, creative men. Not like the dipshits making this show. That fucker Chavo Guerrero's back, interviewing the outsiders. So, earlier, they had announced, I think it's Hall versus Sid tonight, and whoever he's against, they said Scott Hall will defend both belts, the U.S. Championship and the TV title. Here, Hall is talking about how the TV title is worthless. He hands it over to Nash. Nash says, I don't want it, and they throw it in the trash can.
Yes.
Okay.
He couldn't just do a job and they could have another title for somebody?
No.
Fuck.
Revolution comes out for a promo. So suddenly, as you recall, last week, they hate America now. So they've got the flag out. They're standing on the U.S. flag.
Allow me for a moment. The Revolution are trying to cut this serious heel promo. Douglas is out there. He's angry at the fans. They're disgusted they're being booed, especially last week when the fans booed Dean Malenko against a Canadian.
Yeah.
He says, this country is love it or leave it. Tonight, Revolution is leaving it. We are our own sovereign nation. Dean Malenko spits on the mat. He says, I'm spitting on America. I, Dean Malenko, I dub myself the Python.
Dean was so awesome in this promo.
This man, Shane Douglas, he's the Rattler. Asia, she's the Boa. And Saturn, and suddenly Saturn grabs Mike and says, I'm the Trouser. There's a pause, and he says, the most sought-after snake in the world. Are you fucking kidding me?
This was going so well.
You were having the best fucking Dean Malenko promo of all time.
Do you know how much the Revolution sucks?
Ruin it with some shitty comedy at the end of this fucking thing.
The first good thing the Revolution ever did, and they made it a dick joke and killed it.
Fuck.
On top of killing things and making them unfun, Hacksaw Duggan comes out. Oh, Jesus. Hacksaw Duggan, as you all know, carries a 2x4 with him.
I'm aware.
A piece of wood with which usually he'll just threaten to hit people with, but occasionally he'll strike them with it and then pin them. He comes out here and attacks them with his 2x4. First of all, as he's waving it around, you can see it bending like a pool noodle or something.
They left it in the oven too long.
He and Dean play like tug of war, and I'm looking at it, and it's like twisting, and their fingers are squeezed into this foam rubber 2x4. And this is not supposed to be a joke skit, everyone. This is supposed to be Hacksaw Duggan attacking these guys with a dangerous wooden weapon.
Defending America's honor.
Defending America. And I'm looking at this fucking thing. And by the end, it's like crooked, it's bent. It's clearly a toy or some kind of thing, but we're not supposed to know that. We're supposed to think this is dangerous and brutal.
Hey, think about this. In a few weeks, somebody's going to nearly end their career punching through a fucking legitimate glass window.
That's right.
They're doing shit with real glass. And, by the way, later on, there's a real pipe. But Hacksaw fucking Jim Duggan, the lightest worker on earth, has to be given a fucking foam rubber 2x4?
This is the fucking... God!
It looked like a Z at one point.
Yeah, it looked like the line on Charlie Brown's shirt. Just zigzaggy. So there's a bunch of them, and they beat him up, and they throw him on the ground, and they plant the flag in his ass, and they pose like it's Iwo Jima.
Excuse me?
Well,
remember
That's
that part.
what they did.
Well, it's not. They pretended to. It was a work sodomy, and eventually Chris Benoit saves.
When he just texted, "Wow, hope you guys don't jump out a window."
I wish.
Apparently, you can be heard down the street.
All right, I'll try to tone it down. The Outsiders are shown walking backstage. Russo sends creative control to go get Roddy Piper. Chavo, in his 93rd segment, interviews Jerry Flynn about the block. Flynn says there's very few rules in the block, but he does clarify. Blatantly clear. It's bare fists and feet.
Yeah.
It's bare fists and feet. He challenges any man to meet him. Kurt Hennig meets Roddy Piper. Now Piper is making them wait for him. Scott Hall versus Sid, who does not care that he's no longer getting a TV title shot. Oh, let's see. Scott Hall's a big, strong guy. He hit Psycho Sid with a fall-away slam. That was amazing. He actually got him up for the Razor's Edge, but Sid escapes. And the ref gets wiped out. Hall gets chokeslammed and powerbombed. Nash hits his elbow drop. He misses the elbow drop of death. Jarrett comes out. Sid feeds him his back. But no. Jarrett goes all the way around him. Must hit him in the head.
Where are we?
Sid.
You spun me in so many circles. I don't. Are we Sid versus Hall now?
Yes.
All right. Let's cut to the chase.
Jarrett hits him in the head with a guitar.
Yes, we got Sid out there. We got Nash out there. We got Jarrett out there. Jarrett hits Sid with a guitar. Hall's on top for the pin. That was one of the matches where they said it must be pinfall or submission.
Yes.
No DQ, no
right.
count out. That's some fucking finish that they gave us there.
So Goldberg shows up and spears and jackhammers Jarrett.
This was bullshit. And we had 2 more matches exactly like it.
Piper, Hennig, and Creative Control are walking down a hallway. Doc and Oklahoma are talking about football. The Italians are at the PG-13 strip club dancing with women. Johnny says he's worried about the boss. Vito says, I got it covered. Piper meets with Russo. Russo makes him the ref for a mud wrestling match with the two big women. Piper's about to protest, but then a light bulb goes off and he leaves. Gosh. The worst thing I've ever seen on TV, I think.
This week.
In a while, this week. So they're in catering. All right? People are hanging out.
This is better than half a Raw.
So the Nitro girls get bitchy in there. And the worst food fight there's ever been. I guarantee you, at some point, your young daughter Paisley has thrown a tantrum and thrown some beats on the floor or whatever.
She never throws a tantrum, Vinny.
She's your daughter.
Never does anything wrong.
She's probably throwing a tantrum right now.
She's asleep.
She's saving her energy. So the women begin.
She's Whitney's daughter too.
That's true. That's right.
Very calm.
The women begin to smear food on each other and talk trash, such as, quote, "This is something an adult human said to another adult human on the show that I'm supposed to believe. I know you did not just take those potatoes and put them down my top."
They're laughing in the middle of this.
In the middle of this fight, it's so awful, they can't stop laughing. It's the worst thing ever. It goes on and on and on. And then, like, a new segment opens up within this segment, because they can't just have one thing.
There's not enough going on.
Geeks break them up, and Patty Stonecutter walks by and starts choking on something. Hoovy runs in, sees that she's dying. He begins to, yes, give her the Heimlich maneuver, both standing and when they're on their knees.
Spooning, yes.
He is humping her repeatedly. I'm sure Russo howling with laughter. He's trying to save her life. He's screaming for doctors.
Yeah.
He's humping her madly.
There were 24 people in this room 5 seconds ago.
They cut back to Tony Schiavone. He has given up. He's given up.
Now then.
Okay, I got to talk about this. I'll make it quick. Dr. Death, Jerry Only in a cage match.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay? So I was ready to bury this, but let's be...
I still am.
Okay, let's be fair here.
Get in line.
Jerry Only had gear.
Yeah.
He had a semblance of a physique.
He's a very big muscular man.
He was pretty athletic.
Sure.
He took great bumps.
Uh-huh.
And while the whole thing was horrible, like, I've seen a million guys worse than Jerry Only. He was fine in this match. That's the only good thing I can say about this.
I disagree.
The Misfits beat up Oklahoma outside. They pour fucking barbecue sauce on him. Dr. Death is distracted. Okay? So the story is, it's a cage match. Nobody can get in or out. There's a door on the cage. Dr. Death is supposed to go over and shake the cage door because he wants to get out and help Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
He goes to shake the cage door and it flies open.
Yep.
And he responds by smiling and putting his head down. And then he gets back in the ring and he keeps beating up Jerry Only. And then he throws Jerry Only into the cage door. The cage door opens. Jerry Only falls outside and beats Dr. Death Steve Williams in a cage match by falling out the fucking cage door.
Okay, everything you said right there was true, except this part about Jerry Only being decent.
He was okay.
No, he was not.
His top rope crossbody was okay. Now, I made note of that because I thought every other thing he did was awful.
Well, he's Jerry Only.
Understood.
That's not my fault.
It's not my fault either. I'm just saying.
Listen.
A lot of guys in their first ever match looked worse than Jerry Only.
It looked like he had never practiced running the ropes.
Well, yeah. It's very hard to run the ropes.
He didn't even practice, Brian.
I'm sure he practiced.
I don't think he did.
But who fucking cares? There's
Vinny,
much bigger fish to fry than his performance in this match.
This guy was horrible, right, Vinny?
This guy was fucking awful.
Thank you.
Now, I don't necessarily blame him. What the finish is, they're beating up Oklahoma and pouring barbecue. By the way, are there good guys in this segment? Am I supposed to cheer for anyone? Because I hate them all.
I think
like
Jerry
Dr.
Only.
Death.
So they're pouring barbecue sauce on Oklahoma. They're beating him up. Doc is standing there, doors open, doesn't know what to do. So you're giving this finish way too much credit. I don't know if this was supposed to happen or if they just... I don't know.
Called an audible.
I don't know what could have gone right or wrong here. But what happens is Doc whips Jerry Only towards the corner in a blatant and obvious attempt to throw him out of the ring and lose.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think what was supposed to happen, Vinny, this is just my speculation. I think the door was supposed to be shut and, like, secured with something that was strong enough to not let the door swing open, but weak enough where when Jerry Only hit the door would open and he would fall outside.
So there was no Velcro available?
I think that someone forgot to do it.
Clothespin.
And so when Dr. Death
Magnets?
is supposed to shake the door was not supposed to open. But when it swung open, he was like, fuck. And he just goes back in the ring and the door stayed open.
So he gave up. He couldn't even say,
Who gives a shit?
Keeping
Why
the
would
balls-
he care?
That's true.
well,
It's
that's
the worst
fair.
fucking promotion on earth.
That's totally
He's
fair.
there with fucking Oklahoma and there's barbecue sauce
totally-
everywhere. What the fuck does he care?
That's totally
He's making
fair.
his money.
This was so fucking awful.
It was terrible.
This, as a match, was worse than anything on that other match we watched.
Absolutely.
I'm now pretty sure, as we go over this was the worst TV show I've ever seen. Just mostly because of these last two segments. Hoovy informs Russo that he saved a woman's life using mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Russo is disgusted he would lay his lips on that broad.
No. He called her a wildebeest.
Whatever.
Wildebeest.
What a dick.
When they go back to the announcers, their only concern, not that someone's life was saved, and they go, imagine the lawsuit if you're WCW and someone chokes in your catering and dies, that he just saved them from. The announcers are just appalled because they were going to put that wildebeest in the mud match. What's going to happen now? Backstage, Lex Luger gets an idea.
That was a segment.
That son of a bitch Chavo Guerrero interviews Bret Hart about Meng.
I just love this. We're in the middle of an absolute bullshit show, and Bret Hart has to do a super serious interview about defending the world championship against Meng.
Yes.
Then they go to the match. I loved it. Okay?
Yes.
You know why I love this match? Because Meng does everything wrong, but because he's Meng, it's all right. Okay? The heat for this match is just Meng like a backyarder. It's just, I'm going to hit a bunch of completely random moves. I'm going to pile drive you and make a cover. You're going to kick out.
That's true.
Then I'm going to give you a shoulder breaker.
That's true.
And make a cover, and you're going to kick out.
Has Meng in his life ever done the running somersault senton before?
No.
He goes for it and misses. Bret makes a big comeback, and then Scott Hall hits the ring. Meng puts on the death grip. Nash hits the ring. Hits Meng with a stick. By the way, if you listen to the Filthy show, Filthy Tom rants on Wednesday's show about how much he hates getting hit with a kendo stick because of how much it fucking hurts. Meng's a monster, so they had to beat this motherfucker like 15, 20 times with this goddamn stick before he sold it. And then he finally goes down. They go after Bret. Benoit runs down, beats the hell out of them with a stick. The ref took a bump somewhere. Bret puts on the sharpshooter. Ref wakes up. Meng's dead. Bret wins. And when they announced that Bret Hart has successfully defended the world title against Ming in a match with nothing but bullshit, the fans go crazy!
It's a different time. Fuck. It was a different time.
You know what it proves? It proves they still could have turned this company around. These people still cared. I hope you got
Bless
that.
you.
Excuse me. So, the other thing I want to say about this match, Bobby has a line here talking about Ming and Polynesian wrestlers, and he says these people were spend their entire lives fighting from tree to tree. And Tony asks him, do you ever go back and listen to yourself? And Heenan immediately, never. I never watched this stuff. I'm sure he meant it. Symphony gets a teddy bear. Lex meets with Vince Russo. He meets with Creative Control and pitches an idea and says it's about ratings. Jesus Christ, Chavo Guerrero's back. He's interviewing Tigress. He's trying to sell her makeup kits because they put makeup on Spice last week. She says she wants 10 makeup kits. Spice shows up, says, you ripped my costume, you bitch. There's a terrible brawl, and one of them puts the other in the shower. I'm just going to read my notes here.
Okay.
Evan about to fuck Medusa.
Okay.
They're in a darkened room.
Yes.
There's mood lighting.
Yes.
They're making out.
Hard.
He's on
half
top
naked.
of her.
Yep.
She wants a title match. He says, okay. They turn the lights out and fuck.
Yep.
Best I can
It was
tell.
implied. But
It's not
still.
graphic, but it's only one conclusion that could possibly be drawn. Lex meets with Russo. His idea that he's so proud of that took 14 segments to explain is he wants to substitute Liz for the behemoth in the mud match.
Yep.
This makes Russo happy.
He's overjoyed.
At this point, I actually wrote, fuck you, Chavo. Chavo Guerrero on TV again, trying to interview Sting.
This is all very important. I'll make it quick. Liz shows up. She complains about having to do a mud match. Sting just says, I wish you the best of luck. Walks away. Please remember that, everyone.
Chris Benoit versus Jeff Jarrett versus Sting. The winner of this match will be the top contender after Starrcade. Who is getting the title shot at Starrcade? At this point, I had no idea. I didn't remember until after the show was over.
This is a number one contenders match. It's Benoit, Jarrett, and Sting for the number one contendership to the world title. It goes like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
A million fucking things happen. Liz is there. Luger's there. Luger hits Sting. Jarrett hits Benoit. Dustin Rhodes is out. Dustin hits Jarrett. Benoit pins Jarrett. Benoit's the number one contender. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Why the fuck would I ever care about this shit? A number one contenders match, you had to do all this shit? Fuck. Do this shit in your other stupid matches.
Have you
Or
both,
don't, but yeah.
have you both noticed that Benoit gets the most production on his entrance out of all the guys?
Yeah, they're trying desperately to keep him.
Right. It's patently obvious.
Back at the Gentleman's Club, some strippers are hitting on Johnny. He and Vito decide we will leave with these twins. This is the goodbye to Gene. Gene's having a grand old time dancing with the women.
Yep.
They say goodbye to him. He says goodbye to them. No one's naked at the strip club. And that's that. Nash is walking backstage. Symphony meets with the Maestro, only it turns out it's David Flair in disguise. Why is David Flair stalking Symphony?
Well, it was that thing last week where he went crazy about the piano.
See.
And so he went nuts with the piano.
Sure.
And he... Actually, Vinny, hold on a second. I don't want to waste time, but it could have been Maestro that sent her all that shit.
Okay.
And then between the time that the last gift came and she went to meet with him, David Flair, in storyline here, he fucking killed the Maestro. He threw his body into the fucking piano.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now he's banging his head on the piano trying to get it to work. Symphony shows up. He goes crazy. She flees.
Okay, so in the 20 minutes between the last gift and then the accosting, he went out, bought himself a powdered wig, a cape.
No, he just took what the Maestro had been wearing. He killed him and put his clothes on.
Okay, but the Maestro doesn't wear a
Oh, who cares? Kevin Nash versus Goldberg.
He's right.
So
Clearly we cared, Vinny. We asked the question.
So Goldberg and Sid have locker rooms right next to each other, like a duplex. Hall.
Great idea.
That's a great idea.
Sure.
His great idea is to lock Sid's door, and then he's going to jump Goldberg. So he throws open the door. Goldberg's not there. Goldberg has outsmarted Hall, jumps in from behind. They're beating him up. The Outsiders, Nash shows up. They're both beating up Goldberg.
Hey, I gotta say, Vinny, I mean, I don't know if it's Russo or if it's Goldberg, but like whoever's booking Goldberg is not a fucking moron.
No.
You can watch Raw and see any babyface that's not a fucking moron.
Yes.
Every single one of them is a moron. Goldberg is never outsmarted.
No.
Goldberg never looks like an idiot.
No.
Goldberg is Superman on every fucking show.
That is true.
So good for whoever's responsible for that.
The only morons are the ones that Vince Russo thinks we are because the door locks from the outside.
It's like the Big Lebowski.
So the Outsiders are double teaming Goldberg. They cut back to Sid's door. Sid boots the fucking door down. So much the lock. He immediately knows exactly where to go. Goes running down the hallway to join the brawl. This eventually goes to the ring and a match starts. I've already forgotten who's technically in this. Hall hits it.
It's Nash versus Goldberg.
There's a bunch of chair shots involved. Brett's there. He attacks Nash, and Goldberg gets a spear and a jackhammer and gets a win.
Show's a mess.
No DQ, no count out again.
Nash promo backstage wants a tag match in the cage with Goldberg and Sid at the end of the show.
You skipped Roddy Piper talking about mud.
That's right, he was talking about mud. Mm-hmm. Now we have Ronna Singh and Elizabeth. Piper is the guest referee. Liz refuses. She walks out. Ronna Singh jumps in the mud, yanks Piper into the mud. They brawl. Roddy Piper and Ronna Singh in the fucking mud. Creative Control gets in there. Piper pins somebody and counts his own pin.
Yes.
This fucking sucked.
There was a huge ovation. Now, I'm not saying this didn't suck, but I did write it was the best thing on the show. You're also glossing over in the back when Liz refuses to go out there and Lex tells her, this is a breach of contract. BRECH.
I love him. He is awesome.
Johnny and Vito are in the blonde's apartment making them a romantic Italian dinner. Vito at one point starts to ask the women who's going to be first and then says, it doesn't matter, we're going to switch anyway. So he goes in the kitchen where it's revealed these guys are actually walking around in their underwear.
Yes.
They're arguing about garlic.
Yes.
Then finally they say, we're going to get lucky! And they're so happy they hug.
They're going to get some.
They're going to
get some. Arn is backstage and Tony gets cut off. That's what I wrote. I have no idea what it means.
Russo's with Arn, Creative Control, and Hennig. Arn can't believe his ribs got broken, and then Russo fired him. He cuts a promo on him. I hate the show.
Chavo is back. He's interviewing Sky. She says, Spice and her hussy friends are trying to pull a power play. Che attacks. Why are Che and Sky fighting?
No
Tell
idea.
me, Brian. Craig.
Because the Nitro Girls...
What happened?
I'll tell you. Russo showed up. He believes all women hate each other.
Yes.
And so all of a sudden, everyone in this show hates each other, even if they were a team before he showed up. The Nitro Girls all hate each other now. I don't fucking know why. For ratings.
This show's fucking awful.
It's terrible.
Jerry Flynn versus Wall in the block.
This was dumb.
I counted. There were no bare feet here, only 2 bare fists.
Dude, they had a fake kickboxing match with some MMA. They are fucking exhausted. They were given like 8 fucking minutes or something to do like a work shoot fight. They're gasping for air. Berlin runs in with a legit metal pipe, not a fake one like Hacksaw, and then does some shit, and I don't even think there was a finish.
He hit Flynn with a pipe, ordered the Wall to leave, and the Wall went after him instead. Let's see, there were thunderous boos for all this.
Oh my god, during the match they just booed and booed and booed. Incessantly.
Frame rate was terrible. It was like watching an old QuickTime video. They had one spot in mind, which was Wall will throw a kick, Flynn will dodge, and Wall will kick down her door. They did it 3 times.
This was fucking horrendous.
This is awful.
Horrible.
Goddamn Chavo. Interviewing Piper. Thank God for Roddy Piper. Says, I fought your daddy. I fought your grandpa. They were tough men. You should stand up for yourself. And
they had guts.
They had guts. So Nash and Hall walk by and laugh at him. He's still covered in mud. And he attacks them.
And what was funny about this was, Roddy Piper is so appalled that Chavo is being an Amway salesman. And he's bowing down to the powers that be.
Right.
And he's cutting this big promo on him, asking him why he's doing this. And Chavo calmly says, I'm making money. Piper just cannot handle this answer. No. This fucking guy would be unemployed without this fucking Amway gig. Piper he just cannot handle this. And then Hall and Nash show up, and Roddy, like a madman, just attacks him.
Yes.
They didn't even do anything. They walked into the frame, and he attacked him.
He laughed. He was covered in mud.
Dude.
Hennig and Vincent walking. Russo is mad at Lex for letting him down. Lex guarantees that before the night is through, Liz will be covered in mud. So they agree it's going to be Lex Luger versus Miss Elizabeth in a mud match.
By the way, you glossed over.
I'm sure I did.
Hennig
We got a time
and
over here.
Vincent are walking. Vincent is back.
Yeah.
Curly Bill is back.
The one
back.
guy from the West Texas Redneck still there.
Okay, Midnight versus Kurt Hennig. All right, I don't give a shit what you thought about Jerry Only. He was better than Midnight.
That's fair.
She couldn't do a goddamn thing. They did the famous double tackle spot where they both fall down.
Yeah.
Hennig finally just can't take it. He takes her to the corner. He beats the shit out of her in the corner.
She did one thing. She punched him right in the mouth really fucking hard.
Yep. So then, I swear to God, I'm not making this up. He puts her in an abdominal stretch,
Yep.
and he starts slapping her in the tits.
That's exactly what I wrote.
Over and over again.
Slaps her titties a lot, or my exact words.
Yep. The lights go out. Stevie Ray returns. Thank God Stevie Ray's back.
Think about that.
Oh, fuck. Arn's in there next. Curly Joe's in there. It's a DQ. The show is fucking atrocious.
Arn is in the ring. At this point, Tony Schiavone says, totally deadpan, what a very weird, bizarre turn of events that happened there. Did you mention, by the way, that when Midnight comes out, she's walking down the ramp, and seconds after she passes down the middle of the ramp, a huge jet of fire shoots up.
Yeah.
They could have killed her.
Yep. But we have to have a fake 2x4.
Yes! Lex is carrying Miss Elizabeth around backstage. The blondes from the strip club take the Italians into the bedroom.
They tie them to a bed.
Everyone's into different things. But when they pull out straps and restraints, and these guys say, yeah, okay. Like, they knew it was coming. And they jump right in.
They didn't know this was coming.
They knew the straps were coming.
Sure.
They were
So
okay with that.
they're bound and restrained and almost gagged, and then the women leave, and in walk Disco and Lash, and their big revenge is to pour hot sauce and noodles on them.
Pasta and pasta sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was the payoff.
Stupid.
Your ideas with Gene were better. So they go from that, right? This whole show.
By the way, their payoff, my payoff would have been they're tied up, covered in pasta and pasta sauce. Gene stumbles in, drunk, but he remembers he's Gene Okerlund, and he tries to do a Gene Okerlund interview while they're tied to the bed.
That would be better.
Their idea is they're tied to the bed. Johnny the Bull says, hey, Vito. Vito says, don't talk to me. Johnny says, hey, Vito, do you think the boss will be mad? That's the fucking punchline.
Yeah, that happens later, but yes.
That's the punchline?
Yeah, do you think the boss will be mad? Fuck. So they go from this bullshit with the spaghetti sauce and the pasta, and they cut to the crowd. In this crowd, Larry Walker, huge at the time baseball star, MVP, and they cut to him. He is so bewildered and confused. He can't believe what he's seeing. He's so ashamed to be there. I can't believe he didn't get up and walk out. Lex Luger versus Miss Elizabeth in a mud match. Liz slaps him. He throws her in. Sting shows up, pushes Lex in the mud, and then just for good measure, throws Lex's jacket and shoes in there as well.
I got to say one thing about this, okay? Earlier, Liz begged Sting, please, Sting, he's trying to throw me in the mud. Help me. Sting says, good luck, okay? Luger ends up abducting fucking Liz, carries her ass out on the stage, throws her in the mud, gets a bucket of mud, he's throwing mud all over her. Then Sting shows up. He throws Luger into the mud. Luger, by the way, can we put him in the Hall of Awesome?
Awesome.
Seriously.
Okay.
Absolutely.
He was so fucking great, overselling, slipping, taking bumps in the mud. Like, this is the worst fucking thing of his career, but he's doing everything he can. He is the one guy in this show not half-assing this.
That's true. That's exactly
He is
true.
giving this his all. Okay, it's official. Luger's in the Hall of Awesome.
Amen.
After all of that, this is what got him in, by the way. So he's overselling in this stuff, and Sting gets his jack and shit and throws it in the mud. And then Sting walks over and helps Liz out of the mud. I'm like, you're the biggest asshole gentleman there's ever been. You didn't save her from going in the mud.
No.
You let her get thrown in the mud. You let her have a bucket of mud thrown all over. You let her be completely humiliated.
Yeah.
But then you helped her out.
How about her?
Because you were thinking about her.
How about her slipping and falling really hard?
Fuck. I wish we had more time to really induct Lex. Maybe on the next show. But I got to get it out here before this show's over. This man deserves. He is awesome.
There's 48 segments to go. If we don't do it now, we'll forget about it.
Brett and Benoit walk. Hall and Nash walk.
Yeah.
Sid and Goldberg walk. Johnny and Vito do their stupid thing. And hey, we're at the main event.
So the main event is, until they came out, I thought it was going to be a 6-man.
I was baffled.
It's Brett and Benoit versus...
I'll make it quick. Did or did not Nash challenge Sid and Goldberg to a tag match in a cage?
It's a 3-way.
Who? What?
It's a
when?
3-way.
I know it was, but
Okay.
when? Like,
I don't know.
They challenged for a tag match.
I don't know.
And then right before the match, Brett and Benoit are walking, and I'm like, where the fuck are they going? What are they doing? They go out there, and it's suddenly, for no fucking reason, a fucking 3-way cage match.
A 3-way tag team cage
This,
match.
by the way, everybody, just so you know, WCW is an 18 by 18-foot ring.
Yep.
It's significantly smaller than a WWE ring.
Yes.
They've got a fucking cage.
No one can go out.
Nobody can go outside. They got 6 giant fucking men in this cage, and they give them like 12 minutes.
And Friday yes.
Fuck
and
you.
7 dudes in the ring, because Piper's
The
out there.
one fucking match you give time to is this. These guys can't do a fucking thing in this ring.
I've never seen so much standing around at a main event.
It's like if the three of us had to do a match on this fucking table right here.
Yeah.
That's exactly what this is. They just stand there and they hit each other. There's no heat. They're just doing shit for like 10 minutes. It fucking sucks. And all of a sudden, Jarrett's in the cage. How does Jarrett get in the cage?
I'll tell you, because you're getting ahead. I know we're out of time. But as this fucking standing around is going on, Tony says, there are scenes and there are memories tonight with the pasta and the sauce and the tequila and the mud that we're never going to forget. The only good thing in this entire match, Sid throws Hall into the cage and Hall pretends to gig. Mm-hmm. At this point, they cut to the aisle. I'm not making this up. Jeff Jarrett is walking down the aisle, pushing a bin full of guitars.
It's true.
Yeah.
Blatant self-parody. So he comes down. How does he get in the cage, Brian? I'll tell you how. He grabs the door and he opens it.
Oh.
Have you ever opened a refrigerator?
Yeah.
It looks just like that. He starts passing guitars. Piper gets guitared. Goldberg gets guitared. Brett gets handcuffed to the cage.
A fridge has that suction. A fridge is more difficult to open in this fucking door.
That's true. That's true. So in the middle of all this bullshit, Chris Benoit says, I shall now go to the top of this cage, do a headbutt on a Scott Hall and pin him. So he does. This was the second worst cage match of all time, only behind Dr. Death and Jerry Only an hour ago.
Well, the triple-decker cage of doom.
There's that.
And that War Games with Warrior.
So their plan... I believe this cage was gimmicked, and the idea was Goldberg would throw Jarrett through it.
Yep.
It wasn't gimmicked enough.
No.
So the door was supposed to stay locked and flew open earlier. This cage wall is supposed to fly open, but it won't. Nothing works on this show!
The only good thing about it was because the cage didn't break, he just threw Jarrett into the cage over and over again. You're gonna go through this fucking
finally,
cage. You're going through this fucking...
And finally, he's like pushing on him, like he's trying to push like a fruit through a grater. Just trying to grind him out there. So, okay, anything else here?
We, by the way, made this way more exciting than it was. In my notes, during all of this, I wrote, is this fucking over yet, in all caps? Nash powerbombed Sid, Hall gave Goldberg the edge, and that was it.
Uh-huh.
This was probably the worst Nitro I've ever seen. At the very least, tied for the worst Nitro I've ever seen. It fucking sucked. I hate this show. Somebody said, I hate to tell you, it doesn't get better when it goes to 2 hours. That's impossible.
Has to.
It's
an hour
impossible.
Shorter. 1/3 of the bullshit's gone.
It's impossible that it can't get better.
Even if it's worse than the worst 2 hours here,
It's
only
still
2
better
hours,
because it's only 2 hours.
Unless they try to cram as many segments into 2 hours.
It doesn't matter.
You
It's still
understand,
only
Greg.
2 hours. I'll get an extra hour of my life back.
Well, there's that.
It
I
won't
bet-
be spent watching this shit.
I bet if we went to a nice prison and told every prisoner there, we will chop 1/3 of your sentence off if you go to a shitty prison instead, I bet the vast majority of them would say okay.
So there you go, everyone.
Brian, play my music and let's go home.
Let's do this quick. Here we go.
The finishes on this show were pin by a legal man after chair shot, pin after tequila bottle shot, pin after guitar shot, escape in the worst cage match of all time, submission after interference and weapon shots, pin after 3 different people interfere with weapons, pin after all sorts of interference and chair shots, no finish in the block, DQ in an intergender match, no finish in an intergender mud match, pin after 10 minutes of pure unmitigated bullshit.
No finish in a block match.
Yes.
That makes me almost as mad as the count out in a
That's fair. That's totally fair.
false counting order match. Fuck you. This show fucking sucks.
It was awful.
The worst show of all time.
God!
All right, we're done, everybody.